South Africa, the right result for New Zealand, for example, where it take place. So basically, we're going to go through the world ranking preview, look at exactly what kind of the permutations are and what we can expect from this weekend. Obviously not too many matches this weekend, so there's not a lot of movement that might happen. There's not that as many sort of scenarios we have to go through to see. But basically what's going to happen is we'll go through the sort of main stats, and then we'll go through sort of each individual match and what the kind of the points differences are. And hopefully by showing you exactly kind of where the differentials are, we can all have a bit of an idea of exactly what's going to happen this weekend with regards to the world rankings. Before we do that, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Right, let's get into it, shall we? So that is the world ranking stats. So basically it's a summary of what might yet happen. So if we look at it over there, it says that South Africa will surrender top spot in the rankings to Ireland if they fail to beat Australia in Brisbane. That's just, doesn't matter how sort of many points. A loss means no longer number one in the world. However, we could also drop as low as third if we are beaten by more than 15 points and New Zealand win their opener against Argentina. So even if Argentina was, New Zealand beat Argentina by 1 point, if we lose by more than 15 and they win, we will go down to third, New Zealand into second, and Ireland into first. Unfortunately, we cannot improve our rating with the victory of Australia due to the 14.15 points differential. Shows you just how big a gap there really is between the two teams. And yeah, I think in that sort of circumstance, for example, it shows you why we are the overwhelming favourites this weekend and why we have to get the job done. The same thing is true for New Zealand in third, as they sit 8.73 rating points ahead of Argentina, and that's before the home weighting is factored in, and obviously they are at home. The All Blacks, though, are safe in third place, irrespective of the outcome of their match against Argentina, because they cannot drop below France, whilst Argentina will replace Scotland in sixth if they manage to beat the All Blacks, and victory will be enough to lift Australia above Italy into eighth place, while seventh place is also in their reach should they win by more than 15 points and Argentina lose. So up to seventh is the highest that Australia can go. Up to sixth is the highest Argentina can go. Up to second is the highest New Zealand can go. South Africa can remain first, but can go as low as third. So let's have a look at the games, shall we? And over here, there we can see what is happening there. So in Australia win by 15 points or less, we'll see Australia. So at the top there's our current rankings. So Australia was 78.96 ranking points, South Africa at 93.11. So Australia win by 15 points or less, Australia will go up to 80.96, South Africa down to 91.11. More than 15 point loss for South Africa will see Australia rise to almost 82 with 81.96. South Africa fall a further point down if they lose by 15 points to 90.11. If it is a draw, South Africa will go up to 92.11 and Australia will be at 79.96. South Africa, for example, win will be no change. Australia would also be unchanged regardless of the loss. So basically, if we win, doesn't matter what the score is, there'll be no change to those points over there. Similarly, for example, New Zealand win by 15 points or less, for example, not change for Argentina, so those won't change. The only way that would change, for example, is a draw, which would see New Zealand slip down to 89.37, Argentina rise up to 82.64, and Argentina win by less than 15 would see New Zealand drop from 8 to 88.837, and Argentina, 8.37, Argentina down to 83.64, up to the 83.64, and a win by more than 15 points will see New Zealand drop from 90.37 to 87.37, so a full 3 points down. Argentina can rise 3 points to 84.64. So those are all the mathematical things. There's a couple of stats, for example. We're going to go through this more when it comes to the actual official preview. The things to note, for example, referee Luke Pearce for Australia versus South Africa. And if we look at the New Zealand versus Argentina game, for example, Angus Gardner, your referee over there. So let me know what you think. Where do we think we see all four teams? Probably, in theory, we probably won't see any changes, I don't think. I think, in theory, it should be a comfortable South Africa victory. It should be a comfortable New Zealand victory as well. So I don't think we'll see too many changes, but let me know what you think down in the comments below. Smash a like on the video. Subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve. I'll chat to you soon.
Okay, afternoon guys. Springbok head coach Rassie Erasmus, please raise your hands for questions.
Rassie, over the years, South Africa's record in Australia is not the greatest. You guys have also struggled. And Australians tend to find ways of winning against Springboks, sometimes by our own doing, sometimes by luck. Is the approach any different this time around?
Yes, we certainly are well aware of that. Every year there's an excuse. Maybe the first time playing at a venue like Melbourne or whatever. And we're a team that shouldn't have excuses. I think what is a bit different than in the past is where we normally in Super Rugby play week in, week out against them. It almost feels like the Rugby Championships and the end of year tour swapped around, where we used to play against Welsh teams and Irish teams, and I think it's becoming a little bit more difficult because players are new to us. Joe Smith is certainly not new to us. We know they'll be well organised. We've always studied them. We've tried a little bit of a new approach. We're flying tomorrow. We trained yesterday and today and this afternoon still. And then we'll arrive there on Thursday, flying tomorrow, Thursday, and probably have a Friday, Saturday session. And then trying to get into a normal week where last time when we flew out, we flew on a Sunday and we had to fly over and the flight was cancelled. Not as an excuse, but we're trying to negate those things that we just have a normal test week when we get to Australia. But no, they are a proper team with a new coach and they'll have lots of energy.
Just speaking on Joe Schmidt, just what do you expect from next week? And obviously a lot of players you guys haven't played against in that squad.
Yeah, that's the thing. Where when you played against Ireland, I would probably say after 4 test matches, I just had a chat to Liam there, after 4 test matches that we played, probably that first 30 minutes in the second test match against Ireland was disappointing because we know the players, we know what they did, we know it was their last game and then they have a 4 or 5 week break before they play again, where it's definitely new under Joe. Joe is I worked under him when I was at Munster. He's a very hard worker. Got Mike Cron as his scrum coach. We were just in a World Rugby meeting where all the coaches was in terms of some of the new rules and tweaks that they want to make. And yeah, he's definitely a coach that brings the best out of players. And there's a lot of new names which we haven't played against in the last couple of months and years. So a big test for us, but I think we've done our homework. And going to be tightly contested.
What are your travel plans? Are you flying direct to Sydney or are you going to the Northern Hemisphere to go south?
I'll give you that now. I really don't watch so much of that. How do you mean? I think we're flying directly there.
To Sydney.
Yeah.
Rassie, Ruan Nonke, in addition to your squad,
Yeah.
do you feel in the future that he could be a kind of like-for-like replacement for Frank Boston?
I think he's very much a like-for-like replacement. He was definitely unlucky not to. He was in our alignment camps and we just, that's why I have the laptop here. We've got quite a few guys out, One forget about John Klein, who's 29, and one forget about Lode Jager, who's probably got another 2 years in him. Now with Franco also out. But you're having Pieter Steff de Tooy, who can call 5 for you, play 5 lock for you, where he started out his career and people were all of us, wasn't sure if he'll make the transition to 7 flank, and he's become one of the best in the world now. And then Franco is obviously a guy that can play 7 and 5, and Ruan, it just was unlucky that the other guys was in form and really playing well. But now, because of injury, he gets his opportunity, and I must say Dion Davids is smiling because his ability with Grobbies in the team and Jan Hendrik Wessels and Elrich, certainly there's some combinations there. If we have to go a certain route of team selection, there will be connections and not totally new guys who will be playing together if that happens.
Talking of players in particular, able to get us up to speed with who is in better shape to play, who is still injured within the squad?
In a 33-man squad? Okay, in a 33-man squad, it's Malcolm Mark. You see, Stephen Kitchoff is ready to play. And that's why probably the selection of Jan Hendrik Wessels hopefully makes a little bit more sense to you guys to explain it that way, is that, you know, Kitsy has to play some rugby now. He's ready to play, but, you know, he needs some game time. And Malcolm is, I would say, a 90% to play next week. So we don't want to take an unfit Kitsy and a Malcolm who's dodgy. That's why Jan Hendrik Wessels, who can cover loose head and prop for you, makes certainly more sense. Peter Steff will be ready next week to play. And that again makes your team selection interesting, because you might not have to put another lock on the bench, or you might, if you go 6-2, put another lock on the bench, or two loose forwards on the bench, because Peter Steff covers 5 for you. But that must be a fit Peter Steff. It was a little bit of a knee bruise, which is over now, but he's also got a little bit of flu, so he couldn't train fully with us the last 2 days. And apart from that, no, there's not really one guy carrying injuries within the 33. And then guys who's probably coming back, is Kitsy, is Faf has a groin injury which wouldn't take too long, but we left him here. Jaden is coming back. Then also Kanan Moody will be ready to play next week, and Damian Willems, I guess, another 3 weeks. Yeah.
Coach, the more you get to work with Sasha, get to know him better and all that kind of thing, what have you made of him, and you know, how far do you think this kid can go in terms of exploiting his natural talent?
Yeah, interesting. No, he's been thrown. I think that's where sometimes one underestimate those SA8 tours and one just look at the results. And for a team just to get together on those SA8 tours, although they lost against Munster and Bristol, but getting those guys under a certain pressure with new coaches, and Zondile Stick taking head coach there while we were playing in other venues and we were splitting the squads, you get to know the players. He trained with us, with the Springboks there, in full-on contact sessions, and you can see the character of the guy. And obviously we know him through our systems and our junior programs, and his captaincy material. And then you put him in at fullback, and as I think when Willie got injured, he came on, was I right? And he now we only lost the game by a drop goal, and definitely not because of the way he played. So it would be lovely, like we're always trying to do, not to say that tier 1 teams, we don't respect them, but it's always nice to put a player in through a lot of experienced players, or a tier 2 team or tier 1 team with some experience around him. And I think we all were pleasantly surprised when we were down to 14 men, with Lucanio playing 12 and him playing 10 in the second half. Not that Mani didn't play well. I think Mani also had glimpses of brilliance when we were down to 14 men from the second minute. But Sasha then next to Lucanio at 12 was also very interesting. And again, we almost recognize that it's Portugal, tier 2 team, and we played away from home. But his natural talent, I think none of us sit here can argue about that. It's just how he takes the next steps, and how we manage him and help him to take the next steps. I think he's got a bright future.
Coach, one of the debates was your selection surrounds the 8th man position and the dropping of Russ. And is there going to be a type of almost subterfuge with the number 8? Because Peter Steff has also been mentioned as a possible number 8. How do you see the number 8 position at the moment?
No, I think we've got 2 full loose forward trios, 6 to be like that. You know, we've got Marco and Sia who can play 6. We've got Peter Steff and Ben Jason who can play 7. And we've got Kwacha and Elrich who can play 8, and Elrich who can also play 7. No, I don't think Peter Steff will be utilised at 8. And certainly, what's his name? Evan is not out of the mix. Prior to the Portugal test match, we told the guys, you guys get a chance here and go and express yourself and show us, put up your hand, you know, show there's a few new dogs in the neighborhood, and start lifting your leg and make a mark there. And certainly a few guys did. And but Elrich, we also want to experience him against big nations. Of course, he was part of our plans always, but he certainly did take a dip in form. He will admit it himself, and we know what Evan now can do. And Evan is not thrown away. We still have 9 test matches this year, so like we did against Argentina away last year. Was it last year? Yeah, we picked a lot of guys. Or was it the previous year? A totally different team like we did against Portugal. So it's building squad depth. We know what Evan can do, and he certainly didn't have bad games. And we know he's comfortable within the Springbok setup. We now can see if Elrich gets his chance, what he can do.
Just on that Elrich, Low, Evan Roos topic, I see there's always been this chat of Evan Roos is not the typical Springbok number 8 in the way that he plays, similarly to how the Stormers play, they're more on the loose, the number 8s and on the fringes. Is there any truth to that? Do you ask him to play a particular way when he's with the Springboks? Is he fulfilling what the coaching staff would like him to do as a Springbok number 8?
No, I don't think so. I think on defense, the roles is pretty much the same as it is with the Stormers. I think most of the South African teams have more or less the same defensive mindset and systems. There might be small tweaks here and there, but we are pretty familiar with the way the Stormers defend with Norman Laker there. So on defense, no. Then on attack, we've got a different attack coach. So if it was something like that in the past when Felix was the attack coach, it was certainly not something. And now we've got Tony Brown as the attack coach. And no, it's just purely, I don't know how many caps has he have now, 6, 7, I'm not sure. And Elrich has a bit less. And we're trying to get caps under the belt. We know what he can do, and we have no problem what he did for us. But it's time to give Elrich also a chance against top-tier nations and see what he did, because he certainly, the Bulls went the deepest in the competition, and he was certainly one of the more physical players in that setup. But no, there's no prescriptions more than what we will have for Elrich or for Pieter Steff or for Kwagga or for anybody else. So no, I don't think we're definitely not punching his type of play in. I would rather say we encourage him more to play the way Evan wants to play, and he certainly did. Made a few errors like anybody else who hasn't got more than 10 test caps under his belt. He will make some errors.
And going into this rugby championship, all 3 teams have new coaches, more continuity on your side, having been a part of the Springbok setup since 2018. Also coming into it as the defending World Cup champions, do you feel as if that gives you a bit of an edge and the favourites kind of going into this one?
Yeah, it's interesting sometimes, it's a very good statement or question. Sometimes people will say, does that add pressure? And then other times people will say, does it give you a little bit more of an edge? And I think the reality is, we're playing Australia, we're getting on the flight, we're playing them away from home. The previous year, we struggled in the first test match. So we have to adapt something what we did wrong as a coaching staff and as a management team. So I don't particularly think there's edges through world champions, because it's a new year and we're building a squad towards this year and not looking too far, because then you forget the present, and not looking just at the present and you forget the future. So no, we would love to try and go and win both games there, and I'm sure Joe, knowing Joe really well, he'll be well prepared, and he knows the way I coach, because at Munster, and I know pretty much a lot about him like he knows about me. So no, I don't think anybody has an edge on some way.
But maybe on that though, Coach, I mean, you touched on this just slightly, that sometimes you feel like as the world champions, maybe there is pressure on you to win this time. But considering when you last won it, when you were to go, when you took over in 2019, that you haven't won since then. Do you feel that perhaps maybe they are looking at you then to be, this is a time South Africa should win it?
No, yes, after 2019, that's why I'm saying I think that kind of pressure we've experienced now in many a way. After 2019, I know I'm repeating myself, sorry about that. It was immediately the British and Irish Lions, because 2020 wasn't there. So then the expectations was there for the British and Irish Lions, and then the next year we had that 2022 to build on. So no, I think that pressure, we can't use that as an excuse, because we've been through that, and the same now with Ireland. I know we're disappointed that we did not win the series, but they also did not win the series against us. It's at the end of the day, I know Andy Farrell would have loved it 2-0 for them. I know he's not happy with a 1-1, and we're not happy with a 1-1. So we always want to win and make South Africa proud. And yes, we expect people to expect us to win, and we expect ourselves to win and try, but it won't be easy.
Speaking about the both players in particular, he has been a critical part of the Boxers' attacking element. However, though, he suffered 2 concussions this season. How concerning is that for you?
No, the concussion protocols are very much, all of us do all of the different certificates, and the doctors are on top of the things, and the guys now play with mouth guards that tell them that it ping and all of those kind of things. Even in the Andre Esterhuizen case, it was very interesting that because the guy wore a mouth guard, when did the concussion take place? Actually, with the actual contact to the chest, and then later contact with the head, or was it actually the contact to the head to the ground? So the same with Willie. There's they would know. Did he go through a proper protocol when he had his first concussion? If he went through all the protocol and there was no effects or side effects, the doctors will never bring them back too early. And yes, so we will never risk a guy. I think if you go back and look at the World Cup final in 2019, I mean, I was the guy who called Bongi's concussion after 12 minutes in the game, because you don't want your player to get injured, and it was tough to pull Bongi off after 12 minutes, and nobody else saw the concussion but the coaching staff, and we pulled him off, which wasn't a nice thing to do, but he still plays rugby today and he's still available for us, so we will never take a guy like Willie's health at risk for our benefit.
Do you foresee that Edwell might be ready to play at Ellis Park against the All Blacks?
Yeah, sorry, I did not mention Edwell. And there's a few other fringe guys that had opportunities which I didn't mention now. So I think it was a long-term injury. I don't think he'll be ready for that test match yet. But again, Kainan is ready. He'll start playing. So if we go well, one can play a little bit around, but then again, it's New Zealand, it's 2 New Zealand test matches here. So I think if we start seeing that we are probably working with, like we did in 2018, with a 45-man squad, and where we can, we'll start introducing guys like we did with Edwell when he had his chance, and a few guys against Portugal. And if he's ready, which I doubt he will be then, and things goes according to plan in these 2 Australian test matches, and we've got momentum, and the crowd is happy, and the fans understands where we're going, then it's a good time to make changes. But sometimes if the momentum is not with you, your plans change.
Coach, have the guys been settling in a bit better now into Tony's sort of new attacking structure? You guys were still testing things out in those 2, well, the main group was still testing things out in those 2 tests against Ireland. Obviously, Portugal, the guys had a bit of a ball, but in that second Irish test, you guys couldn't get over the try line. So is that something that the guys have been getting into better, and do you think they'll be a bit sharper now against Australia?
Yeah, no, I take what you say, and again, I must reiterate, I think our first 30 minutes in the second test match was definitely just from pitching up, not mindset-wise, just being sharp, and not physically we were there, but we were just not as sharp as we would have wanted to be, and we've looked at what we did in that specific week, because they are the number 2 team in the world, and they beat us with a drop goal right at the end, so, and to level the series. So I think they scored 1 try in that game, and we just had penalties. They scored 2 tries, I'm not sure. So I think both defences was really well organised in that test match, and they know us pretty well. We played them in the World Cup. So overall, I think it's difficult to judge that second Ireland test match, especially when I think we had a 6-2 split, and then Willie going down with concussion in the first few minutes, which would have played a big part in that specific game attacking-wise. But then again, we must foresee things like that happening and have the answers, which we didn't have. So no, we're not totally happy with the way we overall attacked, especially in that Irish test match.
Afrikaans guys, and if there is time afterwards, then we can go back to that last demonstration.
As jy net terme van Jannie Wessel sy destyds speel wel al gekom as 'n stip in die billet op maker gemaak. Lyk of julle nou weer op stip verkies dat jy kan op die lange duur natuurlik iets op sy hoor. Of is dit juist een van sy sterkpunte dat hy so van sy is?
Weet jy, hy en Andre Hugo, ek dink hulle is ek het al baie gesê, hulle het saam gespeel, maar ek het hom al sien 5 slot speel vir Greyhawk. Ja, jy weet, hy's amper soos 'n Ollie Leroux, 'n restaurant tipe en los, hy's regtig bedrywig. En ek dink wat jy met hom gedoen het op hakker is miskien voordelig vir ons. Jy weet, ek dink en dis hoekom hy miskien ook die nod nou gekry het of die kies gekry het bo Andre Hugo en 'n paar van die ander hakkers, want omdat Malcolm 90% daar is dit lekker om 'n ou soos hom saam te vat, want jy het nou vir Grobbies en jy het vir Bongie en jy het vir hom wat nou hakker ook in vir jou cover en dalk is erns speel ons hakker op hierdie twee toetse teen Australië en wanneer ons weer terug is teen die All Blacks dalk moet ons Malcolm in die eerste toets nog net 'n week wag. Jy weet, so hy gee vir jou daai opsie en selfs as jy kyk na 2027 of as jy kyk na die make-up van jou squad, is hy 'n oues wat oor 2-3 jaar hele paar toetse onder die belt kan hê, dan is dit glad nie ver gesog dat hy ons weet nie of Bongie en Malcolm altyd het gaan maak tot die volgende World Cup nie, maar wie ook dan ook al die eerste keer sy hakker kan wees, kan selfs hy wees, maar hy kan 'n baie goeie tipe van 'n swinger wees om saam te vat na World Cup toe. So ek dink dis goed vir sy loopbaan gewees dat jy kom hakker toe opgespeel het.
Was dit die doelwitte vir die twee toetse teen Australië en hoeveel leeway het jy om die jonger ouens kans te gee daar, of is it's obviously wen eerste, maar hoeveel leeway het jy om daai ouens kans te gee?
Nee, leeway het ek seker, kan ons seker as ons wil in die eerste toets 'n span kies en die ander toets 'n ander span kies en dan is daar so leeway is daar nie van enige iemand. Dis maar om die ondersteuners positief te hou en te bly wen en jy weet en die effort wat ons insit en die planne wat ons maak en of ons momentum hou. Ek dink dat daar's niks wat ons stop om ouens 6-7 changes te maak of 2-3 changes te maak nie. Dit is maar uit en uit met hoe gaan die momentum. Jy weet, na die Ierland toets, as daai 'n pak slaaf was van Ierland ons gegee het en dan sou ons heel waarskynlik nie hy Portugal toets 'n klomp jong ouens ingegee het. So ou try maar nie om met die emosies te gaan nie, maar 'n ou doen. Jy gaan met emosies en jy wil die ondersteuners tevrede stel en Suid-Afrika trots maak. So ja, ons plan is om regtig 'n paar ouens op hierdie toer kans te gee, maar mens wil nie beloftes rondom dit maak nie, want baie keer kan jy nie by die belofte bly nie.
Wat verwag jy aan Wallabies? En met Joshua?
Ja, Joe is hy's 'n baie harde werker en hy's presies, hy is almal ken hulle rolle, sy span sal fiks wees. Hy het nou nie 'n lang tyd gehad met hy moes ook 'n klomp nuwe jongs of ander spelers probeer en obviously het ons hulle geanaliseer en hy sal erken hom, hy sal ons van kop tot tone analiseer en hy sal nog van die World Cup af toe hy saam met die All Blacks hoofselektor was, sal hy baie van ons weet en van my spesifiek toe ek by Munster was. So nee, dit sal 'n goed geafgerigte Wallaby span wees met baie attention to detail en ek dink hulle sal baie energiek wees want hulle weet ons het altyd een van die twee toetse en dan sukkel ons vreeslik teen hulle en ja, ek dink die twee venues waar ons speel is nie vreemd. Wel vir ons as afrigters hier, Super Rugby is nou 'n rukkie terug verby, maar ja nee, dit sal 'n goed afgerigte, gemotiveerde en 'n energieke span wees met baie kennis van Joe Smith.
Hoe groot is die druk om die kampioenskap te wen van hulle span?
Ja, die druk is groot vir ons, jy weet, dis nie soos in 'n World Cup jaar wat jy dalk 'n rugby championship kan verloor en dan wen jy die World Cup en dan vergeet mense van die rugby championship. Dit is is maar soos die Ierse reeks. Die druk was groot en ons wil bitter graag die Ire wen, 2-0. Ek dink hulle wou dieselfde doen. En hierdie rugby championship is vir ons net so belangrik. Is lekker om weer 2 weke toer te hê, dan die All Blacks hier vir 2 weke. So dis bietjie anders en ons is al môre op die vlug en weet ons kan 'n volle toetsweek volgende week hê. Ons gaan nie weer gevang word met ons eie dinge soos 'n vlug wat gekanselleer word. Ons luggage was al op die vlug gewees en toe moet ons afklim en toe ek dink in Dubai oorslaap, was dit Dubai oorslaap die aand. So dit was 'n bietjie 'n rowwe week gewees daai eerste week. Dit was die eerste keer daar 2 games gespeel het. So ons try daai goed nou vir my. Hi.
Coach, I'm going to go a bit towards the Olympics now, and it's a 2-part. The first part is World Rugby's new statement is that they want to implement a world calendar so that more players like DuPont can play at the Olympics. And then just the second part is on Tatiana, from one world champion to another. Just a few words on her. And the Blitzboks, obviously.
Yeah, no, listen, I must be honest with you. We've got Dave Wessels as our new. I'm the Springbok coach now, so watching the boys almost not making even the Olympics to go there initially to qualify there, and then getting a medal I'll be very proud of. And yeah, I must be honest with you, I've been focusing a hell of a lot on Australia, but then in Tatiana we are proud of every single achievement, even whenever a South African. It can be anything. I mean, Rikus is fighting in Perth. We are trying to go to that fight that Sunday afternoon. Some of us are trying to get our flights later to get there. If we could have been in France now and supporting them, winning gold medals and bronze medals, it's just well done, congratulations, and we know how proud they are when we're doing well, and exactly if it's an individual or a team. So yeah, well done, and we're really proud.
Thank you, guys.
Ach, kom nou.
second. And your bikey.
Hello, Jackie. Fine, okay, I know.
Wat doe? Hey, meneer.
Doe je job? Huh? Doe je weer? Hey. Sorry. Wat de leiding heeft.
Hey! That's me!
Well done, that's great.
Look. Thomas.
Easy. Now we can lose the week before, but now we come back strong.
Yeah.
2.5 minutes, eh? Ja, it's just over a minute and a half, eh?
Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports for a bit of a Springbok update. Yesterday, Rassie Erasmus addressed the media and spoke on a number of different things. And one of the most exciting parts of the press conference was when he was asked about Sasha Zulu and how impressed he's been with him as a player and also as a person. And a very interesting update and a part from Rassie Erasmus where he basically confirmed that Sasha Zulu is definitely in the running to be a potential Springbok captain in the future. Something that I think most South Africans are kind of very aware to the fact that he will one day captain the Springboks, if not permanently, at some stage in his career. And Rassie Erasmus, first of all, we know he's a massive fan of Sasha Zulu, and also confirming that not just from a playing perspective, but as a leader, as a person, he's going to be a very important part of the Springboks moving forward. Before we get into exactly what Rassie Erasmus had to say as to also when this might happen, please do smash the like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. So yesterday he was asked about Sasha Zulu, and he spoke about how he's managed to get to know him. And he talked about the SAA tours when we went over and lost to Munster and Bristol. And he said the following. He said, sometimes one underestimates those SAA tours and just look at the results. For a team just to get together on those SAA tours, although they lost against Munster and Bristol, getting these guys under certain pressure with new coaches, you get to know the players. Now remember that Sasha Zulu actually got called into the Springbok squad at the time during that sort of overseas tours. He then said he trained with us at the Springboks with a full-on contact session, and you could see the character of the guy. Obviously, we know him from our systems and our junior programs. Here's the important part. He's captaincy material. Now, he is somebody who has been involved in South Africa structures for years. You know, he's not new to, you know, SA under 80s, SA under 20s, the likes. He captained the junior Springboks, did Sasha Zulu. And he's obviously had he's now had a lot of experience at Test Rugby already this year, where he's played in every single game the Springboks have played. So somebody the other day was saying, oh, we're not giving enough opportunity. I mean, he basically played a full game against Ireland, came off the bench against Wales for a good half, came off the bench against Portugal for a good half an hour, and came off the bench against Ireland against Loftus. So, you know, I think he's had over 200 minutes or close on 200 minutes of Test Rugby this year, which is a lot. And speaking on how he's coped, he said, you put him in at fullback when Willie got injured, and we only lost a game by a drop goal, and it was not because of the way he played. It is always nice to put a player in alongside a lot of experienced players. He said, we were all pleasantly surprised when we were down to 14 men, with the Kanye playing 12 and him playing 10 in the second half. He said Sasha next to Lecanio at 12 was very interesting. One must recognise that's Portugal, a tier 2 team that played away from home, but he's a natural talent. None of us sitting here can argue about that. It's just about how he takes the next step and how he manages him and help him take the next step. So I think he's got a bright future. What's going to be interesting about Sasha Zulu is that the Springboks have never really, under Rassie Erasmus, has never really gone with a backline player as a captain. Lecanio, I'm captain. I think it was the SAA side against the British and Irish Lions. Hunter Pollard is supposedly the official vice captain, but almost never the actual on-field captain. So this presents a bit of a dilemma for Sasha Zulu, who, you know, if you ask him right now, you know, is captaining everything, he'll tell you no, playing for the Springboks is everything, but he knows that he'll be in the conversation. He wants to be the general, the leader of the Springboks. He's kind of got that ambition. Whether he will be, time will tell, because again, you know, this kind of management have always sort of favored a forward as captain because someone who's close to the referee, by the rucks, by the scrums. So not to say that counts him out, but it will be interesting to see, you know, will he become really the first sort of permanent captain that is in the backline for a long time for the Springboks, you know, who we've had Warren Whiteley before, we've had Dwayne Van we've had Evan Ensbeth captain recently, then Siya Kolisi became the captain sort of permanently, who's kind of is the latest sort of permanent captain for how many years. But yeah, during those sort of some of the captains we've seen under Rassie Erasmus, and we've generally never really seen on-field captains being in the backline. Mongi Manambi's done it, Dion Farid's done it, for example. So it's going to be an interesting one. The main thing, I think, and this is the big takeaway, if you are a Sasha Zulu fan, he's going to play, I think, almost every game this year. And when David Williams comes back, it makes life a bit more complicated. I think he's going to play every single game in the Rugby Championship, and I think we'll take him on the end of year 2 and give him 1 minute. So I think Sasha Zulu is going to finish this year with 10 or 11 caps to his name. I genuinely do. I think they rate him that highly, which is really, really exciting if you're a Springbok fan. In terms of captaincy, you know, I don't think we'll see it necessarily in the next year or two. Potentially, man, we've seen a Salman Murat, for example, get the opportunity, so we might see him maybe captain. in 1 or 2 years, but I think it's more sort of post 2027 where I think a leadership group of likes of Sash Fami Zulu is going to come through. Dane Williams is going to be very important moving forward. Salman Murad, if he managed to step up, I think it's going to become a very important player. Players like that, the young players who have been leaders at younger at this level. Ruan Nokias, for example, even an Albert Low, if you can sort of solidify a spot. So things are going to get interesting. Let me know what you think down in the comment below. Is he going to be a future Springbok captain or the Springbok captain? What do you think? Down in the comments below. Smash a like on the video. Subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve. I'll chat to you soon. Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. Big news in the rugby world with the potential Super Bowl of rugby having been blocked by Ireland and France in a decision which has apparently left the other nations, including the Sands nations, as well as the other 4 nations in the 6 nations, absolutely fuming, given the massive financial benefit that was going to become with what was going to be a Qatar proposal to host a sort of a nations championship, a tournament happening every few years, combining the top 12 best sides in the world. Qatar had done a bid which was going to be worth 800 million pounds in total, or 200 million pounds per tournament, and this has now been blocked by the 6 nations, who all have to vote along the same way. So the constitution of the 6 nations means that all the unions vote on block, which means as soon as one team is not keen, the entire 6 nations basically vote no. Apparently the deal was not accepted because France and Ireland were unwilling to sign up, whilst Wales and Scotland are apparently very open to the proposal. Lots to get through here because it's very interesting, and it's a very frustrating situation, I think, for a lot of the nations, because it is the 2 nations who don't need this, who are financially very sound, that have blocked this, and they can afford to, because I think they're sitting there going, well, we're fine, we're financially stronger, we're only going to get better, we don't need this. Therefore, it's 2 things. First of all, a lot of people describe it as sports washing. Any sort of the whole Qatar bid for this, for example, Saudi tournaments such as Live Golf and the likes, Big Tennis tournament coming up. So there's apparently supposed to be this very big sort of a moral compass, where morally, you shouldn't be accepting money from nations where human rights issues are not being addressed, and there are human rights issues. And a lot of nations, and I think it's a lot where sportsmen are kind of sitting there saying, the reality is, that there's no such thing as clean money out there really, and that the money is so big and so good that we just need it. Because as I said, we're talking about 200 million pounds per tournament, and they're going to be, and Doha was going to offer to have 4 finals to basically create a Super Bowl of rugby. Now, basically how this is all going to work is that it's a nations championship, which will happen in sort of July and November windows, and basically incoming tours and sort of alternation series will all count towards this, and then a top 4 will then go to Doha. I don't know, or 12 go and play in, I think it's a semi-final and a final. That will be sort of hosted in Doha as like a weekend extravaganza of rugby. So the idea is supposed to be 10 bigger sides. So, your 6 nation sides, your rugby championships completing 10, additional 2, probably the likes of Fiji and Japan. Other options would be moving forward, a Georgia, for example, a Samoa, Tonga, if they get a bit stronger, maybe USA, if they continue to really punt rugby and grow. And there was then going to be a second division of a further 12 nations. And the idea was to start in 2026, and then there's going to be promotion relegation sort of after that. So the finals are going to be 2026, 2028, 2030, and 2032, so as not to interfere with Rugby World Cups for a start, as well as British and Irish Lions tours. So you've got to try and factor these various different things in. Now, apparently Sanzar is so unhappy with it that they are seeking millions of pounds in compensation from the 6 nation sides because of the money they're going to lose out. Which I kind of understand. You're sitting there as an SA Rugby who are not financially in a great position, by the way. It's promising. We're operating at I think it's a small loss. Not a small loss because millions of loss, but you can sort of see light in the tunnel in terms of when we start getting money out of the URC, out of the EPCR, that things are looking good for us to eventually become profitable. But a deal like this, does a lot of things for SA Rugby. It gives them license to do more with our structures, which we know we need to. Sevens funding's been cut. Funding for the women's game is not nearly enough. We need to have a big boost in that funding, and this is where a tournament like that can make that big difference. In terms of what's happening with the tournament, a search for a new host is now underway. USA is thought to be a leading option, given the World Cup being there in 2031, and obviously want to try and grow the sport, so that potentially becomes an option. But it's an interesting one, because it's a nice situation to be in as France and Ireland, because you could claim human rights issues. You can sit there and say this is not morally the right thing to do because you've got the money to do it. Whereas the other nations are sitting there saying, you look at the UK, the Premiership's on its knees, teams going under and the likes. Welsh rugby is in probably the worst place it's ever been. And these nations need the kind of financial injection that a tournament like this is going to provide, and they're not going to get it. So what do you think? Do you think Ireland and France were right to block it? Do you think that, where do we sort of weigh up the idea of, taking the money at all costs, for example, or rejecting it from certain sort of sources and stuff like that? It is a very topical thing at the moment because we are seeing a lot of different things. For example, we kind of know where SA Rugby stand with the fact that they go and play in the Qatar Airways Cup. We claim 2, for example. We know that's a bit of a money maker for us. So we know that SA Rugby would have been keen to have gone down this route, even without the support. What are your thoughts? Let me know down in the comments below. Smash a like on the video. Subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve. I'll chat to you soon. Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports for another Springbok update. Rassie Erasmus earlier this week gave a press conference and was asked about the Evan Roos situation, which is something that a lot of people have been quite critical of towards the Springbok management after he was left out of the initial Rugby Championship sort of squad of 33 that departed yesterday, in fact, to Australia, where they'll take on Australia in the 2 tests over there before coming back and preparing for the All Blacks towards the end of August. And Rassie Erasmus confirming that Albert Lowe is very much the 8th man option that has been taken. But I said that Evan Roos will be back. He's not been dropped in inverted commas or been sent back because of a bad game or anything. More about the opportunity to look at a different player. Let's get into it, shall we? Because I think the Springbok number 8 is a very interesting situation, and one which is going to be, I think, at the center of debates for a long time, for the next few years. And very interested to see which of these players really sort of grab the number 8 jersey and make it their own. Because, we don't quite have a natural sort of Dwayne Vermeulen type of player that's coming through. Kevin Harnicorn may be probably the closest, but somebody who's had 2 pretty serious injuries already in his young career. Can he come back from that? Will he be able to come back and be the same level? Can he remain fit as well? Because, that is something that's also, athletes got to do. They've got to try and prove they can stay fit. You can't be a player that comes back after 3 months, plays 1 game, breaks down, comes back after 2 months, plays 1 game, breaks down. Because like in a World Cup situation or long term, for example, it means you become unreliable. So I think that's the issue that right now Cameron Harnicorn has to overcome, because from a playing point of view, he ticks a lot of boxes and he is on the Springbok radar. So in terms of the number 8 options we've seen Evan Roos at 8, we've seen Kwagga Smith at 8, and now we've seen Albert Lowe come on at 8 this year. But Evan Roos, who has been was backed against Wales and backed against Portugal, was not named in the Rugby Championship squad, and therefore the number 8 options are Kwagga Smith as well as Albert Lowe. There was a rumor, for example, that there was a fight between him and the Springbok, that had fallen out of favor with the Springbok selectors, for example. But Rassie Erasmus came out and basically dismissed this and said that that's not the case at all, which is very important because there are rumors that a lot of Japan Rugby League 1 sides are looking to try and lure him away from the Stormers. He currently has a 3-year deal, so not something really that's on the cards for him. But this is what Rassie Erasmus had to say about the situation. Then we'll talk about it. He says, we have 2 full loose forward troops. He says Marco and Sia can play 6, Peter Steph and Jason Dixon can play 7, and Kwagga and Albert Lowe can play 8. Ulrich can also play number 7. He said, I don't think Peter Steff will be utilised at number 8, and certainly Everett is not out of the mix. Before the Portugal test match, we told the guys, you get a chance here to go and put up your hand, and certainly a few guys did. But we also, it was also experienced Ulrich against the big nation because he was always part of our plans. I think there's two things over there. I think, first of all, I don't think everyone has managed to put up his hand as much as he probably would have liked. I mean, for example, he walks away as man of the match in that game. He goes to Australia. I think he does. So I think that Albert Lowe had a very good game against Portugal. I think he did put up his hand, and I think it became a bit of a coin toss between the two. And if it's a coin toss between the two, you can sit there and say, well, we haven't seen Albert against some of the better teams. You know, he can't play number 7. Well, let's take him to Australia and see how he does. He talked about the fact that Ulrich dropped off a little bit and is now sort of back in the mix. And he said that Lowe did take a dip in form. He will admit it himself, and we know what Evan can do now. And Evan is not thrown away. We still have 9 test matches this year. He said, so like we did against Argentina away last year, we picked a totally different team like we did against Portugal. So we are building depth. You know what Evan can do. He certainly didn't have bad games, and we know he is comfortable in the Springboks setup. We now get to see if Ulrich gets a chance and what he can do. We are trying to get caps under the belt. We know what he can do, Evan Roos, and we have no problem with what he did for us, but it's time to give Ulrich a chance against top tier nations and see what he can do. He was then asked about Evan Lewis and the different type of game, for example, when he plays for the Stormers versus the Springboks, and he said on defense the roles are pretty much the same as it is with the Stormers. I think most of the South African teams have more or less the same defensive mindsets. There might be small tweaks here and there, but we are pretty familiar with the way the Stormers defend with Norman Laker, who's the Stormers coach there, and says there are no prescriptions more than what we will have for Ulrich or for Peter Steff or Kwaka or for anybody else. We are not punching his type of play in. He said, I would rather say we encouraged him more to play the way Evan wanted to play, and he did. He made a few errors like anybody else who hasn't got more than 10 test caps under his belt. So a couple of things to read into there. First of all, acknowledging that Evan has made a few errors. And I think he does. I think he sometimes does. I think from a decision-making point of view, sometimes gets things slightly wrong, gets a little bit isolated, can sometimes lose possession. So, for example, one of the Portugal tries came from a turnover where the ball got ripped. I think that's something he needs to work on, being a bit more protective with ball in hand, for example. So I do think it's a combination of he didn't play badly, but didn't play well enough to say you can't leave me behind. And Ulrich Lowe played well enough to put a bit of doubt in the selectors' minds as opposed to what the picking order is. So now Ulrich gets a chance. And if he goes and plays 2 brilliant games against Wales, against Australia, assuming he gets that chance, then I think he goes above Evan Roos, who, then has to wait for his chance. And this is what we want, really. It's easy to be fans and just, punt the team on the player we want. So Stormers fans will be desperate to see Evan Roos playing, and Bulls fans will be desperate to see Ulrich Lowe play. But it's about that competition, and at the end of the day, it's only a good thing if we've got players like Ulrich Lowe, Kwaka Smith, Evan Roos, then a Jasper Wiese, for example, hopefully Cameron Heinekom as well, all fighting for that number 8 jersey, because that's how you get the best out of players. Players who know that as soon as they slip off any sort of level, they can be replaced. What is your preference? Who would you go with? When we did a poll on the live stream, it was actually Kwaka Smith who was backed as the favourite to win the number 8 against Australia. So what do you think? Let me know down in the comments below. Smash a like on the video. Subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve. I'll chat to you soon. Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. Very interesting news on a Friday afternoon with rumours that Siya Kolisi is set to leave Racing 9-2 after just 1 season and make a return back to South Africa, to the Sharks, the most likely destination where he will end his career and see out sort of his final playing years back in the country, which would mean either the club or SA Rugby buying him out of his existing contract with Racing, which is exactly what happened with Racing with the Sharks, where they paid 70 million rand, 850,000 euros to buy Siya Kolisi out of his contract at the Sharks, and a bit of a sort of transfer type thing to get into the top 14. But things didn't quite go as planned. A couple of injuries during the season and some choice remarks from the owner, including calling him overweight and transparent, and apparently after not having settled in the Springbok captain is looking to try and find an early exit and make his way back to South African shores. Lots to get through. Before we do that, please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. So it's been one season for Siya Kolisi in wrestling, and to be honest, I think a couple of very good performances from him. Then got injured and didn't get to play as much as he probably would have liked. And as a result, and especially I think probably after the weird attack by the wrestling owner Jackie Lorenzetti, where he was called him being transparent and overweight during that quarterfinal defeat against Border Begle. Is apparently, I think, probably one of the main reasons where if he was looking to leave, that he'd be trying to get that early exit. Apparently, according to Rugby Parcel, Neil Fizzler, who's the journalist reporting on this, he is currently negotiating the terms of the exit. It looks like wrestling are likely to demand a substantial fee. They paid about 17 million rand to buy him out of a Sharks contract. I reckon it'll be close to €1 million to buy him out of this contract, for example. Apparently, SA Rugby will pick up the bulk of the bill to get him back and grant him a chance to end his career with the Sharks. However, the logistics obviously still need to be worked out. Now, first things first, let's talk about the merits of the concept. Obviously, it'll be great having Siya Kolisi playing back in South Africa, and from South African Caps' point of view, we obviously want him playing here. We want to be able to see him as much as possible. It's nice that the Springbok captain is based in South Africa. That's obviously a big pro as well. However, let's look at the reality. Who's going to pay 17 million rand to get him out of his contract, or €1 million, for example? Because I think if it's SA Rugby, it's going to sound really, really bad. That's not good investment. It's really not. As much as, you got to sometimes take sentiment out of it. As much, and I mean, I would love to see Siya Kolisi back in the country. Bring him to the Lions or something. But to pay 17 or more million rand to get the captain back to South Africa, a 33-year-old player who's, we're not even entirely sure he's going to make the next World Cup, seems like money that can be spent better by SA Rugby. If the Sharks want to do it, if Mazzotti wants to come out and pay the money, bring him back to the Sharks, basically go and use the money that they got from wrestling and sort of reinvest and bring him back, great, sure. He is already a player of national interest, which means that SA Rugby will already be paying a lot of, contributing a large portion towards his salary. My issue comes with who's going to pay the buyout clause, who's going to pay that money, because I don't think SA Rugby should be expected to go and stump up €1 million just to get him back playing in this country, which could be going elsewhere. 17 million rand can go a long way in a blitzbox setup, for example, in women's rugby, those kind of things. We've really got to be very careful with how the national union is spending its money. So it's a very interesting one. Personally, I'd be surprised if this happens. I think, the money, for example, just doesn't make sense. In terms of an unfavorable exchange rate, it'll be lots and lots of rands to get him back. From a Sharks perspective, is a 33-year-old Siya Kolisi worth spending that kind of large amount of money to bring him back? He's a top-class player. We all know this. No one doubts his ability. But, 17 million rand can lock down a couple of big futures, for example. That can bring you in more players. Is it something that should be well spent bringing him back to the country? And it's a very interesting situation. I mean, I think we were all very glad for that wrestling deal. Go overseas, go earn the big bucks while you can. I mean, supposedly earning €1 million a season, for example. Go and have those 3-4 years over in France. Enjoy the Paris lifestyle, earn your big bucks. Thank you very much. Go out on a high type of thing. This is now all sort of suddenly changing, and the logistics to bring him back, for me, are just far too complicated and far too financially unrealistic for it to happen, in my opinion. But that's just what I think. I mean, at the end of the day, he would be a massive boost for wherever he comes back. I mean, if he were to go back to the Stormers, for example, he'd be a massive boost. He would better any team he comes back to from a leadership point of view, a personality point of view, an experience point of view, and then a literal just as a player, he would be massive for any team that came. The question is, though, is how can it work? Should it work? What do you think? Let me know down in the comments below. Smash a like on the video and subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve. I'll chat to you soon. Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. Some news on a Friday afternoon with the Rugby Championship match officials confirmed for the tournament, with Andre Piatti becoming the first ever Italian to referee in the tournament. And what a tournament's going to be. What is the threshold of this Wallabies side under Joe Schmidt? The All Black side in transition under Razor. What are they going to offer? Felipe Contepomi taking charge of Argentina. You know, are we going to see more of the same, or will we see progression? And then obviously a Springboks side also looking to try and add a few more things to their sort of their bow and try and play a bit of a new style of rugby. So it's going to be a very open rugby championship itself. And we now have more information on exactly who's going to be the men with the whistles during the rugby championship. And very, very excited to see that Holly Davidson as well is going to be involved in the rugby championship after she refereed the Springboks for the first time in Bloemfontein, and in my opinion did it very, very well. Let's get into it, shall we? So in terms of the highlights, there will be 12 referees representing 7 nations taking charge of the 12 matches. There are 337 tests of experience across the referee team, with 3 rugby championship debuts in Pierre Bosset from France, Andrew Piardi from Italy, and Christophe Ridley from England. 4 assistant referees and 4 television match officials will make their rugby championships debut, with Holly Davidson to become the first woman to hold the role in the competition. Luke Pearce will take charge of the opening match between South Africa and Australia, with Ben O'Keefe to referee the last between South Africa and Argentina at Mbombela Stadium. So let's get into who's who in the zoo, shall we? Luke Pearce, by the way, being the most experienced referee with 52 tests to his name. Let's start with weekend number 1. So Australia versus South Africa, referee will be Luke Pearce. Assistant will be Paul Williams from New Zealand and Holly Davidson. Paul Williams representing New Zealand Rugby and Holly Davidson from Scotland Rugby Union. The TMO will be Ben Whitehouse. After that game, Angus Gardner from Rugby Australia will take charge of New Zealand versus Argentina. He'll be assisted by Nick Berry and Andrea Piardi, with Brett Conan the referee. A week later, Andrea Piardi will then take the whistle for the first time in the Rugby Championship when he officiates New Zealand versus Argentina. Angus Gardner drops into the assistants, who will be assisted by Nick Berry once again, and Maurice Jonker this time will be in the TMO box. For Australia versus South Africa, Paul Williams trays the flag for the whistle. He'll be in the middle with Luke Pearce taking up the flag next to Holly Davidson, and Richard Kelly will be the TMO over there. The big ones, the big games, New Zealand versus South Africa, the Nelson Mandela sort of Freedom Cup. Those are the 2 biggest games of the Rugby Championship, as well as the Bledisloe Cup, obviously. But these games, for example, first of all, Argentina versus Australia will be refereed by James Dolman. From New Zealand, Ben O'Keefe, Pierre Bosset, the 2 assistants with Glenn Newman. The first referee for South Africa versus New Zealand in Johannesburg will be Andrew Brace from Ireland. He'll be assisted by Matthew Carley as well as Jordan Way. The TMO will be Brian McNeese from the Ireland Rugby Football Union. Then South Africa versus New Zealand down in Cape Town will be Matthew Carley with the whistle. Andrew Brace, Jordan Way will back him up with Ian Tempest in the TMO box. Argentina versus Australia, the second game will be Pierre Bosset making his Rugby Championship debut with Ben O'Keefe and James Dolman. Helping him out, Maurice Jonker and in the TMO over there. Australia versus New Zealand will then be Carl Dixon, the first Bledisloe Cup match. He'll be backed up by Nika Amashikeli, very, very big fan of the Georgian referee, and Damien Schneider from Argentina. Good to see some Argentina representatives there. Stuart Tierhidge from the RFU will be the TMO. Argentina versus South Africa will have Christophe Ridley, also the RFU from England. He'll be assisted by Matt Carley and Jean-Luc Gnecchi with his first involvement over there. We've then got Ian Tempest in the TMO box. Finally, New Zealand versus Australia in the last weekend will be refereed by Nika Amashikeli, assisted by Carl Dixon and Damien Schneider. Eric Cousins from the French Union will be the TMO. And the final match of the Rugby Championship will be referee Ben O'Keefe from New Zealand, refereeing South Africa versus Argentina. James Dolman, Craig Evans, the 2 assistants, Glenn Newman over there. First things first, a bit frustrating that we don't have a referee as the South Africa in the sort of referees, obviously with Jaco Paper having stepped down. You know, we kind of have a bit of a gap on who's going to be our next sort of big referee on the international circuit. I cannot wait to see Amy Barrett-Turan, for example, getting involved. We do have quite a few referees around the circuit. None involved in the Rugby Championship. Maurice Jonker continuing to sort of hold down that TMO flag, so to speak. Very, very experienced in the TMO box. What do you think of the referees? Which ones are you excited to see? Which ones are you nervous to see? Angus Gardner is somebody who's had a couple of controversies with Springboks, but will not be officiating them, so nothing to worry about there. Luke Pearce is someone who's refereed Springboks a lot. He is the most experienced, so quite happy to see him there. In terms of the 2 referees for the New Zealand games, I don't mind Matthew Carley too much. Very interested to see how Chris Ridley goes. I suppose the big one's going to see how Andrew Brace goes in Ellis Park. I think that's going to be the big match in the Rugby Championship. Let me know what you think down in the comments below. Smash a like on the video. Subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve. I'll chat to you soon.
I guess, Joe, to start with, when you're sort of locking down this type of squad, is it sort of a harder one to narrow down than your first one, given how many sort of players you sort of have figured out or have now sort of merged on the radar in the past month or so?
It's always tough to actually narrow down a squad. I think there's some guys who missed out who've worked really hard and have massive promise, but yeah, we just thought for this particular assignment, for these 2 weeks, we know what's coming, and we want to try to match what's coming, and also continue to express ourselves and build on our game.
I guess the big sort of conclusion is, Marika, can you just from your perspective talk about when the conversation started, when you sort of had that indication that A, he was still keen to play for Wallabies after those retirement rumours, and B, that he would come in for this series?
Marika's been keen all year, and so that it's not a sudden conversation. There's been a few conversations, and we just kind of felt that his experience would be useful against these guys. But at the same time, part of Marika's job in the group is to share that experience with our guys. Some of the younger guys, we've obviously got a younger set of back three players in this week, with Corey Toole joining us, and Max Jorgensen, and even some experience outside of those new guys in. So it's a good opportunity for him to share that experience. He's a very likeable character, and a very easygoing character, unless you're marking him, I think.
Absolutely. And just on sort of that experience, only bring Rika in, can you just sort of go through that sort of process of weighing up whether to bring in further guys, and is that something you might look to do, so further overseas players to be exact, just sort of down the line in terms of just that experience and youth balance?
Yeah, I think we've been pretty open about favouring the locally based players, and we'll continue to do that. But it doesn't mean that I haven't had conversations with overseas players, and they continue. And if we think it's the best thing to keep growing the players that we've got, because some of those overseas players have got really good experience, and obviously they're also really proud Wallaby players, and are keen to be involved still. So that may happen in the future. I think I'd be relatively short-term focused in a match week like this one. We have who we have, and they're front and centre.
Just still on that selection piece, Joe, can you talk to us a little bit about Will Skelton, where he figured in your reckoning? Obviously a guy with, you speak of experience, captained the Wallabies last year, big man as well. Is he a chance to come back to the Rugby Championship, or what's the picture there?
Yeah, we've had a few discussions, Will and I, and he's great fella to talk to, and even about he obviously watched our games during July very closely, and we had a chat about those games, and we have chatted about him potentially being involved later in the championship. So it's all quite open-ended at the moment, and they've been really supportive of the young guys that we've brought in, locally based, and also willing to step in should we feel that that's the best decision for the team.
Was it was it a consideration around you wanting to back the young guys, or was there anything at his end, pardon me, as far as fatigue and his preparations and that sort of thing?
Yeah, I mean, the last time I spoke to him, he's on holiday with his family, so that's a difficult time to suddenly start thinking about joining a team. There's also the complications of getting him back from France and then getting back up to France, because this window is complicated. It's not a normal test window in the Northern Hemisphere, so it just becomes a little bit complicated from that perspective. And as good a player as Will is, with the experience he has, if he arrives here and he's fatigued, and he goes back there and he's fatigued, and we're trying to get him backwards and forwards, it's not necessarily going to add the amount of value we'd like it to add. So it may be later in the TRC that he comes in, or he may even come in when we head north for the spring tour.
Hey Joe, let's say pass mark for the Rugby Championship and even these 2 test matches against South Africa?
Yeah, I don't do pass marks, to be fair. You know, I certainly share some things internally, but you know, to put things into a number or to put it into a letter or grade, I think we're better off to focus on the process and just keep trying to build the process, because in the end, I know other people will give us marks whether we pass or don't pass, so I'll leave that to them.
South Africa and their whole idea of a bomb squad. What are your philosophies around, like you were on World Rugby previously, what are your philosophies around the idea of a bomb squad and whether or not fatigue should be in the game? And you know, it's great innovation having a 7-1 side off the bench at times, but it's not necessarily great for the little people and you know, the stop-start nature of it. Would you subscribe to that, or do you think even like reducing the number of reserves is a good thing to try to bring fatigue into the game?
Yeah, I think if you ask the players, they feel pretty fatigued at times. I think there is still fatigue in the game, and if a bomb squad member comes on at half time, they've still got to play 40 minutes. I think one of the challenges is to keep players moving from set piece to set piece, and you know, with the new law trials, 30 seconds to set a scrum, 30 seconds to have that line out underway, 60 seconds, not 90 seconds for a conversion now. I think some of those times are being contracted a little bit, and maybe that'll impact on the size of player. And there are risks, you know, talking to Vern Cotter, who's obviously a good mate of mine around the Blues this year. They went with a 6-2 split, got 2 injuries very early on in their back line, and played a halfback on the wing for the whole of the second half. Well, even more than the second half. So you can get stung by it, you know, and so any innovation is great until it's not, I guess.
Max Jorgensen, there was a bit of discussion that he might be playing for Randwick, but he's joined you guys and clearly he's fit enough to be in that squad. Did you think about having him be eased back via club rugby? Because obviously he's been breaking down pretty regularly at a young age.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a long-term plan with Max, and Max is really well across it. I had a few discussions with Stephen Hoyles at Randwick, and probably the original plan was to bring him back through club rugby with Randwick, but Max is going really well. He was the quickest guy we had at training today across the ground, and so you know, he's definitely fully fit. So I think if someone's fully fit, whether he maybe plays or trains for club, I think he'll get more volume of training with the Wallabies in a full-time program, and on top of that, every team has their own lexicon, you know, their own language and their own expectation, and I think it's just easier to meld him more quickly into the Wallaby setup with him being present.
And do you think there's any risk of confidence, like issues with him, given the setbacks that he's had, or do you still think that the 19-year-old that, you know, blew our minds last year is both mentally but also good enough to just go straight onto the international circuit if called upon?
Yeah, it's a conundrum because you never know. You talk to players. I had a good chat to Max today, and he seems confident. He is very keen, super keen. So, you know, that keenness and confidence hopefully will be evident in the way he plays. But you know, it is a big test match for him to inject himself into.
If I could just ask that last one, the Sevens, 2 new faces there with Luke Reimer and Charlie and Tizano, both kind of on-ballers, like to get on the ball. Do you think having someone like them to start a match will be more effective, or to come off the bench? Luke's probably been more effective as a super sub for the Brumbies.
Yeah, that's the way they've used him. Luke came in and trained with us in the Georgian week, so he's familiar. And Carlo was in the hub when we had the hub trainings prior to the July series, so they're both pretty familiar to us. Carlo had a massive volume during Super Rugby and did a super job for the Force. So we're not quite sure where they fit yet. That's I guess a decision we'll make. Having a look at today's training and again having a look at Tuesday's training.
I'll just ask a two-parter to finish, Joe. Is Angus Bell right for selection? And second one, while I've got you, is just your overall thoughts of South Africa in July against the Irish, and their game, where they're at.
Yeah, I think, Angus didn't quite hit the speeds that Max Jorgensen did today, but he looked big and robust carrying the ball, and he trained fully. So, I think it is a little bit to see how he comes through the week before considering him, but he's done everything we've asked of him so far. So that's a big tick in that column. Not so big a tick in the other column with South Africa. They look pretty impressive. The level, intensity of that Irish series with South Africa was entertaining. I think most people would have been entertained by the one-score results, and particularly Kieran Frawley nailing those two late drop goals to win the second test. Bit of controversy with James Lowe's try being disallowed. Not the first time for South Africa. They tend to get a bit of luck from that perspective. So, they don't need too much luck to fall their way, though. They make a lot of their own luck with the quality of player and the connectedness that they have. They have guys who played a lot of Test match footy together, and that breeds a confidence and an almost unspoken trust amongst players that they know what each other are going to do, and they have an expectation of them doing it well. And I think based on the way South Africa have played, they've done things well.
How's South Africa different without Jacques?
I'll bring it back to the room.
I'll
bring it back to the room after this one, mate.
I was just going to ask, how's South Africa different without Jacques Neem and returning to Rassie as head coach?
I'm not sure there's too much difference. Jacques and Rassie, I worked with Jacques and Rassie, when they were at Munster and I was with Ireland, so I know them both well, and they're very tight. So Jacques and Rassie would have worked closely together, and with Rassie continuing, I think there would be the same emphasis in the manner in which they do things. I think they're certainly defending in a very similar way, and so I think it will be more of the same, and they really try to put massive pressure on whether they have the ball or whether they don't.
Anything in the room?
Seru comes in. What do you like about him?
Yeah, we really liked Seru early in the season. We thought he was going really well, and he had that thumb issue, and he came back, and he only got the tail end of the season, and we just didn't feel that he'd hit the same level. And even talking to Seru, he felt he was a little bit off, but he's had that chance to have a couple of games with the Reds against Wales and Tonga, and looked, somewhere near where he needed to be. Obviously, with Liam Wright and Fraser McWright both coming out, there was a little bit of space for Seru to come in and potentially be a bit of an all-purpose player for us.
Daytime match at Suncorp Stadium could be pretty quick track. I guess at the best time, particularly during the day. Like, are you expecting plenty of points, or you're expecting that to have an impact on the sort of game that we see?
Well, I think it's just going to be a great occasion. They're very close to selling Suncorp out, so there's going to be a real atmosphere, and I think daytime. I personally love daytime footy. I think players love daytime footy as well. So I think both teams will really look forward to it. The South Africans are very used to playing during the day. I think our guys less so, but they mix it up. They get some day games in Super Rugby and the occasional day test. It was nice to play Georgia a bit earlier in the day than we did the two Welsh ones. So, the weather's been very good for the last 2 days, and I think it's supposed to last. And it's a pretty good place in the world to be, in the middle of what's called winter most places.
And coming up against Springboks since you've taken charge, would you like to have had a bit longer before you really test yourself against the best in the world at the moment, or are you happy to be where you are?
Yeah, well, I'd like to have more time, to be honest. I think I've got to be candid. It's a very much been a sprint so far. We had 3 match weeks. We had a brief camp here before those, and then we've had a small hiatus, and we're back underway. So, 6 new players in that I haven't spent time with before, and connecting it all up is a real challenge. They've got as I said, a massive experience in their spine, but some really exciting young players like Fussy, who's looks like a heck of an athlete. But I've coached against most of them over a number of years, really, with Ireland and New Zealand, and so I probably know them better than I know us. But we've got a great bunch of young men who are really committed to trying to make sure that they're as competitive as possible on Saturday.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate your time. I'll be on
Thank you very much, Zina. Good day to gentlemen at the high table. Just for you, Coach Don, Joe Schmidt spoke to the media this morning, and he mentioned that this allowed try, James Lowe try, which he said was a controversial call, and that the Springboks tend to get lucky from those calls. Do you think maybe out of the 2 games?
Well, there's been a thing about that, but I can tell you one thing. We, at the moment, we just trying to adapt new rules coming the referees. Are you referring to the referees' calls?
Yes. So, like I said again, Joe Schmidt spoke to the media, James Lowe try, and South Africa tend to get with those controversial calls, as he said, Joe Schmidt this morning.
Sorry, sometimes I suppose some calls in some games go for you and some go against you. But I mean, I'm not going to comment on what he said. And if we have sometimes a lot of calls in our favor, I'm not going to comment on that. I suppose what we've been doing with at the moment is just to try to adapt as soon as possible to the new rules of the game, and we must adapt the way the refs handling it. So yeah.
Thanks, Zina. Morning, guys, or evening for you guys. Coach Don, just a question for you. Throughout the ages, throughout the years, and I'm sure it was the same even when you were playing, there's always an expectation that the Springbok scrum is going to be better than Australia's scrum. But through the years, we've discovered that they've got all sorts of ways of, I guess, nullifying the perceived advantage at scrum time. Can you just talk to us from a scrum coach's perspective about the challenges of taking on the Australian scrum?
Yeah, I would say every team has got a lot of strengths, and I suppose that is definitely one of our strengths. But yes, they always get a way to manage us and to handle us. And maybe sometimes they're good, sometimes they're not so good. But I'm not going to refer where they're good. I can tell you 100% they're 100% in the last 3 games. They had a great outcome, and in that outcome, I mean, they're much more stable scrum than they used to be in the past. But yeah, so are we. We're already working on a lot of new stuff that we actually want to implement as well. So we, little by little, we're getting there, and we'll see on Saturday how it goes and if we're going forward or not.
Stephen?
Same as my swap.
Stephen? Okay, we can't hear you, Stephen. Morgan?
Hi, thanks, Z. It's hi, Grant, Don, Ergem. Ergem, if I can just go to you quickly. You know, it's not often that the Springboks will play the world's second-ranked team, one of the top teams before the Rugby Championship, like you guys did against Ireland. How much do they prepare you for this championship? Because normally we'll see 1 versus 2 in the championship itself.
Yeah, I don't think we could have been prepared any better, you know, facing Ireland in those 2 games. And yeah, we've certainly learned a lot within those 2 games, and yeah, we will hopefully learn. Well, we have learned from it, and we'll carry that into the championship.
Thanks, sir.
Carl?
Coach Don, thank you for the opportunity, and the other 2 gentlemen. Just one question. If we look at the Currie Cup games, the 80 to 100 points get scored per game these days. And you said you're working on new things for the scrums. Is the scrum becoming less important in Springbok rugby, or yeah, how do you treat it with the new faster game plan that the guys are playing?
No, we actually just continue what we've been doing in the past, and we still try to stay focused on what's working for us and what's not working for us, and obviously on the stuff that's not working for us, we need to get better at that. And like I said a bit earlier, we always must adapt to the way that the referee is handling the game as well, the quicker possible way. So yeah, I think it's still part of our game, and like in the Currie Cup, I think it's still part of our mentality in South Africa. Like all the teams, if you have a dominant scrum, it helps you, it gives you a nice platform to start the game off or to play off. So yeah, I don't think it's something that's being worked out by that. I think it's actually only one rule that actually changed, and that's you can't take from a free kick in your own 22 a scrum. That's the only thing that's actually changed so far. Obviously, sometimes you get the advantage in a game if there's a lot of scrums, and you can put a lot of pressure on a position, and obviously you need to be able to have a proper platform. But it comes down to the hard work that you're trying to do, and we hopefully the scrum will stay part of the game for a long time.
Kaniso?
Yeah, it did.
Thank you very much, Zina. Good evening, gentlemen. I hope all is well. Coach Dan, this particular game, Australia has always been a tricky one for South Africa over the past 29 years, to be honest. But in this particular context, how important is it in terms of the evolution of the Bok team and its attacking game in particular?
Listen, there's a lot of players that actually just got into with us. A lot of young guys that we little by little getting into the group, because we realize as well, looking forward, although we're not looking too far forward to 2027, but at the moment we try to stay focused on the very next game, and that's what we're trying to do. If I can say, we work on that. We're trying to get them in the system as quick as possible, and let them be obviously part of our culture. And I think little by little they starting to get there. Does that understand? Does it answer your question?
Yeah, partially it does.
Stephen? Stephen, your line is really bad. Do you want to try again? Okay, Leighton?
Hi Z, hi Dan, hi RG, hi Grant. Net Stevens' vraag is in the chat, so I'll just ask him, Coach Dan, this. He wants your thoughts on the 30-second clock law at the scrums, and whether it is tough to adapt or not.
For us, it's not tough to adapt because, like always, last week we got to I think 16 live scrums in 20 minutes. So we're more or less there what we like to achieve. And I think there's a little bit less scrums in a game normally, but it's not a new thing for us. Like always in the past, I've said it, we like to try to get our scrum sessions tougher than the games, which is not always the case. We're trying to get there as close as possible. But for us, setting it up in 30 seconds, it's normal. We measured ourselves this week, and I think we got to the point where we actually right on par where we want to be. So it's not really a change for us. If you want to get some good scrums, obviously you must train them well, and in that space of time, we always try to have as much as possible to get them ready for the scrum.
And then just my question, please. Just looking at New Zealand's playing Argentina twice now, how important will it be for you guys to get to a good start in both these tests, just to not let New Zealand jump too far ahead in terms of points on that rugby championship log, so that you don't come by the last 4 games have to chase them?
Yeah, well, how can I say? Whether they're playing against Argentina doesn't matter for us. We only focus on our game coming up. So we're not really thinking ahead of catching up and getting bonus points and stuff like that, which was probably the case last year where we had to win with a certain margin of points. We don't think further than the game of Saturday. And we realize it's quite important for us to win them and do well and to start well.
Ben?
Thanks, Ergia, just for you, can you just talk to us about the differences in terms of playing Ireland for the last couple of weeks, and what are the differences now coming up against a team like Australia?
Yeah, I think playing Ireland prepared us very well, because I think they've also got a lot of systems and stuff set up from being coached by Joe Schmidt as well. And so, yeah, there will certainly be some differences, with a certain style of play that Australia bring and the players they have. But I think in a lot of ways there'll be similarities, come set piece wise and things like that. So, yeah, we're looking forward to facing that challenge as well.
Nathan?
Thank you again, Zina. Coach Don, what do you make of the Australian side? They come in the rugby champs unbeaten this year with changes in the coaching staff, a side that is going through a rebuilding phase, even with Joe Smith, who then admits that he probably knows the Boks better than his own team, which makes sense with him coaching against Boks when he was with Ireland and the Boks, All Blacks.
Yeah, well, the new coaching staff, there are a lot of changes that's been done on their side. I think they've done very well by beating Wales twice, and I think they had 4 games on a trot now, unbeaten, which is great for them. But I mean, I'm like us. They made a couple of changes. I think they got a new scrum coach in by Mike Cron. It's been a lot of experience guy coming from New Zealand, and he's been with World Rugby in the past. So they're doing very well at the moment. I think they got 100% of their scrum so far, as I said earlier. But like us, we made a couple of changes as well, and I can't say they're better prepared like in the past. I'll never look down on the previous coach and say they were better prepared this time. But I can assure you, you can see there's a lot of progress going on their side, and they're playing a good brand of rugby.
Any further English questions? Kaniso?
Thank you very much, Zina. Ergia, good evening, man. Just talk to me more about how different it is to play Australia now. that they're not part, that SA is not part of Super Rugby as compared to when Australia were part of Super Rugby and there was a bit more familiarity with the players?
Yeah, I must say it's certainly different prepping against them with not having to face the guys throughout the season before. You know, it is a little bit different in that way. So yeah, there'll just have to be a lot of extra work going into this week with you know, watching player profiles and seeing who's going to play and studying up on guys and studying up on you know, maybe some past games throughout the season, whereas previously we would have seen that.
Peter?
Ergen, and just on you guys flying in earlier than normal, is that sort of a thing that the players, you guys chat about, and how do you feel about it? Do you feel it's better to do it that way than to come in the week of the test series?
Yeah, I definitely think it's beneficial to us because we get here earlier and we certainly get over that jet lag a little bit sooner, and it's not in the test week, you know, so we can have a full week of prep and yeah, we're into things this side once test week hits.
Movie?
Hi, Coach Dan. Hope you guys are well. Coach Dan, the last time the Springboks actually beat the Wallabies in Brisbane was in 2013, it's 11 years ago. Have you guys spoken about sort of the Brisbane hoodoo and trying to you know, get the victory, because it's quite a tough venue for the Boks to win it?
Yeah, obviously we're aware of that record that they have against us, which is great for them. But I don't think none of us has been part of that team, the coaching staff from that long ago. So yeah, it's history. Saturday's game will also be history coming Sunday. So it's just a fact. And all that I can tell you is we on our side, we just do everything to be well prepared to face them and maybe having a good game here against them. And obviously, likewise, I think they're doing the same, exactly the same. So yeah, obviously coming Saturday, we know that we need to pitch up, obviously physically and everything, having everything in place to be performant against them.
Guys, Nathan and Mubin have asked questions. Are there any further English questions? Because then we can switch to Afrikaans. Okay, let's go. Ken, Nathan, Mubin, and then we'll switch to Afrikaans.
Thanks, Sina. Grant, for you, there seems to have been a lot of different scrum halves playing for Australia lately. Just what do you make of the scrum halves they have, and yeah, I guess what are you expecting on Saturday?
I think all three of them, they are experienced. I don't know which ones are gonna play. If you look at Nick White, I think he's played more than 30 games for Australia already. Jake Gordon and Tate McDermott, I think are really experienced scrum halves. Yeah, so I think they'll bring their part, calmness, experience, and yeah, I think that's what I can expect from Saturday.
Nathan and then Ken.
Thank you again, Zina. Coach Dawn, the players who didn't make the Australian leg, will they have to play in the Currie Cup for game time and to be match ready? A perfect example, Stephen Kitzer just came back from injury, and Russell last week said that he needs game time, and the Western Province coaching staff said they're still waiting on feedback from the Bok camp regarding Kitzy if he's to play in the Currie Cup. And secondly, will the players who weren't chosen, do they have to play in the Currie Cup for game time?
Yeah, well, how can I say? Some of the players been left behind. So obviously, we can only take a squad of, I think, 33 here, and the fact that some guys had to stay behind, which is a good thing actually. Sometimes, if you're staying behind and not making the starting lineup or the match 23, you can stay fit. And obviously, the rugby part. I mean, there's still 9 tests left for the rest of the season. So every test is very important for us, and the more a guy can play, the more match fit he can get. I'm not referring to any players, but I think they themselves will benefit from that. So yeah, I hope it answers your question.
All right, guys, let's switch over to Afrikaans now. Please raise your hands for questions. Peter?
Dankie Zee. Grant, net vir jou, is jy soort van besig om jou voete te vind nou met die meer speeltyd wat jy in die begintry kry? Hoe sien jy dit en hoe ervaar jy dit?
Ek dink met meer tyd, ek dink elke speler, dan RG kan saamstem dat maak jou bietjie beter en dit gee jou bietjie meer confidence of selfvertroue. Ja, so ek sal sê ek begin meer gemaklik raak met die tipe druk wat op 'n Saterdag kom. So ja.
En net wat verwag jy daarvan van Australië? Julle het nou lekker tyd gehad om in te settle. Wat verwag jy daai kant? Mos maar altyd 'n moeilike reeks, as ek so kan sê, as 'n 2 toetse daai kant is teen hulle.
Ag, ek dink dit is 'n span wat met 3 wenne nou in 'n toetsweek gaan. Ek dink hulle selfvertroue gaan opwees. So ja, ek dink dis 'n span wat met groot selfvertroue die game gaan speel die naweek en ja, ons verwag maar dat dit taaf gaan wees, soos altyd.
Sorry, I don't know if I can continue if it's fine, or is there someone else?
Leighton, yeah, if no one else has any other questions, Leighton, then you can fire away. That's perfect.
All right. Net vir jou asseblief, jy's besig om daai transisie te maak van bomsquad af na beginspan toe. Net Grant het dit nou genoem, maar net in jou woorde, wat is daai gevoel om daai skuif te maak waar jy weet jy moet nou actually vir daai eerste 50-60 minute gaan speel?
Ja, ek dink dis obviously altyd lekker om 'n bietjie meer game time te kry, maar die span is so goed rondom hulle, elke ou verstaan sy rol. So dit maak nie noodwendig altyd saak of jy begin of jy van die bank af speel nie. Ons almal verstaan daai rol en jy verstaan hoe belangrik al twee van dit is. So ja, jy gryp maar elke geleentheid wat jy kry.
Thanks, guys. Leighton, ask one last question, and then we'll have Supersport ask a couple of questions that are here, and then we can wrap up the news conference from there. So, last question, Leighton.
Ja, so net RG wat jy van Australië se lynstaande verwag veral en dan ook hoe jy ingeskuif het met die soort van nuwe wedstrydplan wat julle het daar by die bokke.
Ja, Australië obviously kan mens dit sien uit paar van hulle lynstaande uit. Met die vorige paar games dat hulle dalk 'n bietjie nuwe stelsel hardloop en so, maar ons verwag definitief 'n goeie tempo lynstaan van hulle kant af en ja, hulle het nogal klein detail in hulle lynstaan en goeie variasie rondom dit wat mens bietjie kan besig hou daar. So ons sal seker maak ons is goed geprep en ja, en net op die nuwe manier van hoe ons dinge doen en hoe ons speel is baie, dit maak jou eintlik opgewonde. Dit is lekker om bietjie jy weet, jou spel en dinge rondom die game op 'n ander manier te sien en om dit op 'n ander manier te ervaar en amper dit deur ander oë te sien en dan bietjie met hom te hardloop ook, is lekker.
Russell?
RG, you played most of your tests making an impact off the bench, but there's more requirement for you to start with Franco out. How different is both the physical and the mental approach to starting?
Yeah, I think physically there's certainly a different way you prepare going into a game and on game day itself, but mentally nothing much has changed. I think myself and Franco and all the locks actually, we always sit together before the game and plan what we're going to do and how we're going to do things regarding the line out throughout the game. So from that perspective, nothing much has changed.
The last time you played the Wallabies in Australia was a dominant win in Sydney after a disappointing loss in Adelaide. How much has been said about the importance of making a strong statement in the opening game to set the tone for the Rugby Championship?
Yeah, it is definitely important for us, especially playing Australia in Brisbane. I think, you know, it's the guys will definitely pitch up, and it's going to be a tough game. But from our side, you know, we made sure we are early enough. We put in all the prep and all the work we can do, and we'll make sure we go out on Saturday, yeah, with everything we have.
Okay, Don, come through to you now. Don, you traveled slightly earlier than usual. How useful has it been, as the additional prep time been over the weekend to acclimatise properly?
I think it's quite very comfortable. Travel a little bit earlier, so you can have a little bit more time and jet lag and getting over the jet lag, which I haven't overcome yet because I went to bed this morning at 5:15. But anyway, yeah. Apart from that, giving prep gives us basically 2 more days to prep as well. I think every little bit can help. So hopefully coming Saturday, we can look back and say, listen, it helped us a lot.
Coach in Afrikaans, if you can answer this in Afrikaans, what's the message from you as coaches been around the importance of making a strong statement in the opening round?
Ek dink dit is 'n ongelooflike goeie begin vir ons wees as ons kan begin om alles wat ons voorgewerk het die laaste, sal ek sê, 5 weke deur die eerste toets en deur die eerste reeks om daarop te kan bou. Dink ons is 'n bietjie unlucky met 1 of 2 goeters, maar ek dink ons werk om daai goeters vir ons te laat werk. En hopelik as alles goed gaan, kan ons daarop bou. Natuurlik, ons het 'n baie sterk Australiese span wat ons moet face, en om dit reg te kry moet ons eers ons eie dinge in plek sit.
Ja. Rod, you got your second cap and first test win against Australia at Loftus. How different a team do you think they are now, and how much of a challenge do you think they will be at home?
I think, first of all, it was a whole different coaching staff. Last year, I think, when we played them at Loftus, and to play them here, I haven't played them in Australia yet, so I think that will be a different challenge. And like I said before, it's a team that just won 3 test matches, and they'll be confident, so it will be a different beast.
Hoeveel inligting het julle oor die Australiese span soos wat julle dink hy sal nou wees as julle kyk na die squad wat hulle bymekaar gesit het?
Ek dink ons het 'n goeie idee van wie daar kan speel, wie moontlik beskikbaar sal wees vir hulle. Ek dink ons sal seker die finale antwoord hê wanneer die span uitkom, maar ons het min of meer 'n idee van wie in die kamp is en wie kan speel moontlik vir hulle.
Awesome. That's me done.
Excellent. Guys, thank you very much. I'll be sending out the recording shortly.
Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports for today's Springbok team prediction video for the first match of the 2024 Rugby Championship, which will be South Africa versus Australia in Brisbane, a place that we haven't had too much success with, last winning back in 2013, so it could end an 11-year wait to get another victory. Not that Don Human and the Springboks are particularly concerned regarding the that sort of recent history. They basically said that, anything, look back that, for example, that was different coaching staff, different era, and, every single time that they play a match becomes part of history and they kind of move on. So apparently not worried about the record, but I do think it is a record they'll want to try and improve on. We need to be far better in Australia. And as a result, I think we're going to go as strong as we can. Try and get a 2 early wins in the Rugby Championship, put pressure on New Zealand, and then welcome them to Ellis Park and to the Cape Town Stadium, and to then try and get our hands on the Rugby Championship, which has eluded us of late. So before we get into my team and sort of explain my selections, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. This is what I have gone with. Let's go through it, shall we? So in the front row, I've gone with Ritsego Baditswe in share. There's Ox, Bongi Manambi, and France Malherbe. I think that's pretty settled. No Steve Kitsoff at the moment. He can go over and travel, so I do expect Ox to continue to start. And I think Malcolm Marx, in theory, I think could be fit, but I wouldn't be surprised if we only see him with the second test and give him an extra week. We'll wait and see exactly where he is at when the team is announced tomorrow, whether he will be involved or not. I think I'm with Evan Etzebeth and Arceus Snyman starting. Obviously, no Franco Mostert, who's broken his leg. And no Luke Diaga, no Jean Klein. We're down on locks at the moment. As a result, I think Arceus Snyman will continue to start. I don't think we're going to see Ruan Nokia necessarily this weekend, and unless they want to start him and go with an Arceus Snyman impact off the bench. But I'll be surprised. We then got the back row of Seekles, PSF, Toy. I've gone with the unlikely maybe one of Albert Lowe starting. This is a case of where they want to get Quacker Smith coming off the bench rather than starting. He has generally started at number 8. Started those 2 games against Ireland. But I think they were very impressed with what Albert Lowe did against Portugal, and I think that he fits more the sort of the mold of what your sort of traditional starting Springbok number 8 has been within this Bok team. So I think that for me, if you're looking at the pack, that for me is one of the big decisions. Albert Lowe or Quacker Smith. I would quite like to see Quacker Smith, so I wouldn't have an issue with that. I think we very much overrated how bad he was against Ireland. He had like 2 major errors in that first test, and after that was pretty solid. And now everyone's sort of decided he's used to so it's a weird reaction to it, but to wait and see. I think Kobus Reinach will start next to Andre Pollard. I do think Grant Williams will play, but I think he'll be coming off the bench. We've generally gone with Kobus Reinach when Faf de Klerk has started, and then I think Grant Williams will inject some pace. I would love to see him start, to be perfectly honest. I think that he's in some terrific form, and he's looked so good when he has come off the bench so far this year. And I do think it'll be Andre Pollard, not Mani Liebach. It's an interesting one, isn't it? They're going to continue sort of jostling for that. I think we're going to see Mani versus Argentina, but I think that we will go with Andre, the more experienced, for example, over there in Australia. The rest of the back line, I think, pretty much picks itself. Kirk Lawrence, Sanchez and Colby. Villaloo is back from injury, and I think will come back into the side. And then the centres will be Damien Dealendi and Jesse Creel. Off the bench, if there's no Malcolm Marx, Jan Krabala should get another opportunity. Geos Tenekam has been backed as the sort of reserve loose head, and I think he will continue to do that, as will Vincent Koch. In the number 3, I do think that we'll go with the 6-2 split. Salman Murat for me will definitely be involved in the 23, as well as Quacker Smith. We can go with 2 loose forwards, for example. You could put a Markov and Staden over there. Ben Jason Dixon obviously is loose forward, but can cover lock, so I think that he adds some nice versatility. But because you've got PSF the toy who can cover, it should only be a number 5 lock. You don't necessarily need to go with 2 lock options on the bench. And then the backline players will be Grant Williams, and I think Sacha Van will continue to play in the number 23 jersey until we see the return of Damien Willemse. What do you think of that team? Where are the changes? I think the changes I expect people to see, I'll be interested to see what the reactions to Villaloo back at 15. I think he needs to be there, and then you bring so much experience, especially playing away. I think we've seen Sacha Van who's only going to get better, and I think they'd like to see him playing a bit more at 10. So Villaloo is the sort of the out option. I don't think we're going to see April Fassi starting ahead of him. Other options, I think, the scrum option, maybe Grant Williams gets a surprise start, but I'll be surprised. Albert Lowe versus Quacker Smith, probably sort of the big selection. But what do you think? Let me know down in the comments below. Smash a like on the video. Subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve. I'll chat to you soon. Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. Breaking news, Rassie Erasmus has officially announced his first team for the Rugby Championship opener between the Springboks and the Wallabies, and absolutely massive news is that Sasha Feinberg-Ngomazulu will start at 10 for the Springboks for the very first time. Andre Pollard down to the bench. A 6-2 split does remain, as well as an opportunity for Ulrich Lowe, who will start in the number 8 jersey. A return of Villaloo to the starting lineup, as well as the start for Kobus Reinach. With the injured Faf de Klerk, he will get an opportunity to start in the number 9 jersey. If you look at the bench, for example, a 6-2 split, Ben Jason Dixon appearing on it ahead of Salman Murat, as well as Markov and Staden. Quacker Smith back to being a impact player. Grant Williams, Andre Pollard, the other 2 players on the bench. And Malcolm Marx is fit and will come off the bench against the Wallabies as well. So the Springboks side still missing a few players, but as strong as we probably could go with the current squad. Before we get into it and start breaking it down, please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. This is how we do line up. Let's get into it. In the front row, as expected, Oxenchair, Bongi Manambi and Francois Herbert do start with Ibn Etzebeth and Archie Snyman completing that tight 5. It's an interesting one, isn't it, in terms of the Archie Snyman selection, because there's no doubt that he is best utilized off the bench, that he is probably one of the best impact players in the world alongside somebody like Kwagga Smith. However, there's also no doubt that he's quite literally head and shoulders above the next sort of options at 5. So if you want to start with your best tight 5, that is your best tight 5. As soon as Franco Mostert returns from injury, and as long as he's still playing fit, I think he goes back to the starting lineup and Archie comes off the bench. Or if Lua Diago, for example, makes a comeback. But until then, I do think that Archie Snyman will continue to start and should continue to start because at the end of the day, he is our best player. And, it's great having him coming off for half an hour, being one of our best locks. But, when you don't want to compromise that first sort of 50 minutes by having somebody who's not at the same level as him over there. The front row, for example, that's pretty tried and tested. And the loose trio, Sia Cleese, captain the side, Peter Steph, the toy is all good. Struggled a little bit with injury and also had a bit of flu, but he has been cleared to play and will start in the number 7 jersey. And Albert Lowe gets an opportunity at number 8. Somebody who I think has played himself into the position. Evan Lewis as well, massive setback for him. He's undergone surgery and will be out for the looks of it the rest of the year. Which makes a massive opportunity for Albert Lowe. Jasper Wiese is waiting in the wings to come in once his bench is finished. But this is a big opportunity for Albert Lowe to get a decent run and to put himself truly into the Bigs to become a regular in the Boks squad. Kobus Reinach starts left, Sash Pami Gomez Zulu. Very important, I think, for Sash to have the experience of Kobus Reinach next to him. He's been around the block. Whether he'll continue playing for the Boks for the next 3-4 and maybe the next World Cup, we wait to see. He is one of the older members of the squad. We're already seeing how, for example, Trevor Nyakani is potentially kind of being phased out a little bit in terms of looking at other options. So it will be interesting to see how Kobus goes. But with the massive selection of Sash Fami Gomez Zulu at 10, I think it's really important to have somebody with experience next to him. And let's talk about the selection. We all kind of thought it was going to be a case of if not when he was eventually going to get a game at 10. I don't think too many of us thought he was going to be thrown into the mix against the Wallabies straight away. Maybe potentially, for example, to come off the bench this week and maybe get a start next week. I think he was more looking towards Argentina for potentially start. But this shows you how highly Tony Brown and Rassie Erasmus rate him. If you've been watching the games recently, you'll see every single time he does something, they kind of pan to the coach's box and there's laughter, there's smiles. They really do rate this kid. And why not? He's got everything he needs to be an absolutely world-class operator. And he will get an opportunity this weekend. The rest of the backline is pretty much as predicted. The back three are Kurt Lawrence, Ches and Colby Villilu coming off coming off from an injury layout is back in the mix. I think very important after that concussion. I think he was always going to start. And again, maybe even more importantly, so because Sash Fami Gomez Zulu is starting and Villilu being the most experienced, second most experienced player in this team and the most experienced player in the backline. Very important that he is there to sort of guide him. And then David Delende, Jason Creel, the most capped centre pairing in Springbok history. So a player like Sash Fami Gomez Zulu could not ask for a better environment, a better team to make his maiden start in the number 10 jersey. He's got World Cup winners across the backline. Every single one of those backline players, bar him, are a World Cup winner. The most capped centre pairing. Villilu, I think, is one of the most capped Springboks ever. You've got Damon Delinde, Jason Creel, all plus 60 tests veterans. Kobus Reinach's been around the block, so it's the perfect environment for him. And I tell you what, Andre Pollard, I'm very serious response. Coming off the bench is an interesting one. We obviously can go with 6-2 split with Andre Pollard off the bench because of Sash Fami Gomez Zulu, because we've got players we can play in different positions. But this is going to be the first time that Andre Pollard's really going to have to fight for his place in the team. Over the past sort of 6-7 years, the number 10 jersey's been his, and other players got an opportunity, but only when he's been injured. This is one of the few times where we're playing a strong side, he's available but not been selected. And for for the first time, I think he's got pressure on him. And look, I don't think necessarily that Sasha Fama is going to start against the All Blacks unless he has two like man of the match performances against Australia. But Pollard will be very, very aware of the fact that now he's got genuine competition at number 10, and I think that's going to bring out the best in him. If we look at the bench, Malcolm Marx will look to make an impact, continue to sort of make that transition back from a long-term injury. Gerard Steenekamp, Vincent Koch, as kind of expected. Ben Jason Dixon's an interesting one. This is the nice thing about having a PSDF toy you can slot in that lock. Ben Jason Dixon can also cover lock. I've said, so somebody came up to me saying, how can you say he covers lock? Well, because he does. And then you've got Ben Jason Dixon, Quacker Smith, Markov, and Starden, which is essentially a complete new back row. But Ben Jason Dixon can go into the second row. PSDF the toy can go into the second row. So you've got everybody ticked off there. And then Grant Williams will continue to make an impact off the bench, where he's been really, really solid this year. And very much looking forward to what he brings. Let me know what you think about the team down in the comments below. Please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve. I'll chat to you soon.
Morgan?
Thanks, E. Hi, Rossi. Hi, Damien. Rossi, to start off with, most notable change is Sasha starting at fly for you guys. He's already proven to be one of the finds of the season in the national colours. So obviously, as a coach, you must be excited to give him this big responsibility in what is quite a big test this weekend.
Yeah, definitely. Good morning or evening for the guys on this side and the ladies as well. Yeah, no, it is a big opportunity for him, but like it is for Elrich and Grant playing off the bench and a few others. We also have a bit of injury concern. I might just address that on Erg here, and Rowan is standing in. But after a World Cup, you're gonna find some guys knocking on the door. But to have a guy like Andre with more than 70 caps on the bench, that's nice security. And obviously, with Damien Williams is still out, although Jordan Hendricks, we've given a chance, and Mani here, we've got some nice depth there at 10. But yeah, exciting opportunity for him, and hopefully the forwards can give him the platform, and he's got a smooth game, which will be tough.
Craig?
Hi, thanks, Ina. Hi, Rusty. Sorry, my camera's not working. I seem to be on an older version of Teams. Just on the Sasha selection, would we be reading too much into it to say that this is a change in sort of the guard and this is the look to 2027 by selecting such a young raw player in a big rugby championship away test? Is this a sign of the future?
Well, definitely. As we all say internally here, we can't look too far ahead and we'll forget the present, but we also can't just look at the present. And I think in the squad overall, you can see that I think there's about 9 guys in the squad. I counted today. That probably wasn't regulars prior to the World Cup last year, which we're rotating in and out. And I wouldn't say it's a change of the guard. It's giving guys opportunity, whilst guys like Andre and Mani and those guys and Jordan who got an opportunity, whilst those guys are help nurturing these guys from test match level to test match level to, it's his 5th cap. We used to, when we went to 2019 World Cup, we used to say we don't want to go for a guy under 8 caps, 9 caps to the World Cup. Yeah. And I think it's been well documented. I don't think there's been a World Cup won with a fly of less than 24 years old. I think Johnny Wilkinson was the youngest. So rather a lot of guy now, get him some proper backup, some nice experience with guys like Damien on his outside. And but then it's the same for Elrich, who plays at 8, who's playing his 5th cap. So it's not a change of the guard. It's a squad of 45 guys trying to win each test match, and certainly with a hat on for the future. But they have to earn their stripe to just change the guard.
Thanks.
Nathan?
Thank you very much, Zina. Good day, gentlemen. So what are you most looking forward to against Australia? What are you guys expecting from Australia this coming weekend?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've obviously done a lot of analysis these past couple of weeks, and I've watched quite a bit of the Super Rugby. I know we're not participating in that anymore, but the way the Australian sides have started to play, it's been a bit more dynamic and a bit more free flowing. So yeah, I think they played very well against Wales. They managed the game quite nicely, and we've come up with great plans to try and counter what they getting right with a new coach. So yeah, I'm looking forward to the challenge this weekend. I know all the boys are up for it, and yeah, we haven't had great success here in Brisbane, and a lot of us here are looking forward to trying to rectify that this weekend.
Ashfaq?
Thanks, Hi, Rassi. Hi, Dukes. Ras, just in terms of Sasha at 10, we've seen him now come on at fullback, and we've seen him run the show for the junior Springboks as a fly-off, but he hasn't played much for the Stormers at fly-off. What do you want to see from him in terms of not only game management, but om sy vaardighede te gebruik? He's got a wonderful skill set, passing, chipping, all those things.
Yeah, hello, Ashfaq. The big thing is, obviously, because he's 10 and he's starting at 10, and 10 is pivotal in every test match and in every game. But it's somebody that we know well. He's not somebody that should just fallen into our system. It's somebody that came through our system, and like Damien Willemse when he came through the system. And as I say, there's so many guys that can compete for that number 10. Like in 2019, we only had 1-9 really, and Herschel burst onto the scene. We just didn't have a 2020 to nurture some guys in, of course, of COVID. But now we do have a 2024, currently. And we do have the opportunity to get guys from one level of a test match, a tier 2 nation, playing off the bench. What do we expect from him? With guidelines within how we want to play on defense and attack, and then he must bring Sasha to the table like Andre brings Andre to the table. We all know what Mani does when Mani is on fire, and yeah, we're expecting the same from Sasha, and we hope to create that environment where he can be himself and bring the natural talent like all the other guys.
Sorry, just quickly, Dukes, just on Sasha, what have you made of Sasha so far, Dukes?
Yeah, I really enjoy him. He's very well spoken, and he's got a lot of confidence, which I really enjoy. I obviously know on Saturday it's his first start, and I obviously know he will be quite nervous, but I hope that he'll be nice and composed, because when he is composed and he's expressing himself, he's exceptional. So yeah, I'm looking forward to the test match, but I know that I'll try and keep him composed, and let him express himself on the field, and lead our forwards going forward. And yeah, like I said, if he can just express himself and play his natural game, yeah, I think he'll be an amazing joy to watch.
Kaniso?
Thank you very much, Zina. Rassi, just talk us through, as a coach, how do you feel when you've got so many options at fly-off? I mean, you would have played in an era where fly-off options were thin, when you would have started coaching around 2005, fly-off options were thin then. But you've been in a place where you've been able to build fly-off depth to a point where you can pick any sort of fly-off, and it has no impact on how the team plays.
Yeah, Kadisha, we're trying to do that in every position. As I said to you, Ergie has got a bit of a niggle, and Ruan next time will step up if Ergie is not 100% ready for Saturday. I think if you look in every position, we're trying to do that. I mean, is it Ox? Is it Kitsi? Is it Gerard? Is it Tux? Is it Bongi? Is it Malcolm? Is it Grobbies? Is it Andre Hugo? Is it any of the hookers? Is it Joseph? We've given at every level. We're trying to have our succession planning in place. I can talk the same on tight heads. I can talk the same on forelocks. I mean, we don't even talk about Luet, who's out, John Klein, who's out, Franco Mostert, who's out, Jasper Wiese, who's not here. So, Ulrich starting, Ivan is out, and we've got Ulrich, who's playing his 5th cap. So, whilst not trying to lose momentum, and whilst keeping, obviously, the supporters' interest in trying to win, that's definitely something. So yes, at fly-off we do now have a lot of options, but it's because we, the selecting committee and the coaches have made some brave choices, and sometimes lose matches to try and see how guys can go from one level to another level. That's why we had the SAA games. That's also games where Sasha and other guys played, and you get to learn the characters, to understand the characters, and I think that's most important. It's the succession planning whilst trying to win.
Francois?
Thanks, Rassi. Just maybe the last one on Sasha. Just
what have you seen from him, or what do you like from him in training in terms of the pictures he's painting, along with Tony's evolving of your attack at the box?
Yeah, I think if he was with us as a A side 2 years ago, was it when we played against Munster and Bristol, and he was with our Springbok team, and he impressed then, and he impressed at the Junior World Cup, just like a lot of other guys, Jaden Hendricks, and a lot of other guys that I can mention here. So obviously the nice thing is when you track those guys from a certain age, you know what their capabilities are. I mean, a guy like Salman Murat is another and you can see that I don't just want to pin something on one specific guy. I'm trying to tell you that, Salman Murat is a guy that was captain against Portugal. And he will definitely play again and start again and captain South Africa somewhere again. And Sasha is the same. So the one thing that we do see with these guys, the younger guys come through with skill sets which gets coached at school with the EPD system, which we don't have to tinker a lot with or change a lot with. They're really well rounded. But as Dukes rightly said, it's somewhere you're going to get a snot clap in a test match. And okay, yeah, we're at the big level now. It just depends when and then who's around him and who will support him and how he handles that. And sometimes he's going to fly. And that's always the exciting thing to look forward to because he's definitely got all the natural talent.
Percy?
Zina, I'm willing to wait until the end for Afrikaans, please, man.
Okay, well, good. Ronaldo?
Hey, Coach Rassi, Damien. Hope you guys are well. Coach Rassi, I just want to check with you. It's great to see there's a lot of young talent coming through and getting some game time this weekend, especially on tour with guys having some valuable exposure and experience, and also inspires the younger generation that's coming through, especially in the Currie Cup levels. As you can see, the talent that's brewing there. What kind of impact do you expect from the younger guys coming through on this weekend's game?
Yeah, we're definitely trying to make the squad understand and be as honest as we can, that this is a group effort going to 2027, and what Damien has to do to help, and Lucanio has to do, and Jesse has to do, and when Kanan's fit again, and the Ethan and Hooker and all of those kind of guys which we had in camp. It's if we work as a group together, we'll probably prolong some guys' careers and see how deep they can go until the next World Cup, and where they will fall off the pace and maybe spare their bodies a lot. And that's what we're expecting from the young guys, to bring that energy and maybe swap in and out. And then against a major country like Australia, select 4 or 5, and then maybe next week go a little bit bolder. But again, it's all about momentum. It's also about how our supporters are feeling and how you guys, the media, are feeling. And if it's sometimes a bad loss stops momentum and growth and so on. So hopefully we can keep momentum and these guys can produce and show what they have.
Lita?
Thank you, Z. Hi, Rassi. Hi, Damien. Damien,
Hello.
maybe just for you, do you miss your 2019 World Cup center mate, or and then just how is things going with your combination with your 2023 one?
Yeah, personally for me, I don't mind who I play with. I think Lucanio and Jesse. I don't know who's 1 and 2 in the world at 13, but yeah, I think they could both be number 1 in the world. I think they're the best 13s in the world, and I'm very privileged to play rugby with them. I'm glad they are on my outside, whether it's Jesse or whether it's Lucanio. But yeah, like for Lucanio, it's been a rough couple of seasons. I know he's had a lot of niggles, a lot of weird injuries. Obviously before the World Cup last year, and then obviously in the URC this year. So I think for Lucanio, it's just been a bit unfortunate, but it was lovely to watch him play against Portugal. I know we lost Andre quite early, but the way Lucanio commanded that backline in a way, I think he covered 12 and 30 in that game, was very impressive. And for him to do that his first test back in a very long time, it speaks volumes of him. So, but for me personally, I don't have a preference. I'm just now very lucky to have either one of them on my outside.
Liam? Liam, we can't hear you. Let's go to Dylan. Liam, if you can just type in the chat, that would be great.
Thanks, Zina. Hi, Rusty. Hi, Damien. Hope you're both well. Rusty, just take us through that bench because it's quite an interesting couple of selections that you've made there. Firstly, it must be good to have Malcolm Marx back just after what happened in the second test against Ireland, but also going for DJ, Marco, and Kwaku on the bench. You've gone for three players that regularly play at loose forward and have a very high work rate. Is that something that you see as very crucial in this match?
Yeah, I definitely think the way we go here is either the two locks must go 80 or Peter Steff must move to lock or Ben Jason. We've been trying him a lot at not to play him out of position, but can do almost like a Peter Steff did in the past. I remember a lot of people said Peter Steff should just play lock, and then which we all thought was his position in the beginning, and then he became one of the best sevens in the world. So we think Ben Jason can learn a lot from Peter Steff, and the way Peter Steff can alternate between 7 and 5. And then this bench is picked here for an Australian team who likes to keep the ball in hand, will definitely try and move us around, and we'll have to make sure there's not too many gaps. And normally the forwards are the guys who suffers when the pace is really high. So either moving Peter Steff to 5 or getting 3 fresh loose forwards on, or maybe moving Ben Jason to one of the locks. But again, as I said, RG's got a little bit of a niggle, and we might even move Ruan straight to the starting lineup to have a specialist 5. So yeah, it's just a normal 6-2. I think you guys are now used to us playing 6-2. With a guy like Kwaku, if we get 3 injuries in the back line, a guy like Kwaku obviously covering somewhere in the back line.
Stephen?
Thanks. Yeah, I'm happy to wait for the Afrikaans if that will facilitate more English questions.
All good. Liam? Liam, no, we can't. We actually can't hear you. Please type in the chat, Liam. We'll go back to Kaniso.
Thank you very much. Rassi, again, just talk us through playing at 2:45. In Brisbane. The Boks have generally played a lot of rugby in the evening in Australia. How does it change preparation and stuff? I know that Adelaide last year in 2022 was an afternoon game. This one too. So how does that change preparations a bit?
Yeah, I just think it's on the day that the players must sink themselves to fire at that time of the day. And I think when we used to play Currie Cup rugby and Super Rugby was always late afternoon 5. But I mean, we've been now here, and I think we passed the jet lag phase. Some guys are still a little bit droopy and so on in the mornings. But I don't think the time of the game should affect us. We'll have our captains run. We normally have our captains run anyway, not in the time of when the game is played. We try to get it out of the way as quickly as possible on a Friday so the guys can start getting themselves prepared to fire on time for the game. Obviously, we didn't do that 2 years ago when we were here or when we were last year. Well, we're not the last 4 times we visited Brisbane, but we weren't all part of that. But yes, it's just, I think the competition, Sanzar, is also trying to, not trying, definitely, we would like to promote the game here. And it's like the start of the kickoff of the Rugby Championship, it's Australia, who's got the next World Cup, doing really well at the Olympics, who's playing the World Champions, 3 o'clock afternoon, first game of the Rugby Championship. So, we buy into all of that and try to market our game as best as we can. And the guys will be ready. 3 o'clock is not an unusual time for us in South Africa.
Justin?
Thanks, Zeke. Hi, Coach. Hi, Damien. Rassi, just for you, in terms of the law variations that have been introduced, do you guys, kind of find it going to be okay in order to adapt according to what is expected of you guys when it comes to match day on Saturday?
Yeah, I think the most interesting one, which we I think will be very, not foreign, but difficult to, not difficult, it's the same for everybody, but it's the box kick. When the guys say use it within 5 seconds when the ball is available, I think that will definitely change a lot of things. If the referee is going to call, use it when it's available.
and they're really going to stick on that 3, 4, 5 seconds. I think that's probably something that we really worked hard at. The other stuff is, kicking within 60 seconds, forming a line, forming a scrum quick enough, the crocodile roll that's out, all of those things. Not a lot there that we have to adjust to. So it will be interesting in general play if there is teams exiting or from box kicks, how the nines handle the pressure and how the referees handle that. Apart from that, I think we're all good.
Right?
Yeah, sorry, my question was also on the law variations, and you sort of covered it there. But just like no contesting, the scrum half can't come past the centre sort of the scrum. Do you think some of these changes will have unintended consequences for the game if you play it through in weeks to come? I mean, they sound good on paper, but I do wonder if it's changing some of the fabric of the game. That little contest at scrum is always a good one between scrum halves and so on.
Yeah, I think the first one is, it's interesting that a not straight throw in if the opposition doesn't go up, is that going to put less pressure on the hooker? And obviously then if the ball is not thrown in straight and nobody went up, you won't get a scrum. So you might have less scrums there for not straight if everybody doesn't go up. And then if you make the guys go up in the line out, then probably there'll be more space to attack. So I think what we just have to do is be the first team that adapt the best. I think, we've been working really hard with Jaco Paper, and we've know the law changes and we're on top of it. And it's the same for everybody. And, if you knock on a ball, there's still a scrum, So if teams want to attack, we're going to scrum. If we knock on a ball, there's still going to be a scrum. So I can see where they're heading with it, and we support it because we've got a say on those forums, and we must now keep our mouth shut, accept it, and see if we can adapt the quickest.
Sorry, just quickly, how long did you have to prepare? Because obviously they only sent out the press release to fans and media today, but I'm presuming you've had a lot more time. Just what time frame have you had to work on it?
Yeah, I don't know if I'm allowed to say exactly what happened in what high performance meeting and who represents us where, but we get the information. It's not in isolation that World Rugby makes these decisions. We've got somebody representing us there at high performance flock and referees level, and we get input, and so it's not a one-sided decision by World Rugby. We all as coaches and high performance manager and referees managers get the opportunity to give input. And then it basically come down to a vote and getting not the vote, a decision. And then it gets, we've at least had 2 weeks.
Ashfaq?
Thanks, Zina. Damien, just on the Wallabies and their backline in particular, they seem to raise a game for you guys, particularly in Australia, and they centers quite effective. Len Ikita, Hunter Paisami. How do you see that battle on Saturday, and is there something you can change? And then Rassie, just quickly on Elrich Louw's selection at number 8 as well, please. What do you want to see from him? Thanks.
You want me to go first?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Yeah, obviously we haven't done too well against them in the past, especially in Australia. Obviously that last test in Adelaide, I think they shocked us quite a bit, not just the centers, but the whole team. So, yeah, like I said, I've watched a bit of Super Rugby when I was in Japan, and it's been nice to watch. So I got a good idea of how they want to play and the style they want to play. And I have played against them before, so I kind of know what to expect. They're all fantastic players, and I'm looking forward to the challenge. But yeah, I think we're a lot more well prepared than what we were in 2022.
Just on Elrich, again, I'm going to bring it back to the squad principle. It's nice to get a guy to play his fifth cap and not play his first cap and now be settled and has been in and out of the team. He had some, he can play 7, he can play 8. He's certainly a physical player, certainly a fast player, certainly an aggressive player. And, bad luck on Ivan not getting selected and now having operation. But, Jasper is back. Dwayne retired last year. Elrich was always on the radar. Ivan had a good chance and must get that up to clear things up. Kwagga, what Kwagga can do off the bench for us. We gave him a few starts now. And again, it's trying to get caps under guys' belts who's good enough to represent the country and not become a 1-2 test cap player and hopefully play like lots of the other guys in the group, 50 test caps and compete World Cup. So it's it's not his first start. He can't be too nervous. He's quite settled. He's playing with a lot of guys that plays with him. So yeah, hopefully he's nice and calm and bring the physical side of things like Jasper and all the other guys do.
Last English question, Nathan.
Thank you very much, Gina. Russ, I just want to talk about your captain. Siya Kolisi is rumored to be coming back to South Africa a while back. Russ, you said it will be ideal to have a national captain to be based in the country. What are your thoughts on him potentially coming back to South Africa?
No, we actually didn't want him back, but his agent kept on nagging, and I'm joking. No, Sia, when we heard he wants to come back, obviously it's out and out a Sharks decision, and then we obviously back it up with, if we want to support something like that. So obviously when they asked us, we're supporting 100%, and it's lovely to have him. They will obviously officially announce it. They asked us to join up in the conversation if we want him back, and our answer was yes. Obviously, it's nice to have your captain in your country, but I'm not quite sure how far the deal is or if the Sharks signed him and when it's announced. So, but yes, we know about it and we're happy about it.
Then to Afrikaans, Percy.
Zina, ek sê vir baie dankie. Goeie dag sê meneer. Meneer Rasmus, kortliks vra jou 'n opsomming oor die samestelling van hierdie groep, span wat jy gekies het van 23 spelers. En dan die tweede deel van my vraag is, Rassie, kan ek jou vra, dis nou die 3de seisoen as ek dit reg het, wat ons Suid-Afrikaanse franchises nou in Europa speel. Maak dit nog enigstens saak vir julle as 'n nasionale span dat julle nie meer so gereeld teen, sê byvoorbeeld in hierdie geval, Australiese spelers in Super Rugby speel nie. Ek hoor Damien praat van julle het gekyk hoe hulle speel op televisie, maar dis 'n ander saak as julle Saterdag op die veld gaan hardloop. Gaan Rassie Erasmus se span net om 5 punte te gaan kollekteer teen Joe Smith en sy span?
Ja. So daar's 3 vrae. Hallo Percy. Die eerste ene is die samestelling van die span. Ek dink is die span verseker hierso intern weet dat hierdie is 'n groepwoging. Ons kyk nie te ver vorentoe nie, maar ook nie net hier na die hede nie. Maar ons moet ook 2027 in ons gedagtes hê. So ou praat altyd van ons groei maar saam en ons bou maar saam en ons help mekaar, weet, ouer ouens help jonger manne en jonger manne help ouer manne sonder om die competitiveness weg te vat. Die competitiveness, die kompeterendheid moet daarso bly in die groep en dis wat ons verwag van hierdie groep, maar ons verwag ook van die groep om van mekaar te leer en dan om ouer manne, jonger ouens kalm te hou en jonger manne, ouer manne bietjie te druk en dat ons die groep kan redelik baie aanpas van toets na toets. So dit op die groep en soos ek gesê het net in Engels, ek dink daar's omtrent so 9 manne wat nie regulars was nie. En nou praat ek nie eers van ouens wat beseer is soos Gaza en John Klein en Loot en daar's Evan en 'n klomp ouens, Jasper wat nog geskort is en Kitsie wat nog terugkom. So daar's 'n hele paar ouens wat nie eers hierso is nie. Praat nie eens van die Jordan en ouens wat ons al getry het in die ander toetse op 10 en so aan nie. So dis van die groep se kant, die groep effort wees is nie 'n 23 effort nie, is eintlik meer 'n 45 man effort. Die tweede vraag is, speel ons Super Rugby nie meer nie? Wel, ou kan nou maar net seker die ander kant van die minste kyk en sê ons speel nie einde van die jaar toere speel ons nou, is nie vir ons so vreemd nie, want ons speel teen Ierland en Wales en Skotland en jy weet Engeland is 'n bietjie foreign to us, want ons speel nou nie in hulle 'n amptelike kompetisie nie, maar ons doen tog in die European Cup. Soos hulle erns trek. So ek dink maar net einde van die jaar toer in Super Rugby het omgeswaai waar die Super Rugby vir jou die Tri Nations Rugby Championships familiar gemaak het die spelers, maak dit nou nie, maar weer eens 'n klomp van hulle sal net teen ons ouens speel wat in Japan speel en wat in Frankryk speel en wat in ander lande speel, so dis dieselfde. En dan wil ons 5 punte hê, ons wil net wen hê. Ons wil momentum hou, hierdie jong ouens 'n goeie platform gee om hulle kariers van 5 toetse af op te vat en dan hopelik kom ons weg met 'n wen. Bonuspunt sal great wees, maar ons kyk op hierdie stadium net na wen.
Last 3 questions, guys. Steven?
Baie dankie Zee, Rassie. Rassie, ek weet jy mag nou nie kla oor die reëls nie, maar die Die ene wat vir my baie interessant is, en ek weet nie hoe dit gaan manifesteer nie, is hierdie lyn staan ene. Want jy weet, ek kan nou effektiewelik die bal so van skeef ingooi, en dan jy moet contest om jy weet, effektiewelik as die verdedigende span. So, en my eerste vraag is, wat behels contest? Want kan jy amper half 'n klugspel skep waar jy net in 'n area spring, waar die bal nie gegooi word nie? En dan tweedens, jy kan ook vir my 'n tegniese les hierso gee ook, is, as jy contest en daar's 'n bal wat 5 meter van jou doellyn af ingegooi word, hoe raak dit jou verdediging dan, van die mol af?
Ja, ek dink ons het dieselfde vraag gehad, is baie goeie vrae en ons het dieselfde gevra en ons het goeie antwoorde teruggekry, Steven. Dit gaan definitief die game bietjie beïnvloed. 'n Hakker wat onder pressure is 5 tree van jou doellyn af. Ja, hy kan die bal so bietjie, hy moet hom in die lyn staan vir iemand gooi, dis die eerste ding. Jy kan hom nie reguit vir die 9 gooi nie, of jy kan hom nie oor vir die 15 vir die fly af gooi en hom heeltemal skeef gooi en verwag nou gaan daar niemand op in die lyn staan nie. So die eerste ding is jy moet hom vir iemand in die lyn staan gooi. So dit het ons kleerheid oor gekry, ons verstaan dit. En dan die ander ene is, jy kan nie, wat sy ander gevra het oor skeef ingooi, wat is die, of hulle opgaan of nie. So,
oor die verdediging mol ook, ja.
Ja, die ander een wat jy natuurlik nie kan doen nie, ja, jy kan nie net reguit skeef ingooi nie. So ons, en wat is contesting het jy gesê? Wat is amptelik, wat is spring? So ons het hulle gevra en dis waar jy amptelik iemand optel in die lyn staan. So ons kan nie laat Ox of wie ook al voor gaan staan Gerard en hy spring net in die lyn staan en sê ek het nou contest nie. So dit tel nie as 'n contest nie. Dit is fisies iemand wat opgelig word in die lyn staan en vir die bal gaan. So ja, ek dink dit gaan aanpassing vat vir die skeieregters en ek dink dit gaan hier en daar druk van die hakkers afvat. En natuurlik gaan dit so 'n bietjie jou planne verander 5 meter uit van jou eie doellyn af. Anders kan die ou mee op die buiteskouer gooi en hulle kan lekker momentum kry. En ons gaan so 'n bietjie minder scrums kry, maar dis is ons het verstaan. Ek hoop dit antwoord jou vraag.
And then we'll do Leighton and Francois, and then guys, we have to wrap up, eh?
Rassie, net in terme van hoe jy tans dinge doen. In 2018 het jy ingekom waar jy moes dinge aan mekaar slaan onder groot druk. Ons weet van 20 COVID ook wat dinge so 'n bietjie bemoeilik het, maar voel jy dinge is 'n bietjie makliker nou, maar verkies jy dat daar dalk so 'n bietjie meer druk moet wees om spelers te integreer sodat die span vinniger kan saamgel as jy my vraag verstaan?
Ja, ek dink die belangrikste is bedoel ek en die man kom nou op pad behalwe van die Stormers af, maar ek bedoel van 2018 af kom ou deur toetse en deur COVID. Dit vat net verby my nie langs my en deur siektes en families wat al siek was en leeustoere wat sonder fans gespeel was en World Cup wat jy moet verdedig en so nee, die druk raak nie minder. Ons bly maar in ons reality hierso en ons weet wat ons doen en ons word nie weggevoer met weet geskiedenis oor wanneer laas ons gewen het en weet wat 'n ander coach se opinie is of wat ander mense se opinie is. Ons probeer maar taamlik eerlik met mekaar wees die hele tyd so binne en nee, dan maak dit nie die druk minder nie. Ons weet wat van ons verwag word Saterdag en ons weet so gou as wat ons maak miskien nou 'n klomp changes en try 'n klomp ouens en ons weet as jy verloor aan jou kant is Saterdag aand en dan swaai die pressure weer om en dan sê almal weer ou's bietjie nie ek doen op 'n lelike manier nie. So ons bly die realiteit van waar ons hierso is. En solank ons dit doen dan sal hy daai druk op ons dieselfde bly of dit baie goed gaan of average of sleg.
Francois?
Ja, dankie Zie. Rassie, net so oor Joe Smith se comments nou die dag, net jou opinie daarop is of hy so 'n bietjie of die mense dit so 'n bietjie verwar het toe hy nou noem van hoe geluk soms met verwysing na die Springbokke natuurlik soms 'n rol speel in van die wenne, net jou siening daarvan en net sy span en die veranderinge wat hy ingebring het as coach met 'n klomp nuwe spelers, 6 rookies wat hy gekies het ook en hoe moeilik dit soms maak om hulle dalk te analyse as Australiese span met so baie nuwe spelers in.
Ja, ek dink ons is 13 uit ons laaste 17 games. Ek dink hulle is obviously nou 4 uit 4. En ek ken vir Joe baie goed. Hy's 'n regte old school coach, jy weet, hy dissipline, hy coach die ouens regtig goed, maar ek dink dink ons almal weet hoekom hy het gesê het. Ek dink hy gedink gaan 'n bietjie pressure op Lopeers kom en want ek weet the rub of the green en wat is hy 'n bietjie gelukkig dan dat Kos jou kant toe gaan. Ons almal weet dis nie waar nie. Dis die geval met Suid-Afrika nie. So ek dink hy sal regtig werk met Lopeers nie. Weet hy's 'n ervare referee en hy sal nie val vir so iets en ons almal weet dit is definitief nie waar dat ons die rub of the green kry nie. So ek kan nie dink om wat 'n ander rede het sou gesê het nie. So maar soos ek sê Joe is old school, jy weet hy sit pressure op spelers, ons spelers, die referee. Hy's 'n regtig 'n goeie harde coach wat weet wat hy wil hê. En ja, ek het nie 'n tweede vraag onthou nie. Wat was dit?
Net oor die veranderinge wat Joe ingebring het in tyd en hoe die Wallabies so half 'n heel ander span, soos 'n ander span wat ek ken.
Ja, nee, hulle is definitief 'n ander span. En Joe het die vermoë, soos ek vir jou sê, ek ken hom regtig goed. Ek dink hy het ook gesê hy ken Suid-Afrikaanse spelers baie goed. Ek dink hy ken nie. Hy het al baie teen hulle gecoach, maar ek dink hy het al Suid-Afrikaanse spelers gecoach. Maar hy bring 'n work ethic wat ek weet second to none is. Hy en Eddie is seker up there wat ure en ure in besit. En dan hy kry uit ouens wat uit 160 uurse spelers het hy nom 1 en 2 in die wêreld geword. So hy weet wat om met min talente doen en hoe om met die beste uit hulle te kry. Ek het dit eerstehands gesien daar in Ierland. So baie respek vir hom. En as daar een man is wat hierdie Australiese rugby vinnig omdraai, is hy besig om dit te doen.
Stephen, sorry I interrupted you with your other question. Dukes has to leave pretty soon for a massage and our time is up. So can you just do one question to Rassie just to finish it up, please?
Ja, thanks. It's actually dit gaan eintlik oor Dukes. Want ek onthou Rassie in 2012 het jy so van as direkteur van rugby het jy vir Dukes, jy weet daar by die WP stormers deurgebring en ek wil net vir jou vra in terme van die tipe speler mens wat hy nou was en ook nou dat hy al jy weet 'n leierskapsrol vir jy weet langs Sasha moet speel. Ek wil net oor sy ontwikkeling, jy weet, en dat jy nou na meer as 'n dekade kan jy hom nou eintlik in so 'n rol gebruik waar hy 'n leier is, jy weet.
Ja, daar's 'n paar ouens, hele klomp ouens, daar's 'n paar managementlede ook hier. So ek kyk vandag toe Zwandile, daar's so met die ouens besig is en hoe hy dinge doen en waar hy dinge doen en waar ons vandaan kom en waar ons dinge begin het. En ja, net ook verseker, ek dink min mense weet dit. Hy was 'n paar keer as onderkaptein gewees. Ek het as julle op die foto's kyk sal julle dit agterkom. Maar ons announsie gewoonlik vice captains en sulke goeters nie, maar daar was hulle hele paar game. Hy's van Milnerton se beste. So ja, dit is trots op hom en ja, solank sy body hou en ek sê hy een van die min fisiese ouens wat ek al gesien het wat daar vir Sunny Bill en die ouens gematch het en dan kry hy weer die volgende dag pak slaap by 'n klein ouetjie. So ja, nee, ek baie trots op hom en ek hoop hy hou nog en die liggaam hou nog genoeg. Want die ander manne leer definitief baie by hom en dit is lekker dat hy 'n leierskaprol vat.
Right, thank you guys. Thank you very much.
Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. Breaking news, Rassie Erasmus has officially confirmed that talks to bring Siya Kolisi back to the Sharks from Racing are currently underway, with SA Rugby being involved in these talks, and that a deal is currently being discussed and talked about by the various parties to bring the South African captain back to South Africa and be based in South Africa, a move which is being supported by SA Rugby. We don't quite know what the logistics are going to be, what the financials, for example, are going to be with regards to are SA Rugby going to help pay a release fee, for example, what's going to happen. But Rassie Erasmus, in his press conference this morning, after announcing the Springboks squad, confirming that there are talks happening, that they did ask them to be involved, him and SA Rugby, and that from the SA Rugby point of view, they very much do want him to be back in South Africa, and they want our captain to be based here. So we'll wait and see if this will happen, but the talks are on. Before we get into some of the details, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. So what do we know? We know that Siya Kolisi was bought by Racing about just over a year ago. They apparently had to pay quite a large transfer fee, basically buying him out of his contract at at the Sharks, to bring him over in a big move, a big sort of money move, as well as a big profile move over to Racing. He moved over to Paris and he began to play at the end of 2023 after winning the World Cup for a second time. And, you think about when you go and get a high profile signing, him going and winning the World Cup is exactly the kind of PR sort of hype and stuff. They signed essentially the biggest name in rugby. And unfortunately for him, didn't quite have the season he would like to have done. He had a couple of injuries. Didn't play badly. I mean, to be fair, I didn't watch a lot, but apparently it was quite underwhelming for a large part of the season, and was subject to attacks by the owner, who called him overweight and transparent in that sort of that quarterfinal game against Border Begley. And there was then a story that broke last week, which spoke about the fact that apparently he has had showdown talks with Racing and said that he wants to leave and he wants to come back and wants to basically come back to the Sharks. Now, the biggest issues, and this is where sort of the financials become a big thing, is that he signed a long-term contract with Racing. And given the fact that they paid for his contract out of the Sharks, the assumption is that there will be a big payout needed to be able to get him out of his Racing contract and get him back to the Sharks. Now, it's been an interesting reaction to this. Obviously, ideally, this is a move that we want to happen. We want him playing in the country. We want, as Sharks fans, you'll want a player like Siya who wouldn't. From a pure playing point of view, it's a move that just makes all the sense in the world. Financially, that's where the issue comes, and a lot of people talking about the fact that we shouldn't see SA Rugby buying out Siya from France and paying for him to come back to play in South Africa, because that money could potentially go where it is maybe more needed, than a player who's coming to the twilights of his career, for example, not in his prime. He is still eligible, for example, to play for the Springboks despite playing outside the country. So it's not like, he's not playing for the Springboks and now this big money move is going to make him eligible. That's not the case. And a lot of people saying that the money could be spent better elsewhere. So it's now this continued sort of weighing up the different options. Siya is the player. Is he worth the money, for example, the presence, the experience? Is he marketable enough to, for example, pay for that move with regards to the exposure he brings to the Sharks and sort of the marketing they can do off him? That's obviously going to come into the conversation, because he is a massive marketing pool, being able to slap him on posters, sponsors wanting to be involved in one of the biggest names in rugby. So, there's a lot to go through, but we will obviously continue sort of monitoring it. It basically sounds like the talks are very much happening. They're not concluded yet, but from all the senses we're getting, the move is going to happen and that he will be playing for the Sharks next season, which, as if from a playing perspective, is incredible. John Plumtree must be over the moon. Got some seriously good options going into next season, and it looks like Siya is going to be added to what was already really good options. Emmanuel Tuka, for example, making that move. They've still got a Vincent Tuka who hasn't quite settled in yet consistently, so he might probably potentially even have to shift to lock, but they've got a couple of players coming back, Jason Jenkins coming in, for example. So lots of big names at the Sharks next season, and looking to try and add the biggest name of them all. I want to know what you think. Should they bring him back? Let me know down in the comments below. Smash a like on the video. Subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much, everybody, and we'll see you guys all next time. Everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. The death of rugby, inverted commas or question mark, is something that's currently being thrown around on social media after SANZAAR officially confirmed the law variations for the rugby championship, the upcoming rugby championship, which has been met with, to be perfectly honest, a lot of disdain, a lot of backlash, and a lot of anger, because it's once again showing how rugby is going down a very, very dangerous road, where we are getting away from the key principles that make rugby union and not rugby league, as well as in a time where we talk about officiating being so controversial and so widely spoken, laws that are going to make officiating even more difficult, create even more issues with regards to people understanding how it is policed and officiated, which is just going to make everything a little more confusing. So not great, to be perfectly honest. Let's go through them, shall we? Because there are 4 law variations, and we're going to go through each one. In essence, they are the red card rule, the countdown clock for a scrum, line, and kick at goal, protection of the 9 at the base of the scrum, ruck, and at the maul, as well as play on for a line out, play on for a line out, not straight, if the throw is uncontested. Let's have a look, shall we? This is the laws that have been confirmed. Now, speaking on the laws, the SANZAR CEO Brendan Morris said as follows. The Rugby Championship is the flagship of the sport in the Southern Hemisphere, and annually we see the best players in the world battle it out for the title. We believe this year's championship that has been keenly anticipated by the players and rugby fans will again exhibit the best of the game, of what the game has to offer, with exciting, tough action on the field, enhanced by the evolution in the laws of the game. SANZAR, on behalf of its member unions, continue to explore ways to make the Rugby Championship and rugby in general even more attractive to fans. In 2024, the Rugby Championship is back to its full format with 12 tests played across Argentina, Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa. And then just talks about the fact that it kicks off and etc., etc., all a little bit relevant. Because the main thing I want to talk about are the law variations. Let's get stuck into this, shall we? First of all, the red card. If, in the event of foul play is determined to be deliberate and with a high level of danger, it will result in a full red card. Yes, you heard that right. A full red card. Not a half red card, a full red card. So now we've got red cards and even worse red cards. Not a different type of card. No, one bad red card and an even worse red card. So a full red card will result in the defending player not returning to the field, nor will he be able to replace. It's an incredible concept. It's actually been done before previously. In fact, quite a lot of sports, including rugby, it's called a red card. The way that it's been done for how many years. It works. Leave it. But no, then we have to go with all other red cards. Again, not a different shade of red, that do not meet the above threshold will be a 20-minute red card in which the offending player will be removed from the match but will be entitled to be replaced by another player after 20 minutes. The offending team will then be able to replace the red card player with one of their available replacements. The rationale is that the individual, not the game, should be punished for red card offences. I hate that argument, by the way. It is a team sport. You miss a tackle, your team concedes a try. You score a try, your team gets 5 points. You make a big tackle and force a knock-on, your team benefits. You get a red card, your team is affected, as it should be. That's the deterrent. That heartbreaking moment of knowing you've let your team, your nation, all of that down. That is a deterrent. This whole thing of, well, don't ruin the game. Nonsense. There are so many games with red cards which have been absolute thrillers. There are teams that have been galvanized by red cards. New Zealand almost pushed South Africa right to the edge, almost won the Rugby World Cup, and started playing better off that red card because they kind of lifted themselves up for it. I don't think there's any actual evidence to suggest that a red card ruins games, inverted commas. It's part of the game. We need our players to change the behavior. That is the deterrent. This whole a full red card, not a full red card, load of nonsense. Absolute load of nonsense. If you are going to do something like this, you're going to have an orange card and a red card. You're going to have to introduce a new card. We can't sit there with a full red card and a half red card, sitting there in a bunker. What's going to happen? Far too complicated. The next one is probably one of the most controversial ones. And so actually going back to the red card. Imagine the officiating now. Now we need to basically, not only does a ref need to decide between a yellow and a red, but a red and a full red. So there's a TMO bunker. We're now going to have to be judge, jury, executioner, and doing this all within like 6 minutes. That's just kind of the issue. And this is absolutely hospital pass for the officials. How they think this is going to work, I do not know. I don't think it's going to work. I think it's going to be a disaster. But we wait and see. Next is the countdown clock for scrum, lines, and kicks at goal. Now, the theory about this is all right. Basically, whenever in doubt, World Rugby and all these rugby tournaments throw up speed of play as the be all and end all of rugby and ball and play time. And there's absolutely no evidence, by the way, to suggest that more ball and time, for example, is more entertaining. There's also a lot to suggest that, running rugby, for example, just for the sake of running rugby, be more entertainment than a tight game. It's when fans complain about rugby and rugby spectacle, I don't think speed and play and ball and play is the top of the list. You know, for example, you watched that New Zealand, the South Africa versus Ireland game last year in the World Cup. Billed as one of the best test matches ever. And that the ball and time play, for example, was criticised by Ian Foster. And New Zealand then hammered Italy, by 40 points. And the ball and time play, by the way, it wasn't actually much more, but it was more. And you sit there going, well, which one would you rather watch? And we all know which one people would rather watch. Anyway, this is how it works. So a player will have 60 seconds to kick at goal when a try is scored, or 60 seconds to kick at goal from a penalty from the time the referee is informed of kick and goal option. This used to be so it used to be 9 seconds, 60 seconds, now both down to 60 seconds. If a player exceeds this limit, the conversion kick shall not be counted or kicked. Player restarts at the centre mark for a penalty scrum is awarded to the non-kicking team at the place of a penalty. So that's one of the few things where scrums actually coming back making its return. B, a scrum must be set 30 seconds from when the mark for a scrum is made by the referee. A free kick shall be awarded at place of scrum against the team causing the delay. Similarly, a line-out must be formed 30 seconds from the AR signalling the place of the line-out. A free kick shall be awarded on the 50-meter line against team causing the delay. The rationale is to speed up ball returning to play after a score, kick, or touch, or scrum. Now, on the face of it, you sit there going, oh, well, maybe we shouldn't take so long, and I must admit, I'm a big fan. I don't enjoy reset scrums, for example, because sometimes they get a bit hectic. But they are a necessary evil within rugby union because scrums are such a big part of it. And now this is the big law that people are taking exception with. The idea that we are depowering the scrum, that we are taking away the set piece. And South Africans are taking it very, very personally because we've obviously had such a good recent history when it comes to the scrums. Now, in terms of scenarios, Jared Wright, who I mentioned before on the channel as well, I'm going to go follow him on Twitter or X, Jared Wright 17, has proposed a couple of scenarios, and this is what some of the things that people are talking about. Why we're now losing, what it is to have rugby union. And he says that the potential way to avoid a scrum in the rugby championship is once the referee provides the mark, they could delay the set piece for longer than 30 seconds and concede a free kick. Now, with the new laws, you cannot take a scrum from a free kick, which means the opposition have got two options. They can take a quick tap, or they have to kick it, but they have to kick it to the opposition or kick it to touch where they lose possession. So from an attacking scrum, for example, if the other team is being battered at scrum time, and don't back themselves at scrum time in terms of conceding a penalty, in terms of providing an attacking set piece, they can basically just sort of fart around for 30 seconds and go, oh, sorry, we'll concede a free kick. And now, for example, the attacking team have only got two options, which is tap and go or kick to touch where they don't get the line. Whereas if they were to have the scrum and win a penalty, they could kick for goal, they could call for a scrum, and they could go to touch. Attacking line, attacking scrum, kick for goal, points, or quick tap. So it's a very easy way of teams battling with scrums to just say, well, we can just concede the scrum bait, we'll just concede a free kick. Now, in theory, the referees are able to punish teams if they feel they're doing it deliberately, for example, or if it's a recurring offence, then they can upgrade to a full penalty, but that's going to take some time. So there's already a little bit of a loophole of how teams can manipulate this law variation. The same thing can technically be done with the lineouts. So, for example, a team gets a penalty and kicks to touch inside the team B's 22. Maybe the rolling more is working really well, and they're sitting there going, "Ooh, if we have a line out here and we have a rolling more, we're in trouble here." If they then delay it and take more than 30 seconds to form the line out, then there's a free kick on the 50-meter line, which once again means that they can set up defensively, get their defensive system sorted. Or else the other team has to kick it, or else they can kick it to touch, but they lose possession of the ball. So once again, potentially removing the advantage of having that line out, for example. They also can't opt for a scrum on the 50-meter line, which if they kept the scrum as a free kick law would have been an option, and then that would have added a bit more jeopardy, because then you delay it by 30 seconds, cool, it's a free kick, they can take a scrum. You delay the line by 30 seconds, all right, cool, free kick. Now, for example, you conceded a line out, but now you've conceded a potential scrum on your 5-meter line or your 22, which if a team's got scrum dominance. So it's removing set pieces, and that's frustrating because set pieces are so important when it comes to rugby union. the role of a prop is going to be changing a lot over the next few years because we are going to have fewer scrums. Scrums are being taken out less and less as an option to turn to, which is really frustrating because, for example, you watch that scrum try against Ireland in the first test against Loftus. Now, I don't care if you are a rugby thoroughbred fan, watch every single game. If you are a casual fan, look at the reaction of the crowd when you see that scrum. It is phenomenal to watch. People understand the significance of a scrum, the pure power, for example. And we're taking it away. We really are. We're moving away from fewer scrums. That's number 2. Number 3 is protection of the 9 at the base of the scrum, ruck, and at the maul. It's 3 different variations. So a player who is part of the ruck may not play an opponent who is near it and who is attempting to play the ball away. Near is defined law as being within 1 meter and as a penalty. So if you play the scrum off, if you are within a meter and attempt to play the scrum off at the ruck, then you are going to be sanctioned with a penalty. Maul is a player who's part of the maul may not play an opponent near it and who's attempting to play the ball away. Once again, penalty. And scrum, similarly, once play in the scrum begins, the scrum off of the team not in possession must take up a position with both feet no further than the center line of the tunnel. You now have to be, so for example, you used to actually, I think it's have to be at the last feet of where the ball is behind the ball. You now have to be basically in line with your team. So or permanently retired to the point on the offside line, either at the team's hindmost foot or permanently retired at least 5 meters behind the hindmost foot, otherwise a penalty. So you can sit there on sort of halfway in the scrum, so basically where the tunnel is. You can go back to the 8th man, or you go back to being in line with the rest of your back line, for example. It's an interesting one, you know. In theory, so the rationale is that all 3 men are allowed to scrum off or play in that role to play the ball away cleanly from the player or without disruption. Once again, they're trying to just promote, you know, free, clean, quick ball. You know, I think that this is giving far too much protection for the scrum off. You know, I think that you should be able to put a scrum off under pressure because messy ball is how you, for example, can change momentum. So now you're going to have guaranteed clean ball the entire time. The idea is to just be able to, you know, create attacking opportunities and attacking structures. But again, I think it's needless. I don't think we need to change it. You know, it's you know, again, it's depowering the scrum, for example, because now if you're under pressure at scrum time, you know, the 9's going to try to take the ball out. Now they don't have to worry. Now they can go and find the ball underneath the lock's foot and they can get that out. So again, the scrum is becoming far less competitive than it was. This is the only one I don't mind, which is play on for a line, not straight, if the throw is uncontested. It says the law dictates the ball must be thrown into the line out straight. However, if the defending team are not lifted to compete for the ball, then play shall continue in the instance a throw may appear not straight. If the defending team lifts a teammate to compete for the ball and a throw is not deemed straight by the referee, then they shall be offered the option of a line out or a scrum. If the line out is chosen and the ball is again not thrown straight, a scrum is awarded to the team that originally threw in the ball. So the rationale there is doesn't force stop and play when no material offence has taken place. Again, this whole obsession with stopping ball and play, I essentially don't like it. But I don't mind this, to be perfectly honest. You know, I think that you should have to compete for the line out to make it competitive. If you decide not to compete and the ball is slightly straight, you know, I think that's on you. I think this encourages more teams to compete at the line out, to make sure that the other team has to be accurate. I think this is a pretty. I mean, some people are raging about this. I don't really mind this rule. I think it's a bit inconsequential. I think it is a bit of a needless thing. So if you do want to stop, you know, stoppages that can prevent, I think this is a pretty easy one not to do. It forces teams to compete. Otherwise, unluck. So I don't mind that rule. But everything else I think is pretty problematic. But yeah, what do you guys think? That's what I want to know. Let me know what you think of those laws down in the comments below. I'm not a fan of the 3 out of the 4, to be perfectly honest, and the red card is ridiculous. And I think, you know, the continual move to depower scrums and the shot clock, whilst the nice concept of speeding up game and play, I think it prevents far too many loopholes for teams to manipulate it so teams that can't compete physically and are struggling when it comes to scrum and stuff like that. You know, it's an easy way of them to just nullify that whole entire advantage, which is frustrating because that's what makes rugby union. You know, 15 players with different shapes and sizes all coming together to play the sport. We're moving away from that. Very frustrating. What do you think? Let me know down in the comments below. Smash a like on the video. Subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve. I'll chat to you soon.
So first question goes to Kotso. Kotso.
Afternoon, guys. Morning, everyone in South Africa. Just a quick one to Quibus. You made your test debut against the Aussies like a decade ago, and another opportunity for you to prove that you still have it 10 years later.
Yeah, made my debut against them in Cape Town, 2014. You're right. Started young those days, and still a little bit young in the bone. So it's always fun. It's going to be a huge challenge for us as a team to go out there and put a performance on that we are proud of. So it's not anything individual. It's just the whole team just needs to put a show on that our people can be proud of.
Mike?
Question for Corbus. I'm not too sure how often you played with Sasha, but what are the attributes you're picking up from him, and what are you looking forward to seeing from him on Saturday?
Yeah, I haven't played with him as 9 and 10, but the whole week he shows he's got a rugby head on him. He's a young boy, but he's hugely talented, and I'm really excited for him to go out there. He's got the backing of the 22 other players and the rest of the squad here to just go out there and express himself and enjoy the moment. I think he's going to do well. I think there's a lot of X factor in him. He's going to pull a few strings and create a few opportunities, I think.
Stephen?
Thank you very much, Z. Question for Ox. Ox, just in terms of, the scrum clock and the 30-second rule there, how's it been going with the guys in training? Are you guys confident that you'd be able to, get through that no problem and have the same power in the scrums?
Yeah, it shouldn't be a problem. I mean, we've looked at all our scrums even before these slight law changes, really. But we like we always say, we always buy the ref when like way before 30 seconds. So I think it shouldn't be a problem for us. We just have to adapt. And I mean, we did speak about it and we made plans for it. So yeah, we'll just simply adapt, and yeah, it shouldn't be a problem for us.
Percy?
Morning, Zina. Good morning, gentlemen. Good evening. Zina, I missed your introduction. Can I ask Afrikaans, man?
Percy, yes, since your hand is up next and no one else's is, yeah, that's fine.
Thank you so much, Zina. Kobus, kan ek gewoon vir jou vra? Gewoonlik 'n soortgelyke vraag so my kollega Michael gevra het. Gewoonlik julle as 'n skakelpaar moet 'n soort van 'n verhouding vorm. Jy laat dit klink asof julle die week redelik saam mekaar gewerk het. Hoe dink jy gaan hy verhouding? Het julle 'n verhouding nodig in 'n groot toets teen die Wallabies? En net kortliks, wat is jou geskiedenis met die Wallabies self? Hoe gereeld het jy al teen hulle gespeel?
Ja, ek dink skakelpaar gaan altyd 'n verhouding nodig hê, maar dis hoe ons hier oefen op van die begin af, vanaf die squad bymekaar gekom het. Die ouens ruil in op 15, op 10, op 12. Ons is op 9 en op vleuel. Sodat jy bou jou verhouding daar of jy net oefen en uit posisie uit oefen, al die tipe goed. Jy leer mekaar, jy leer hoe die ander se kop werk. So dit gaan nie 'n probleem wees nie. Soos ek gesê het, hy het die backing van almal op die veld en die wat opkom. So hy kan net uitgaan daar en homself uitleef en weet dinge gaan ons het as daar 'n fout kom, ons het hom. So daar's geen worries van sy kant af nie en van die verhouding tussen die skakelpaar nie, want ons oefen al lank saam mekaar, ons ken mekaar, ons eet elke aand saam. So ja, geen worries daaroor nie. En dan met Australië het al 'n paar keer teen hulle gejoel, soos ek gesê het, my eerste game vir die Bokke. En ek was ook in Brisbane in 2015 hier. Het ek die laaste keer daai tyd was ek laas jaar ook teen hulle gespeel, maar dink dit was die laaste keer oorsee wat ek teen hulle gejoel het.
Justin?
Thanks, Z. Ox, this one's for you. Coach Rassie spoke yesterday about obviously the focus on the now. but a small focus also on the future, on 2027, and building that depth for you guys as front rowers. Healthy competition to have so many options and having to work harder to get your starting berth and potentially even that place on the bench.
Oh, definitely. I mean, it's amazing to actually have the young guys come in and they absolutely talented. They're strong. They work hard. They like very humble. So it's amazing to work with guys like that, and I think they fit in perfectly into the system. So it's good, healthy competition, and like for us, I wouldn't say I'm one of the older guys, but like it definitely does keep me on my toes. It's just an amazing health environment, and the willingness to see guys learn just reminds you actually where you used to be as well as a player when you came in, how desperate you actually wanted to wear the Springbok jersey, and how desperate you have to be now to actually like stay part of the squad and stay playing.
Steven?
Thanks, E. Cobus, I'm just curious how you feel about the law variations in terms of the protection it gives to scrum halves. Do you think it could potentially make you, more dangerous, or how could it help you? Let me rather put it that way.
Yeah, I think we'll find out on the weekend how the law changes affected us or will affect us. But I think it's cleaning up the game around the ruck a little bit, which will allow our nines to get out one or two steps and attack the line before we choose our option. But in some games you don't want to run anyway, so it doesn't really matter. It's just how we plan for that week, how we want to attack, what exactly we want to do. But yeah, I'm excited to see how quickly we can get the ball away there.
Anami?
Hello. Question for Cobus. Just in terms of the Wallabies, they've got a new coach. We haven't seen a lot of them. We don't play against them in Super Rugby anymore. That makes them a bit unfamiliar to us. Is that a good or a bad thing? What do you expect from them?
Yeah, I won't say it. They're unfamiliar. Big word. Because we do a lot of research on them. We prep how they attack. We learn the way they do stuff in the game, so that we can be prepared and in the week prepare us for the game on the weekend. So even though we don't play them in Super Rugby, we do have the footage. We go sit in front of a computer, we watch guys play and try and figure out how or what their strong points and weak points are. So it's not Super Rugby. I mean, it doesn't matter if we play Super Rugby or not. I think with a new coach, a lot of new players coming through, they're going to be hugely desperate to get their fifth win on in a row. So for us, we just need to have a preparation set and done and clarity on what we want to achieve in the game.
Can you solve?
Thank you very much, Zina. Good evening, gentlemen. Cobus, this one's for you. Cobus, you've been to Australia a few times, as either going the Sharks or the Boks. What makes winning in Australia so difficult for the Springboks?
I think, yeah, sometimes in the older days, or a few years ago, we would look past Australia because we have maybe New Zealand after, or we don't prepare as well because we know there's more games to come and tougher games to come, and we're not doing that anymore. We focus just on what's coming on the weekend. We don't care about next weekend or how we're going to prep or what we're going to do. We're just focusing on the now and here and what we need to do as a team to get the win, and again to put a performance out there that is worthy of our people.
Percy?
Baie dankie Zina. Kobus net nog 'n vraag, 'n soortgelyke vraag soos my kollega Annelie gevra het. Jy het vir my herinner dat jy debuut in 2014 gemaak het. Die wêreld het sedert dramaties verander in die laaste 10 jaar, meneer. Kan ek jou vra vir die jaar tydens die Wêreldbeker was Australië 'n land, 'n span wat afgeskryf was. Jy het sopas ons genoem dat hulle nou 'n paar oorwinnings in 'n ry gehad. Kan die Springbokke die wêreldkampioene bekostig om hierdie Wallabies span onder nuwe afrigter te onderskat nie?
Kijk, daar was 'n tyd waar ons ook nie te goed gedoen het in die rankings en al daai tipe dinge nie. Ons het 'n paar games verloor en dinge het nie positief gelyk vir ons nie. En dit het ons elke keer net meer en meer desperaat gemaak. En ek dink dis waar ons voor Australië nou kan sit. Hulle is en gaan desperaat wees om hierdie game te wen. So daar's nie jy kan nie altyd bepaal wat 'n ou wat desperate is wat hy gaan doen en hoe sterk hulle gaan uitkom nie, maar ons kan bepaal wat ons doen en hoe ons die game mentally en fisies gaan aanvat. So ek het vroeër gesê ons prepare baie vir hulle, maar ons moet onsself ook prepare vir wat ons kan doen en waar ons sterkpunte lê.
Steven?
Thanks, E. Ox, there's a lot of chat around the law variations these days, potentially depowering the scrum a bit and less scrums and so on. You know how proud we South Africans are of your scrumming. Does it require a kind of a different approach to conditioning for props now?
I mean, I don't think it's like the low variation in terms of like making the scrum 30 seconds is actually depowering scrums, but it's just like the demands obviously a bit more from the front rows or like the entire forward pack actually. So I think in a sense as well, you have a lot of people talking about how the scrum is, and I've said in previous interviews before that most people want scrums into the game and they should just go watch rugby league. I mean, there's no scrums there and it's pretty similar. But in this, I think they adapted well, making the scrums a bit quicker and making sure that, as well, like for coaches and for players as well, for you to actually be able to come deliver your trade to show the world what you're really good at as a tight forward, then you have to kind of meet the fitness requirements, make sure you set quickly, make sure that the game just keeps on flowing and you don't have guys slowing the ball down just because they're at a disadvantage or anything. So I think it's actually beneficial, but it just obviously requires a bit more from the forwards but besides that, I think the quickest teams that will adapt to the variations are the ones that are going to do well, really.
Mike?
Yeah, for Cobus, another question similar to what I asked you about your combination with Sasha. Obviously at number 8, you got a newcomer there too. Just talk about how important it is to get that combination with your number 8 right, and how that will settle down quite quickly in the game.
Yeah, like I said, the combinations and all of that, we all good mates and we're a great family here. So we sit and talk. Me and Eldridge just went out for coffee now. So the combination on the field, it gels quickly. It can gel in a week, it can gel in a day. The way we train and the way we rotate the squad and. So yeah, I just tell him he needs to put his head down and scrum the opportunities we get to scrum so Oxy can have his cake. So that's his main job from the start.
Okay, and then we'll take the last question for these two gents from Kanyiso.
Thank you very much. I'll just have two short ones for both. Ox, just let me in on what you know about the Australian scrum, on what you've seen, especially with the work Cron, who's a renowned scrum doctor. And Cobus, just talk to me about the prospect of facing Nick White. Nick White is known to be quite the antagonist on the field. As you would have seen what happened back in Adelaide in 2022.
Well, for me, I think the scrum is very unpredictable, but they can see that they actually won the scrum. They stay in a contest. I mean, they do really anything to make sure that they actually dominate and they go forward. So I think it's going to be a big challenge for us. And also, given that we don't actually we're not in the Super Rugby anymore. So we actually, this is the first time I think in 2 years or since last year that we actually get to scum against them. So yeah, it's going to be a good challenge. But from what we've seen, they can be very unpredictable. You don't know what they're going to bring on the day, and we just have to be prepared for anything.
Yeah, and about Nick White, he's a great player and a great bloke off the field. He likes to get in your head with the sledging and pushing and shoving, but that's all tactics to get you off task. And again, it's something we spoke about. We need to stay on task. We need to stay calm in the head and do our job. So if he plays or not, and it's not just going to be him that will come with tactics to irritate us and all of that. That's the way they go about their game, and we know we'll do our best to control ourselves.
Great, thank you.
Let's talk about the Rugby Championship and New Zealand versus Argentina and Australia. How do we see this all going? We don't really know what to expect from Australia. We've seen very positive signs under Joe Schmidt, but very early days. Argentina, as you mentioned, a shaky home series against France. They are under new coaching as well in Felipe Contepone taking over. I mean, New Zealand beat England, but I think England messed up a massive opportunity for them to have actually gone and gotten the job done against New Zealand, especially in that first test. So how do you see the whole Rugby Championship going?
I think we'll figure out where teams are now. As we mentioned in previous podcasts, we've seen the Northern Hemisphere play each other, so we kind of know how they are. And we saw glimpses of the Six Nations of a very good England side who beat a very good Ireland side at home.
Yeah.
Then we saw now the North-South, we saw us play Ireland, drawn series, France versus Argentina, France B team. It was a drawn series in the end, but kind of licking your wounds still a little bit if you're Argentina. And then New Zealand, a brand new New Zealand taking on England, getting through, but leaving holes and cracks in the door that could have been easily exposed and exploited by the English had they been a bit more clinical. So it could be a completely different conversation. That in of itself might be papering over gaps that the New Zealanders have made, although now at least they'll have the confidence of maybe knowing that they haven't played that well, but still getting over the line, which is what had become so synonymous with every New Zealand team we've seen over so many years. It's the classic, 60 minutes up, they're looking nowhere and they just get it done. I think Australia, if you talk about a team that's really, we're at the bottom of, where they could have ever been after that World Cup. That's exactly where they were. Joe Schmidt managing to get 3 out of 3 results, albeit against, bad Wales team and Georgia, who were positive, but not enough of a threat. I think they've been able to just stop the boat from rocking a little bit and give a couple of their players just start almost enjoying their rugby. So now it's going to be like, okay, you've had, 2 relatively undercooked teams that you played against. How about the world champions?
Correct. No, I agree. I think it's, as it for us, it's ours to lose. And I think the point you make, we're going to find out where they are now. That I think is that exactly. We've got an incoming series, outgoing series, are very interesting ones because you're playing against teams that might rotate. For example, in the case of Argentina versus France, a Wales side going through a whole transition. So I think that Wales side will be competitive in a couple of years, but we all know they're not quite where they are. So, the best sort of only 2. I think opponents who were settled were England and Ireland, and we saw how close those sort of series were. But Dan, let's talk a little bit about the Rugby Championship, because SANZAAR has introduced 4 law variations. Now, let's go through it. I'm just going to kind of brush through the 2 which aren't creating too much of a hype. We'll talk a little bit about the one a bit more. But first of all, let's talk about if a ball is not straight in a line-out, but the other team doesn't contest, play on. Yay, nay from you?
I can see they're going to be loopholes soon. We don't know what they are yet, but something's going to happen and be like, okay, no, we're going to have to make that rule back. So within a year, that rule is going to be gone.
I think they'll probably have to try and talk about, within reason, a margin sort of thing, like a half a meter or whatever. You can't just almost throw from here to the fly half. So I think that there'll need to be
it'll be fun though. People get creative in the first year for sure.
Yeah, but that's the thing. So it'll be interesting to see how people interpret that. I think on the base, I don't really mind it. I think if you don't contest, I think you forfeit the right to have the turnover. If it's slightly skew and you didn't contest, then I think then contest next time. That's the reason that the ball has to be thrown in straight is so that when you contest, you have a chance of getting it, a reasonable chance. So if you're going to, if you're not going to contest, for example, I don't mind the fact that you forfeited the chance of the turnover. I think the big thing is obviously within reason. No one's going to have an issue if the number 2 jumper goes straight at the front of the lineup, it's slightly skewy, comes down, and we play on. The issue, as I said, comes when it starts becoming a bit extreme and they start finding those loopholes. But that's the least controversial of all the laws. The next one is protection of the number 9. You cannot be within a meter at the ruck, similarly at the maul. But the big one's for the scrum, where the opposite number 9 can now only go as far as the middle of the tunnel. So they basically have to be in line with their props, or the heads of their props, or else they have to retreat to the 8th man, or else that they retreat the full 5 minutes and join the defensive line. So an interesting variation that this might promote, for example, people are saying that now allows the team with a put-in to go to the boot, for example, off the back of a scrum. You're traditionally never going to box kick off the back of a scrum because the scrum off's right on you. Well, now they're not.
From 8 as well.
So exactly. And I think for me, the reason I don't like this rule is we're talking about depowering the scrum. We'll talk a bit more about that. This for me, takes away that the difficulty of a scrum of having to get the ball out of the scrum when under pressure. When you've got that scrum off bearing down on you, that ball that you're having to go dig for, the scrum off's there waiting to try and do it. The 8th man doesn't know if he can pick it up or not. You've now got that clean opportunity as an 8th man can clean pick up, for example, and go. You're not going to have the number 8 on you. The number 9's not going to have to contend with the opposite number 9. So I think that for me as well, I'm not a massive fan. I don't think the scrum offs need much protection. I think it's one of those laws where was it really necessary? I don't watch rugby game and think
really been a reason for it. The scrums get penalized when they're going too early and they're trying to jackal the ball. It just kind of removes that extra layer that scrum offs always have that is just pissing off everyone else, being in places you feel like they shouldn't be in.
Which is for me like half the fun about a scrum off.
Yeah, exactly. It brings about that fuff the clack personality of I'm going to just get in the way. I'm going to shoot up. I'm going to be the person that's in your ear, breathing down your neck. I mean, again, these rules, they're always hard to predict how they're going to go. But when you see how different teams think creatively is this an advantage or disadvantage on offense or defense? But I think largely it'll be exposed with a couple games played.
Yeah, right. Then the next big one is the free kick one, the shot clock. The shot clock, which is now going to be brought in 60 seconds for penalties and conversions. I don't think anybody's having an issue with that. It's the 30-second shot clock for lineouts now, as well as for scrums. Now, the issue comes not so much with the shot clock, but the result of that is then a free kick to the opposition or to whoever had it, if you are delay and you're not ready to scrum or have a line in 30 seconds. And because of the new laws...
let's just make this clear. By ready, it's people at the location. For example, jumpers ready to jump, ball in hand.
To go,
Okay.
Yeah, and for scrums, down there, ready to set, basically.
Yeah.
Not just at the mark and kind of, no, you need to be ready to go. The referee can call, crouch, bind, set, if you do not do that, then it's a free kick. Now, the big, obviously, change recently with the free kick is that the removal of the scrum as an option. So the issue comes from a manipulation point of view. You, for example, are getting absolutely dominated in the scrums. You could have a defensive scrum, and you take longer than 30 seconds. You can see a free kick. And then they get a tap and go, or else they have to kick the ball to you. Similarly with the lineout. If
you're
it's
5 minute line time wasting now, very very easily. Like I don't want to concede a scrum underneath the
scrum penalty.
Exactly.
Where they can take a 3-pointer. So I'll just concede a free kick by not having the scrum, and then they either kick it away or they have to tap and go. Similarly with the line out, I don't want to concede a 5 meter maul because we've been dominated. So therefore, I'll just take a while to get to the line out, concede a free kick, we got our entire defensive line set up, or 15 players, and we'll defend. You know, you're not going to go and take. You're not going to win a line out and not going to win a penalty and go for another line out. You're not going to suddenly take a scrum on the 5-meter line where you can potentially scrum us or win the penalties. So not a fan of that, because I think it's far too easy to be manipulated.
For me, I think it's hilarious because there's been so much said to, as you said, devalue the scrum, and how much outcry there's been with South Africa's 6-2 split, 7-1 split. By speeding this game up, you're going to need those subs sooner. So more and more teams are going to have to rely, because props, they are big humans, and the forwards are big humans. They can't get around the park very quickly. You're putting time pressures on these mammoth humans instead of, giving them. I feel like the argument that the game with the ball in play more and then it makes for a better game is so false, and I feel like it's been disproven so many times over.
That's my biggest problem, isn't it? You know, when rugby fans are complaining about a lot, I don't see a lot of fans complaining about ball and play.
The only time ball and play was mentioned was at the World Cup last year, when Foz tried to argue that their game versus Namibia was better than our game versus Ireland, and everyone said, "Shut up, you're being a sore loser." You know,
yeah, correct.
Because and ball and play wasn't actually that high for the South African Island series. No rugby fan has said that was a boring series. That is as good as it gets. It's these guys get busted and broken. It's not sevens, and I feel like, again, it wasn't an issue, and now it's being forced. I think more people are going to have 6-2 split benches, and then everyone's going to look at South Africa and can't be irritated. So if anything, maybe it works in our favor.
Yeah,
from that perspective, but maybe not the conceding of the free kick.
And the depowering of the scrums.
Because you can't choose a scrum from a free kick. That's obviously not going to
happen. And then the final one is now there is a red card and then there's a red card. Because there is now a red card. And if it's, a Roy card. Literally, because there's now two different red cards, and yet it's the same red card, where a red card, or a full red card is what they're saying, is if it is found to be deliberate and dangerous, stuff like that, that player will be removed from the field and the team will not be able to replace them. If it is more on the sort of the accidental side, for example, or no foul play or no serious foul play has been committed, then it will be a 20-minute red card where the player will be removed for the entire match, but after 20 minutes, they'll be able to replace them. Once again, can we just leave the red card alone? In my opinion, can we just? It's why are we complicating this? And even with this, if you're going to do this, surely you introduce an orange card. How can we have a red card, a full red card, and then a semi half? I mean, so what? Does the ref fold in half when he does it? I mean, what's going on here?
Yeah, it's a bit confusing. I feel like the bunker was kind of getting figured out, and despite the reaction to like that Andre Esterhuizen recent one from South Africans, I do think that mostly sense prevailed and that was a red. So by the letter of the law, Stevie, in that scenario, Andre Esterhuizen is then being replaced in 20 minutes, correct?
I think so. Well, if they judge it to be accidental, for example.
Yeah. But I think so much of red cards come down to malicious, which is where it's confusing. I feel like there are very few, or maybe it's actually not. Maybe it's because of the head contact. It used to be pure militia. Now it's just head contact. So I think maybe that's what they're defending against, right? Is the Andre Esterhuizen scenario when he's got it all sorts of wrong. He hasn't meant to do that, but he's lined him up and he hasn't got in the right body position. And essentially what they're saying is, okay, we'll give you 20 when it's a rugby incident. We'll give you 20 minutes off and someone else come back on. But when you have spear tackled someone and put them on their head, off you go. No one can replace you, which very rarely happens, actually.
Yeah, well, I think that's the thing. And I think the main thing is that red cards are supposed to be a cause to try and prevent you from doing things. And it's about behavioral changes. So it's not about chastising Andre Esterhuizen. I'm not saying that he went there and he had the intent of harming and he wants to go and absolutely decapitate the Portuguese player. The red card is to sit there saying, you cannot go upright into a tackle. You've got to get the tackle low. That's the whole point of this. You're supposed to be adjusting player behavior and adjusting in the game to make it safer, which is why, yes, it's a rugby incident, but it's a preventable rugby incident. Because if he goes lower, for example, and he makes a tackle below the chest, then that doesn't happen.
Yeah, for me, I don't mind it so much. I just think 20 minutes is too short if you're doing this. Make it 40 minutes. You know, if it happens in the second half, you're done. Then if it happens in the first minute, like it did for Andres Days, and you play a whole half without that extra player, at least I think to make teams feel, as you say, to make it the action preventative from happening again, then you need to have serious consequences. And I don't think 20 minutes does that.
Well, my biggest sort of argument that it doesn't do that is just look at, New Zealand or Super Rugby, which we know has got the worst possible reputation when it comes to never handing out red cards or yellow cards when it comes to some seriously hectic foul play. And then they've got and then they introduced a 20-minute red card, and things got even progressively worse, where there's just been very little change in behavior.
World Cup final because their captain got a red card.
Yeah, correct. So yeah, no wonder they're in favor of a 20-minute red card, because then in that situation, Sham Kane probably would have been able to be replaced by 20 minutes. But speaking, so everywhere, those are the little variations. We can't speak too much about them. We've got so much to get through. Because speaking of captains, one Siamtanda Khaleesi is on his way back to South Africa, thanks to Fabrizio Erasmus.
I mean, it's comical. You don't see this thing ever, these things ever happen, eh? And just press conference. Rassie, what's the story of the rumors of maybe Sia come back? Oh yeah, no, he's coming back. His agent has been calling me the whole time, trying to help facilitate the deal. Yeah, the Sharks are speaking to him, and he'll be back soon. It's like, what? Yeah. This was a rumor, like an unfound, like, no one had really had solid grounds up until this point to continue to speculate, other than what was literally just in the room. Well, from that to head coach of the Springboks jumping in and exclusively saying, like, outright, yeah, no, it looks like it's happening, and I've been a part of this process, and so it looks like Sario are going to have to pay a part of his, I don't know, is it a buyout clause?
Dude, I think it's, I don't know if it's about buying him out of his contract type of thing. Because the problem is Racing put up 17 million rand last year to buy him out of the Sharks contract.
Yeah.
So there is kind of the matter of that. Now, you probably find if Racing would probably take a similar amount of money and just say, basically, pay us back the money that we pay for you. We had a season, cool, call it quits, bugger off. Our owner evidently doesn't like you, thinks you're fat, whatever. But they're certainly not going to just let him walk away for free. You don't. It's not exactly a small amount of money that you just go, what's 17 million rand?
For a caliber player like Sia Khaleesi as well, you're also losing the player as much as he
player and the marketability of the player, the profile of the player. I mean, that's the big thing a lot of people talking about. It's that you're not just signing him as the player. The Sharks are getting a marketing dream. You slap him every single poster far and wide. It's there's a massive part of that. Just in terms of the actual move, I don't mind the move, as long as, personally for me, I don't think SA Rugby should be contributing anything towards the move itself. If they continue, I mean, obviously he's a player of national interest, so they contribute towards a salary. Continue to do that by all means, but I don't think they should be stamping up any of the cash to be buying him out of a Racing contract, because I think 70 million rand to go and spend money like that to bring Sia Khaleesi back when our sevens has been defunded the sevens funding has been cut back, when our women's game is so in desperate need of funding. We talk about how much the Curry Cup is bleeding money because it doesn't have a spot. Well, now it's got a sponsor, but you've got all these things which and they talk about how little money we have to then go and contribute towards a massive transfer fee to bring back our 34-year-old
largely
captain.
to make Sia happy. And listen, if there's anyone that we want to make happy, it's Sia Khaleesi. But if it does involve, as you say, spending 70 million rand, I'd rather he goes and just have one more year on that Racing contract, whatever it is. Go play out a little bit more time there, because like that is a stupid amount of money for a player that. It's not like he's not allowed to play for the Springboks anymore. It's not like
that was also our thing. We're not bringing him back so that he can suddenly play for us. It's not
like nothing actually changes.
It's not New Zealand Rugby going and buying out Richie Mwanga's Japanese contract to bring him back so that he can play for the All Blacks and make him a whole different team. He's still playing for the Boks, So from a Bok perspective, nothing changes, which is why I think from an SA Rugby perspective, holistically, nothing's really changed by him going overseas.
For sure.
Start with debutant Carlo Tizzano. What sort of impressed you about your game, and what stage of this sort of super season did he emerge in your radar?
I probably chatted to Carlo halfway through the season and stayed in touch after that. He was in the hub training with the Waratahs boys once they were out of the Super Rugby, so You know, we had a bit of a work in progress eye over Carlo, and you know, it's a fantastic opportunity for him.
Just in terms of Carlo, is it fair to say he's almost the best like replacement for Fraser? I'm trying to replicate what he does over breakdown.
I'm not sure that you can ever get like for like. We just felt that Carlo would suit the combination that we picked in the back row and in the second row, and so best complement that really. And he's such a good young man, and you know, we're really excited about watching him get underway in 48 hours time.
He's known as a pretty abrasive player. Was there any element of it being a horses for courses kind of selection up against the Springboks who like that style of game?
No, you know, I think his energy is relatively positive, more than abrasive, but he fights for everything, Carlo, and that's what first caught our eye. He's quite a dynamic competitor around the breakdown, and you know, I think in the context of losing Fraser, we needed someone who could bring elements of Fraser's game, but probably not all of them. That's why we were picking Fraser before, but it's a great opportunity for Carlo.
Just on Taniela, family kind of reason, firstly, but secondly, how big a blow is that to lose such a giant in the forward back for Wallabies?
Yeah, Taniela is Taniela. You know, he's massively powerful. You know, I think at the same time we've got to be able to build depth. And one of the things that we tried to do through July, even at the risk of making 10 changes before Georgia and 5 changes between the Welsh tests, is to try to grow that base. And so, you know, we're in a very different stage of our development as compared to the Springbok, and that's always a risk. We've got about half as many caps, and a quarter of those belong to James Slipper. So, you know, from that perspective, we are still going to keep trying to build, and if we do lose someone, we've got to be able to best operate as a Wallabies squad and not be overly reliant on individual players.
Speaking of depth, you've also handed a potential cap to Luke Reimer off the bench as well, which is exciting for him. What made him catch your eye after bringing him to camp?
We brought him into camp during the Georgia week. We had a few injury concerns at that stage, and so, you know, he trained really well, and that allowed him to be the springboard into continuing with the squad. Again, this week he's trained well. He's such a good competitor over the ball. He's got a good low tackle, and you know, again, he doesn't give up the fight easily, Luke. So again, we're hopeful that he'll bring really good abrasive energy off the bench.
Does it almost work as a 1-2 punch to cover Fraser, who is a big loss, but having two very attacking mindset open sides to come on in Carlo and Luke, it surely helps to cover that loss for Fraser?
Yeah, to a degree. You know, there was always the debate around, do we even go with a 6-2 split, because having two specialised sevens is an unusual situation for us. But we feel that Jeremy Williams has done a really good job for us, covers back row and second row. So we just felt it was worthwhile having both those guys. And there was also a temptation of maybe using someone who was multi-purpose, you know, like a Tom Hooper or a Seru Uru, to give us a bit broader coverage, but maybe not the same. You know, if we lost Carlo early, it would be a long time in the 7 jersey, which is not overly familiar to either of those two. So it was just trying to balance all those elements up, really.
Was the decision to select Noah a simple one, and secondly, another specialist 10 on the bench, which is unusual as well? What does he provide?
Yeah, I think most teams have a 10 on the bench, maybe not a specialist per se, but Noah's had the most time in the saddle really for us through training and through those first 2 Welsh tests. So he's got that opportunity. We lost Tom for maybe a week and a half with a hamstring niggle. He's back to 100%, but he had to get through this week's training, so there was a little bit of uncertainty there. And Ben Donaldson, he's working really hard on his game, and we're trying to help him make sure that some of the things he's actually really good at get delivered consistently. He didn't get a good start to the Georgia game, and then things didn't flow for him. So we just want to make sure that next time he goes in, he's right up to speed and confident, because he's got a really good skill set.
The odds are stacked against it. Like there's double the amount of caps as you mentioned. There's so many World Cup winners in that South African side. What gives you confidence that Wallabies can put up a great fight, and where are the couple of areas you can target South Africa?
Yeah, I think one of the things that gives us confidence is that we're not guided by the belief that's external, but it's fantastic to have the support around, even around the city. Walking back from a function yesterday, people in the street sort of saying, "Oh, good luck on Saturday." And I haven't spent a huge amount of time in the rugby community here, but there seems to be a real support going into the weekend, which is, it sort of swings both ways for us. There's an expectation that we have to try to live up to, but there's a support that we want to keep earning. So, with regard to that, I think we've got to make sure that we match up at set piece, because whatever you do against South Africa, you've got to be able to match up at set piece, because that's where the whole thing starts. And from there, they really stressed Ireland going side to side. The width of their attack, and I think with Sacha being preferred over Andre, he's going to bring some tempo, and whether it's Kobus or Grant Williams, they've got incredibly quick nines. So even around those fringes and then the edges, a lot of what they bring, we're going to have to be ready to match up for. Then on our side, I think we're going to just have to make sure that we're really accurate. A quarter of the tries they've scored over the last year have been from turnover, and if you give them that oxygen and allow them to breathe on the edges or through and behind you, because they can turn the game around so quickly with the likes of Cheslin and Kurt Learonce and Willie LaRue with his experience and passing game. It is quite intimidating if you consider their personnel, but at the same time, it's never just individuals that can win you a game, and we've got to collectively build a Wallabies team, squad, and belief, and hopefully there can be a little bit of a look at that on Saturday.
Joe, can you just run us through your thought process of no Marika Koroibete in the 23?
Yeah, Marika wasn't quite ready, and this week was about orientating him and getting him back up to speed, and I think Marika will be available beyond this week, but this week was a little bit too soon. And Marika and I had a chat at the start of the week. It's a little bit the same with Corey Toole, Max Jorgensen, those guys who were fresh in this week. It's a whole new language to learn. Just to get comfortable in the systems, it's just to give him enough time. Really, he's fit in really well. He's a character, Marika, around about the place in a really positive sense. And he has a real kind of sense of the game that allows him to get involved at the right moments. He works hard across the field, and I've always thought, coaching against him, that he's an absolute handful. So, he's a guy that we've got a lot of respect for.
With the Springboks, they lay out their cards. They've got the bomb squad on the bench there. Were you tempted to go with a 6-2 bench, to be able to combat that power in the last quarter?
Yeah, I think one of the things that you've got to have conviction in what you're doing, and you've got to consider where you're trying to take the team first. If you can, I think you're always conscious of what they're going to bring, and you know what it is, and it's very confrontational and hard to shut down. We know that's coming, but by being overly focused on them, we can start to lose a bit of our own identity and how these players we've got want to play. So it was a balance, and I'm not saying I've made enough mistakes in so many years I've been involved with coaching that we haven't necessarily got it right, but we're still finding out who we are, let alone trying to cater for what the opposition bring.
Do you consider Angus Bell in a similar category as Corey's and Marika's, just you need to see a bit more time on the training club?
Yeah, and Angus felt that as well. So he's another guy who's in a really good position to offer more. I had a chat to Angus just after training today. I thought he trained really well, and his confidence in his fitness and his readiness is increasing. So yeah, it'd be great to be able to get him back into the picture as well. But one of the dangers is I think being so anxious to get someone back involved, you put them in when they're not quite ready, and no one really wins on the back of that. The guy who's had the position so far and is working hard, he's still trying to earn his place, and then the guy who's coming in, if he's not quite ready and not quite at the peak of his confidence, then you probably lose out either way.
The last couple of things, guys. We want to come back over to this other room after as well. Did you have something? No?
Are you the sort of coach that embraces an underdog tag, or because of your pragmatic nature, it doesn't really factor in?
Yeah, I would be fairly pragmatic. When I started with Ireland, it was really easy to be underdog, but it wasn't necessarily relevant to the way we performed. We just wanted to get our process right and remain really process driven. Coaching with the All Blacks, there's always a massive expectation with the All Blacks, and so again, that can weigh heavily, but I think they live with it all the time, just like the Springbok live with it all the time. There's a real expectation when the Springbok go out that they're going to be incredibly hard to beat. So for us, we haven't really talked about it, to be fair. We've just talked about getting this right and that right, and trying to put enough things together that are accurate, so that we can get the process right rather than the perception, be affected by the perception, if you know what I mean.
Joe, can I circle back to that external force you were talking about? This city, this place, this community, that ground is so hard to win at for visiting teams, and you would have experienced that. What is it about Suncorp Stadium, the Wallabies, makes so hard to beat there?
Yeah, I toured here coaching Ireland 2018, and we won 2 out of 3, but the 1 out of 3 that we didn't was here in Suncorp. So I'm not sure whether there's any mystique in the ground, and again, being a bit of a pragmatist, I think when the whistle goes, I don't think I'll be asking Kobus Reinek if he's interested in any history. They're all about creating their future, and every time a player goes out, they're trying to create the immediate future. They're not worried about what happens in the second half. They have to get what's right in front of them. So I'm not sure that it will affect the players, but it's a nice bit of history to have on your side. And the nicest thing about it is the support, and I'd love to see a lot of that support in gold, really pretty vocal in getting behind the team, because while it might not change the bounce of the ball, it can affect the strength of belief and the motivation and the willingness to fight for the inches that matter.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate that.
focus is on the now and obviously the Rugby Championship, but Coach Rassie yesterday mentioned briefly that yes, 2027 needs to be looked at as well at the same time in terms of your preparation. For you as one of the senior players within the squad, healthy to be able to know that there's so much depth within various positions in that back line, that players are coming in and proving themselves and making it not easy to get that opening berth and starting lineup position for yourselves?
Yeah, no, it's exciting for the Springboks, for South Africa. Us as players, you always know there's always somebody fighting for position, and it's always healthy to have good competition within the group because it just brings the best out of each and every one of us. And yeah, as you said, like I'm not a player that looks too far ahead because you might stumble along the way. For me, it's all about doing my best and contribute towards the jersey in the best way that I can. And the most important thing is just to enjoy myself. That's why I'm playing this game. And yeah, the coaches and the management all have their plans, obviously with the future lying ahead. But for me personally as a player, and I'm sure each and every player is purely focused on this first game in Brisbane and not looking too far ahead.
Then it just come across to me now that you've only ever played one other test match in Australia. What does it mean to you to play a test match there? Considering that you've been around the world, traveled, played in New Zealand, everywhere else, but Australia seems to be the one country where you haven't not played a lot of rugby.
No, you're spot on. I made my test debut in Brisbane, and it wasn't a good result. But yeah, just good to be back in the team and be back in Brisbane. As I said earlier, like it's a new coaching staff. It's a lot of new players that's coming, which is quite exciting. And for us, is we just need to stick to what we've done throughout this week, execute our plan, and once we can do that and the force gets us the go forward, hopefully there'll be opportunities for us to exploit out wide. But yeah, just great to be back up in Brisbane and just be part of the Springbok team.
I'm just curious about your experience of Tony. If you can just give your thoughts. I mean, could he sort of, I know you're a guy that the opposition looks at very closely, but could he, unlock something extra in you?
Yeah, no, definitely. Like, as Andre said, like Coach Tony comes with a lot of fresh ideas. It's a new voice to the group, and as a player, a lot of experience, but as a coach as well. Being in Japan, the Japanese boys spoke highly about him, and since I've been part of the group under Coach Tony, he's been really unbelievable, and he just wants us to play rugby and express ourselves. But as a team, obviously there's a plan, but you also have a bit of freedom to bring your 1% to the team to try and contribute and make a difference. And yeah, really exciting for that. And he's never a coach that just says you need to do X, Y, Z. He gives you that leverage a bit to play what's in front of you. So yeah, definitely exciting.
Jason, what would it mean for you guys to win a test match in Australia and get the rugby champs off to a good start? The Boks have, again, winning World Cup matters significantly, but the rugby championship and success against Australia in Australia seems to be the one thing that has eluded this particular group of players.
Yeah, no, we haven't won a rugby championship since 2019, so obviously it will be unbelievable to get another one. But for us as a team, we're just looking forward to this coming Saturday. As you mentioned, we also don't have a good history here up in Australia, but if you look at it, we haven't played them a lot down here. But yeah, we don't look too far ahead. We're just going to put our focus purely on Saturday and deliver our best performance that we can. And yeah, it's not a World Cup, it's a rugby championship, and that's our focus for them.
This question is for Cheslin. Joe Schmidt included two very fast speedsters in Corey Bete and Corey 2, who's just come back from the 7. You must know Corey Bete well from Japan as well. Going into a game like this, do you study your opposition? I know, the players always say we just look at ourselves, but Is that something you do in your mind as you go into a game like this, study them and make sure you know what to expect from them?
Yes, definitely. As a team, you need to be prepared as well as you can. And yes, we do analyze the way they play. We do analyze certain players, individuals, and yeah, as I mentioned, they got good X factor in the back three, guys that can make things happen out of nothing. But for us, we look forward to that opportunity, and yeah, we're analyzing, but our main focus is purely just on ourselves, on our what we want to achieve out of the game, and yeah, everything happens up front, and whoever wins that will have a good day on Saturday.
Fantastic. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. I'll be sending.
A few weeks ago, now getting the chance to play for the Wallabies here in your home city, home state. How special is that?
Yeah, pretty special. It was awesome to pull the jumper on a few weeks ago against Wales and then against Georgia again, and what bigger challenge than facing the Boks at home. So yeah, really excited.
What are you expecting physically against this Boks team? Or have you heard any war stories from any of your teammates about just how tough it is against the South Africans?
Well, obviously aware they're a big team, so we're gonna have to front up physically, and we've had a good week's prep to prepare for that. So yeah.
A lot of the sort of rhetoric around Springboks is that bomb squad and how it changes sort of game coming on. As sort of someone in that sort of similar role, is that something that's spoken about a bit more this week? Like, how do you go about sort of approaching a challenge like that?
Yeah, obviously, as I said, we're aware that they're a big side and they've got those big boys coming off the bench. So we're sort of internal focus this week, preparing the best we can to put ourselves in good stead.
Josh, what's the psychology like when you go through their side, they're pretty stacked, and Marks is coming on the bench, off the bench. Like, how does it change the psychology from being probably favourites against Wales and Georgia to taking on the Boks now?
Yeah, I mean, obviously they command a lot of respect. They've had a fair few good years, but yeah, we're preparing as a Wallabies unit. We've been together for a month or so now, so yeah, we're growing nicely and hopefully can put up a good fight against them.
Is it about not putting them on a pedestal?
No, not so much. We're sort of internal focus. We're focusing on how we can prepare the best we can, and so internal focus and yeah.
Hunter, what's your memories of Damien Diolende?
Sorry?
What are your memories of Damien Diolende?
Yeah, he's obviously a world-class player in that midfield. He's physical and he's got a lot of skill set to his game. So, yeah.
Can you think about Adelaide a couple of years ago? You guys had a great victory, and then a week later they really brought that physicality. What did you notice between the 2 weeks where the results kind of reversed pretty quickly?
Yeah, it was just physicality. I think they had a mindset to come out in that second game and to play on top of us, which they did, and they got the result. So for us, it's to try and meet them at the line and go from there.
Both being sort of Queensland Reds, like Suncorp Stadium has become this sort of fortress. A lot of players scored during the week for the Wallabies. Why do you think that's the case? That this has been the ground that's brought the best results out of the side.
Yeah, I think Suncorp's a really good spot for Australian rugby. We haven't lost much games at Suncorp, but it's a dangerous spot and it's home for us. So, yeah.
Just going to say, when you come off a red season where there's sort of a lot of positive momentum around, Queensland rugby heading into this year, do you sort of sense that sort of feeling when you come back here and looking to sort of continue that, having followed a similar path with the Wallabies with 3 straight wins to start the year?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the Queenslanders love the sport, and so I think we just sold out the stadium. So they'll come out in numbers and be right on our back as we take on the Boks.
How do you feel, Josh? Like often when you and Hunter play generally 10,000-15,000 in Super Rugby, and then there's going to be a packed house. How do you feel kind of mentally preparing for kind of such a culture?
So excited, mate. It's not often you get to play in your home state and in front of a packed crowd. So yeah, bloody excited.
Are you a fan of the afternoon kickoff? Fans obviously have responded by selling it out. Would you like to see more Wallabies tests sort of in the afternoon, sort of family-friendly spot?
Yeah, I mean, let's hope for a nice blue afternoon. We can throw the ball around a bit and have some fun. But yeah, afternoon footy, we obviously play that growing up. So yeah, it's nothing that we're not used to.
been to a sold out Suncorp before, like Origin or in 2011 with the Reds final?
Yeah, I went to the Reds final in 2011, and there was a NRL Grand Final a few years ago, and then obviously a few Origins. It's unreal when it gets packed out. So yeah, be pumped.
It'd be insane to run out in front of that, so we'll run on with that.
Yeah, it'd be awesome.
Hey Hunter, everyone's probably writing all this off. Do you guys lean into that underdog kind of status? Is that something internally that's a big thing?
Yeah, for us, we're just worrying about ourselves. We back our preparation through this week, and we know we've got full confidence if we do our prep right. We'll go out there and have fun and do the job though.
Fraser's obviously a big loss. We've got Carlo Tizano coming on there. But I presume you haven't played with him, but you played against him. Can you get a measure of the bloke from when you played against him? He's a little bit mad by all accounts.
Yeah, no, he's a tough bloke. He's a workhorse. Loves putting his head into the dark spots and the breakdowns and that. So it would be similar to have Fraser out there. So yeah, he'd be keen to rip in.
You just laughed at that, Josh. You played against him, and is he mad?
Yeah, I played with Carlo through the 20s, sort of set up, and then played against him a fair few times. He's a few screws loose there with old Carlo. He's 100% at training, and geez, he's 100% on the field. So yeah, he'll be a big asset for us.
Was that Perth match a big reminder of how effective they can be as well?
Yeah, definitely. It was a pest that day, and we got the better of us. So yeah, it'd be good to have him on our side this time.
Has he reminded you of that or not?
He brought it up briefly, but fended it off. Shut it down pretty quickly.
Generally, debutants are kind of bundle of nerves. It wasn't too long ago. But is Carlo, is he presented that way this week, or is he kind of different kettle of fish?
Nah, Carlo backs himself to the hills. He'll be confident and excited and ready to rip in. So wouldn't say he'd be too flustered with nerves.
And can you tell us the battle between him and Lukey Reimer? I imagine they've been going out at training.
Yeah, Lukey's another bloke pretty similar to Carlo. That's 100% all the time. Them going at training. It's been pretty good to watch this week, and can't wait to see it on the weekend.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. Joe Schmidt has announced his Wallaby sides to take on the Springboks this weekend in Brisbane, Fortress Brisbane, the Suncorp Stadium, where the Boks last won in 2013. It will be a sold-out crowd, and a very interesting side being selected by the Wallabies, with quite a few key players missing. No Ateneo Tupou, no Marakai Corbett, no Nick White, for example, no Fraser McWright. So a very injury-hit Wallaby side have named a side which will be captained by Alan Alatoa. Still some very good players in the side, the likes of a James Slipper coming off the bench with 123 tests to his name. Hunter Pasami in the centres is a very, very talented player. He will partner Len Ikatal. We've seen the form of the likes of Tom Wright, for example. Rob Valentini on the flanks as a solid player. So it's a very good Wallaby side, but definitely missing a bit of star power. Whether it'll be enough to beat the Boks, we'll have to wait and see. But it'll still be a tall task for the Springboks, who do not have a good record in the stadium, and they very much want to try and put that record straight. Before we look at the team, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. This is how the Wallabies do line up. In the front row, it will be Isaac Kalia, who will get his fourth opportunity in a Wallaby shirt, next to Matt Faisler, who played quite a lot against Wales, still very new to the Wallaby side. So, for example, you look at those two players, combined, they have 10 tests compared to the 70 tests by Captain Alan Alatoa. Like, you have an opportunity to say hello to Eben Etzebeth. We all remember what happened last year, or last time, for example. These two teams did clash over in Australia, and that big sort of fight between them. So it'll be interesting to see if anything like that potentially sort of comes up this weekend. We look at the rest of the side, a very interesting second row in Nick Frost and Lakan Salakai Loto, who we thought might have been potentially on the radar, given the fact that he was in the press conference earlier this week. It is Rob Valentini in the number 6 jersey, and then watch out for a debutant Carlo Tizzano. He has been described as a flank with a few screws loose. Very, very exciting player, quick around the park, and a very apt replacement for Fraser McWright. They're very much looking to target the breakdowns. I think that's quite clear when you play against the Boks. You have to try and slow the breakdowns. You have to try and create turnover ball. And Joe Schmidt actually described Tizzano as the perfect player to play for the Springboks, saying that we just felt that Carlo would suit the combination that we picked in the back row and in the second row, and what best complement that. Really, he's such a good young man, and we're really excited about watching him get underway in 48 hours. His energy is relatively positive, more than abrasive, but he fights for everything, Carlo, and that's what first caught the eye. He's quite a dynamic competitor around the breakdown, and I think in the context of losing Fraser, we needed someone who could bring element of Fraser's game, but probably not all of them. That is why we are picking Fraser before, but it's a great opportunity for Carlo. And then Harry Wilson, the very abrasive Harry Wilson, in at number 8 over there. 13 tests. Somebody likes to run it hard and straight. He'll be very important in terms of physicality this weekend. If we look at the halfback pairing, Jake Gordon will partner Nola Lacio, who's been once again being backed by Joe Schmidt. We have seen Ben Donaldson. There were rumours that he might start, not in the 23, in fact, which I think is the right decision. I think Lola Lacio is their best option at 10, given the fact that Carter Gordon has made that move to rugby league. Jake Gordon's a nice player as well, so I think it's a solid halfback pairing. I do think they'll miss the experience of Nick White. Tate McDermott on the deputising for the number 9 on the bench. And an exciting backline. You know, Filippo Duganu, we saw how lethal he was against Wales. Andrew Kellaway, his experience, he's been around there. Tom Wright with that phenomenal individual try, for example, against Wales. So he's played with a lot of confidence. And then a very good centre pairing of Hunter Basami and Len Ikatawa. And in the side, which doesn't have as much experience, for example, as like of the Springboks, those two players, just short of 30 caps themselves, very accomplished players. Off the bench, this is where there's very little experience. I think there's about 175, 180 caps on the bench. Tate McDermott and James Slipper are responsible for about 170 of them. It is that ridiculous. So if we go through Josh Nasser with his 3rd cap this weekend, James Slipper, 136 caps to his name. Zane Nongol, the young tight head, with 6 tests. Jeremy Williams will make his 4th appearance. Luke Reimer on debut in the number 20 jersey. Then Tate McDermott in the 21. Tom Lyne in the 22, and Dylan Peach will play just his 2nd cap as well. So it's an interesting side. I think the Boks will be looking at the side and thinking we've got to really, put these guys to bed. It's just not an Australian side that should be beating the Springboks. That is just the facts. You look at the experience, you look at the quality, it's a mismatch. And yes, it's a stadium where we haven't had a lot of success, but it's a mismatch. And what I think a lot of Springbok fans sometimes get tired of is seeing a game on paper where we are got so much more quality, but then maybe that doesn't translate on the field. This weekend we needed to translate. We needed to put these guys to bed early. Young teams, mentally, that's where you've got the edge. So you go and put 2-3 tries in the first half that this team could potentially crumble. That's what we've got to try and do. We've got to be ruthless. I think I want to see a ruthlessness coming into the Boks this weekend that we might not have potentially seen before. Let me know what you think of this team down in the comments below. Smash a like on the video. Subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve. I'll chat to you soon.
Thanks, Cena. How's it, guys? Sia, just broadly speaking, 2 Rugby World Cups in the bag, Alliance Series in the bag, but the Rugby Championship obviously a few years. How much has that been a motivating factor going into this weekend? Just quite simply that we desperately want to win this title back. How much is that a theme of the chats this week?
Of course, players will speak about that, but for us, it's this game this weekend. It's out there. We haven't done really well when it comes to Australia, and in this field specifically, they've done really well. They played 12 games, won 11 of their 12 games here. So it's a big thing for us. And as you say, you can't win the Rugby Championship by winning these 2 games, but you can lose it by not doing well in these 2 games. So, but the most important for us is this one here, because we always tend when we lose the first one, then we get up for the second one. We need to be up from the word go. this coming weekend.
Question. Ronaldo?
Morning, guys. Sia Ronaldo Botma here. How are you guys doing?
Good, thanks.
Oh, good, oh, good, Ronaldo.
Good. I just want to check. There's been a noticeable calmness this whole weekend in all of the press releases. Would you say that's driven by confidence in the squad, or do you think that's just a well-prepared team for this week?
Yeah, we've worked hard. We've worked hard, and we know what we're up against, you know, and how can, like, it's not gonna help us if we stressing or anything like that, you know. We're just focusing on what we need to do, and that's been the ultimate focus in the group and in preparation, and yeah, so we've tried to not to overthink things, just focus on what we need to do, and that's it.
Sorry, guys, yeah, I'm trying to switch over these microphones. Go, Nathan.
Thank you, Zina. Zina, I'm gonna ask one in this course. In this course, Zina.
Can we save that for the end, please, Nathan?
I'm saying I'm gonna give one for a Coach Stick later, but one for Sia now in English. Sia, obviously Australia on a rebuilding phase. They've got a new coach. The coach mentioned that they know the Springboks more than his own team. I mean, they already named the team. A few notable players are missing out for Australia. What are you expecting from them this coming weekend against Australia? Yes, you guys don't have a good record in Brisbane.
Yeah, we expect the side that's gonna come out to win. I mean, it's a sold-out stadium, gonna have the people behind them, and we've seen how well they did. You know, they played against Wales in Georgia, and we also been in that phase before, and we know, you know, it will be a huge thing for them if they can, you know, get the win over us. But that's honestly hasn't been our focus. Yes, we've done our preparation, we've reviewed, and we've watched the players individually, you know, and ourselves, but most importantly is what we have to do, because in the past we didn't, where we lost the games, we didn't deliver on what we wanted to do on the full, and then they got the upper hand. So the focus has solely been on us, but also respecting them by preparing and watching the way they play, and obviously some of the individual, and most of the group we've played against them, so we know some of them.
Justin?
Morning, Sia. Morning, Stoker. Sia, just for you, as a big advocate for women in South Africa, we're obviously celebrating Women's Day today. What would your message be out there to everybody in the country, you know, as we celebrate Women's Day, but surely need to do a lot more in our country when protecting women first and foremost?
Yeah. Yeah, it's just to say, number first of all, thank you to like me and him speak. You know, I mean, I was raised by a woman. You know, I was raised by a community, but by my grandmother and my aunt in the process too, and the amount of places they go to make sure that we get what we need, to make sure that we looked after, never complaining. You know, I always talking to someone about my story, like, you know, everybody knows I've spoken out about my story, that I struggled with getting food. And I actually never saw my grandmother eat, but I never heard her complain, you know, and as you say, the women in the country are not safe, and we as men are obviously not doing enough. We're not speaking enough about it, and we're not calling each other enough, you know, and like a lot of us players do stuff, support foundation. Our foundation is trying to work on gender-based violence. I think we're #1 in the world, and we always talk about how much we love, you know, the woman in our lives, either it's your grandmother or your mother or your daughters, whatever. And you don't have to have a woman, you know, you just have to make sure that you do your part as a man, and in sport too. You know, we need to support a bit more. I need to use my platform to make sure I encourage the women that are playing, because they're obviously in sport, they're not supported enough. And I think we as men in sport can do so much more in just using our platform and using our voice. But I just want to say thank you, and thank you for everything that the women do, and happy Women's Day. I hope it's a special one. It should be like this each and every single day. They should be celebrated, because they go far beyond what we do. I mean, I know it from my household as well, what my wife makes sure to do for us as kids and the kids to make sure that we get all that we need. She's putting her needs aside and making sure that we achieve that we want to achieve. So I hope everybody in South Africa celebrate all the women. And also condolences to Mamukoni. She passed away. She has done so many beautiful soapies and movies around in South Africa and obviously in Black Panther as well. Condolences to her and the family, and yeah, we're sending love from this side.
Leader?
Thank you, Z. Hi, Sia. Hi, Stoker. Hope you guys are good. Sia, just for you, how good was it to get to Australia ahead of time, and train for more than almost more than a game week, that side? And do you think that is the way to go in the future?
Yeah, it's been really good. It helped us adapt, last week, making sure that by the match week, you're sleeping properly in the time zone. It's really been good for us. We enjoyed it as a group, and training has gone really well. We've been sharp at training, and I think it is the way to go. It's so much better for us as players. We don't have to worry about sleep anymore. Everything is in tune. So yeah, it's been really good, and also like getting time off. Going out, and because you can't always be rugby, there's a place where you can switch off, where we can go have coffee outside and walk around. It's been really good for the players.
Mubin? Okay, Mubin, we'll skip on to Michael. Mike?
How's it? Yeah, you confused me by calling me Michael, but that's fine. How's it, guys? Stocker, a question for you. Yeah, obviously we saw some news things from the team against Ireland. How important is it, besides winning here in Australia, these two games to keep evolving towards the ultimate way you guys want to play, building up to the next World Cup?
Yeah, I think it's very important, Mike, because we still want to develop our game, more especially like we said at the beginning of the season with the new personnel in our coaching staff. A guy like Tony Brown, and Jerry from Ireland, what they really bring into our team. I think we always talk about evolving, and those guys, they actually bring that new energy in our team. And yeah, it's going to be key for us. I think also Sia touched on it, the previous games. Normally when we played against Australia here in Brisbane, normally we don't really pitch up physically, and then we don't normally execute our plan. And that's one thing that you can't afford to do against a team like Australia, and because of, once again, they've got players there with the huge X factor in that team, so on a day, if you're not at your best, those players, they're good enough to punish you. And at the moment, I think they're also in a good space, with the new coaching staff. And, if there was a coach that can turn things around for them, you can't ask for any better coach than a guy like Joe Smith. We've seen what he has done when he was coaching in Ireland. So once again, at the moment, they are in a good space. And I think also for us as a team, it's very important that we keep on improving to where we left against Portugal, and there were certain things that we wanted to fix also, especially after we lost to Ireland game in Devon. But once again, like Sia touched on it again earlier on, I think as a coaching staff, to have extra few days here in Australia to be able to install some of the things that we wanted to work on, and it actually helped us. I think we had probably one of the best week when it comes to preparations. But once again, with that being said, I think if we don't pitch up tomorrow, I think a team like Australia, they're good enough to punish us. So we have to make sure that we're at our best for the game.
Lita?
Thank you, Z. Sia, just for you, also looking at where you are at in Australia, there's been a lot of talk about your future this week. Has it helped that you a bit removed from what's happening here in South Africa, and you could focus at the task at hand?
Yeah, I actually don't know what's been happening, what's been said, because I've got a big match this weekend, and so all the focus has been solely on this game. So yeah, there's nothing I can control in what's happening in my future right now. All I can do is just focus on what I need to do right now.
Lloyd?
Thanks, Dee. Just to coach Stocker, a new Springbok number 10, and a lot of attention and excitement on that, obviously, from our side this weekend. What's Sasha's mindset been like this week? What have the chats been with him, and what are you expecting or hoping to see from him tomorrow?
So I think from our side as coaches, I think we just stick to our routine and how we normally work with the players. We're not going to put pressure on Sasha because of his getting his first start, and how we've been treating him the whole week, the past 2 weeks is normally how we treat other players, But one thing that I enjoy about them is if you look at the way they help each other, I'm talking about a guy like Andre Pollard and Mani Lebok, the way they always advise each other for how to get better in their games, So that is one thing that I enjoy from those guys, And for once again, for me, I know a lot of people are excited that Sasha is starting, but this is a gentleman that has been in our system for the past 2 to 3 years. I remember when I also coached him SAA, he was training with us when we went to Ireland. So Sasha has been around our team, and he knows how we go about with our business. And that's one thing that I enjoy about him. He really, really works hard, with his basics and with his fundamentals. And I know a lot of people, they focus more on his X factor, but one thing that I enjoy about him is the way he's so maturing in our system, all the opportunities that he was getting, you can see he's not a shy guy, he doesn't shy away from the game and the challenges, So that's one thing that I enjoy about him. He's got a very, very big heart for a youngster, and hopefully things will go well for him tomorrow. But once again, it's not about him, because there's a lot of experience around him. If you got a guy like Kobus at 9 and then Damien also outside you, Darlinda, I think you can't ask for any better players to be around, more especially for your first game. But once again, to Sasha, we're also excited to see what he can do at this level, in the number 10 jersey.
Justin?
Thanks, G. Brastoko, this one's for you as well. A lot has been spoken about. Yes, it hasn't been a happy hunting ground for the Boks in recent years. As coaching staff, do you include that in a lot of your discussions in the week leading up to a match, or are you simply and purely just focused on your processes, on your training, and hopefully the result goes its way on match day?
Yeah, Justin, I think to be honest about it is we don't really focus much on that because of in the past there were a lot of things also that we struggled with. For example, in Australia, when we played last year, last time we beat them in Australia, it was from 2014. So I think if we're going to put ourselves under pressure by just focusing on what a history says, I don't think we'll be in the right track, as a team. But the key thing for us is it's our processes, like you touch on it. I think the way we've been working hard and to make sure that we keep improving in our game, that was the main focus point, when it comes to us. But once again, since we haven't beaten them since 2013 in this field here. And the funny thing is that if you come to this ground, I don't think there's really something that you can say, talking about weather-wise, I'm talking about conditions-wise. It's a beautiful stadium, the vibe, the people, the supporters, they've got good energy, So I don't really think there is a bit of an outside effect that causes us not to win, I think if on a day we focus on our stuff and do them very well, I think we might stand a chance to win the game. But once again, it's always going to be tough when you play against away from home. So the key thing for us is just we have to implement what our plan and make sure that we pitch up and be at our best. And I think, yes, we might stand a chance to win the game. But otherwise, I don't think the pressure of having won here, it's really something that is a main focus point for us now. We always want to win every game that we play as a Springbok team because we don't just represent the people that are in our team room. We represent South Africans, and we know how much people they support us and love us. So the key thing for us is to make sure that we carry on, try and deliver for the people of South Africa.
Nathan?
Thank you, Z. I've got two in this course, if I may.
If it's, can we just first then go to a nod?
Yes, for sure.
Good morning, Stocker. Good morning, Sia.
Salam.
Salam, brothers. I'm coming to you from Paris, from the Olympics. So just we haven't had a medal here the relay guys are running today, so hopefully they will follow suit on what happened earlier. But just on the game, Stoker, just you spoke about Shasha. We all know what he's capable of, but just what does he bring differently, from the other fly-offs? I just wanted to follow up on Lloyd's question. And then to see how is the combination with you and Ulrich gone, and Ulrich also being new into the team?
Yeah, once again, I think everyone knows that Sasha is this young boy that's very exciting, makes big calls on the field, and that's one thing that we enjoy about him is that wherever he sees, he pulls the trigger, he doesn't hold back, he makes a lot of decisions. Even sometimes when he makes mistakes, he doesn't stop trying. And we always say that about our players. Even with Manny Lebok, that's one thing that we also enjoy about him. Manny will make a mistake, but the next probably 30 seconds, Manny will pull a trigger to do something brilliant. And that is one thing that we always try to encourage to our players, because we still want them to make decisions on the field. We don't want them to shy away from the challenges. So, and then when it comes to Sasha, I think he's one of those guys where, he keeps developing, he keeps getting better as a player, and that is something that we enjoy about him. And I think one of the most things also is his heart. Everyone is saying the youngster, but he's got a big heart, and he doesn't shy away from the physical side of the game. Sometimes we can use him at 12 and also at 15, against Ireland in Durban. He played about 78 minutes in that game, which is playing against the second best team in the world. And to be able for him to perform like that under pressure, that is exactly what you need, in your players, especially also as a 10. We know there and there he will probably make mistakes, but one thing that I enjoy about him, he doesn't stop trying. He keeps on getting back and try to make sure he makes more decisions on the field, and that's what you want from your playmakers. So once again, hopefully everything will go well for him tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm really excited for Ulrich. I think he's had an amazing URC season, and training with him, I've really enjoyed him, and I know what it feels like to play against him, so my excitement for him is so he can have as much ball as he can on his hands, because he's a strong ball carrier and he's also good on the ground too, which is exciting for our team. And me and PT have just been in his ear encouraging him and telling him to be him. We all have a system, we all have things that we have to do in the system, but also like what makes him special is the reason why he's here. So that's what my hope for him, and he's been training really well. So I'm keen and excited to play with him this weekend.
Yeah,
Ronaldo?
Sorry,
Yeah.
it's to Team South Africa. I spoke to Joel and last week and for Tatiana. So just a message to see from them, from you to them, Team South Africa.
Well, all of them. Yeah, I'm really proud of them. I had a question earlier about Women's Day, and I think I've been talking to the hockey team, supporting the different sports, and Tatiana obviously I speak to, and her teammates too, Aaron, and I'm honestly so proud of them. I understand a lot of them would not be happy with what where they ended up with. They would have loved to win medals, but we all know some of the sports, some of the struggles they have to go through. For them to be there is amazing and special. And for them to be there and compete and fight and give their best, that's all we can ask for. I mean, I'm heartbroken for Akani. There's nothing he could have done more, to give his best to he ran his personal best in an Olympic final. What more can you ask for? So I know it's hard, but it's got an opportunity tonight, to win a medal. So yeah, so to them, to everybody who's competing and representing South Africa, we are also proud of you for getting there, but also for giving your best while you're there. And we've been supporting and talking to some of them. So yeah, thank you to all of you.
You must also say that it's a family, it's his sister, Tatiana.
Yeah, she is, of course. Yeah, family of gold.
Okay, last English question, Ronaldo.
Coach Stocker, just a quick one. I saw a lot of comments made by Joe Smith this week about all of the players that he analyzed like the likes of Sia and Villiers and all of those guys. I mean, obviously they've seen Sasha and the younger guys play a bit, but I mean, is this the point of difference for us this weekend? Is this the guys that's going to bring the X factor in the team for the Springboks this weekend?
I wouldn't put it that way, Ronaldo, because once again, we all coaches analyzed oppositions. We've also done our job to analyze Australia, and with their strengths and weaknesses. So I wouldn't say the point of difference in the game will probably be the guys that they don't know well, because of, once again, as a flyer, you want your forwards to set a good foundation for you. Once they start dominating, I'm talking about set pieces and then also collisions in the game. For any flyer, that's what you want in a game. So I don't think the point of difference will probably be just Sasha playing very, very well. Yes, we want him to play well, but I think the foundation that's going to be laid by the guys around him, I think that's one thing that will help us to win the game. So once again, I don't think we must put a lot of pressure on Sasha to say, listen, he needs to have one of these ninja games. He doesn't have to have any ninja game for me. I think as long as he just implement our plan very well, I know the guys around him, they will make sure that they give him a very solid foundation for him to be able to perform. So yeah, I don't think it's the attention should be.
Again.
Thank you. Listen,
I know. It's coming, it's coming. Oh my god, stop it. They have to go reset them. Julie, hey. Oh. My laptop. Yeah, they arrived now late. So you're saying, yeah, my best friend goes, oh, I thought it was a 9:45 up, and I was like, no, it was 9 a.m.
Alan, the back-to-back world champions tomorrow, how exciting is that for you as a playing group to test yourself against the best?
Really exciting. It's been a really good week off the back of a good July series. So the boys are prepared really well and looking forward to the great challenge ahead of us tomorrow.
John de Villiers earlier this week mentioned that Wallabies are under a lot of pressure considering the results from the last couple of years. Do you feel that pressure as a playing group going into a big game like this?
No, not really. I think there's always pressure going into a test match, but we've always, as a group and with our coaching staff, have brought the focus back to ourselves, understanding the good things that we've displayed in the July series and the reason to why we won those games, and those are the things that we want to continue to build on. And as you mentioned, it's probably the best arena to put that to work, tomorrow against South Africa. So I think there's always pressure heading into test matches, but to relieve that, you've got to prepare really well, and I think that the boys have definitely done that this week.
Speaking of John de Villiers, a couple of weeks ago he said that there was no man that could turn around the Wallabies, and he said that they might have to find a woman because Joe Schmidt's not the person who can turn around the Wallabies. Do you feel like the Wallabies are being just completely written off by the rest of the world and even showing a bit of disrespect by comments like that?
I wouldn't know. From internally, the boys have so much respect for Joe, the experience that he has, and the way that he carries himself around the group. The boys have really gone around him, especially the coaching staff as well. We all know the rugby IQ and the knowledge that our coaching staff has, and being a part of that, as players, we're grateful, and to be a part of a group that has that knowledge on board, so we can continue to learn, especially guys who are leaders, who have been around for a while, still learning, still growing. That's exactly what you want. So internally, there's a lot of belief on our coach, and we don't really listen to what other people have to say about our group.
Can you use the underdog tag to your advantage?
What we're using is us building on our game. That's what we're using. We have poured a lot of focus into our process, and how we want to continue to grow, and we've got a vision on where we want to be, how we want to play, and we know that we're not the full product yet, but we're building towards that, and there's a great feeling amongst the group, and that's what we're believing in, and that's what we're pouring into.
Has that Schmidt style been kind of gobbled up by the players, in the sense that last year there seemed to be a lot of confusion about the way you were trying to play, etc.? When he came and through July, has that been something that the players are really responding to, just the structure and the certainty about what you're doing?
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of clarity in our game. especially in the basics of our game. And those are areas that the leaders and the coaching staff have been driving, day in, day out. So, yeah, for sure, like everyone's on the same page, understanding where you need to be in the field and what role you need to deliver. So, yeah, that's been a massive step forward.
Alan, always a challenge up front, obviously. How exciting to see Isaac Collier get a shot against the front row.
Awesome. There's no better challenge as a front rower. And the boys have gotten around him. Like, he's been massive for us throughout the July series for someone who made his debut then. Just his physicality around the field, and the way that he's delivered that set piece has been awesome. So for him to see the form that he's transferred from Super Rugby is awesome, man. And yeah, he's looking forward to that challenge tomorrow, as we all are.
Sorry, what does the loss of Taniela mean, and does it add extra pressure personally on yourself?
Not really. I mean, Zane, he's been huge for us in the past. Like, he's played against South Africa over there, in a tough arena. He went over there in the World Cup, and then, so he's gotten a few games under his belt. But most importantly, he's got experience against, great quality teams. And just on Nella, like, obviously really sad, through what he's going through at the moment, but he's still here with us at the moment, and he's contributed massively throughout the whole week. And it's a testament to him as a person and how much he loves this team and to represent his country. For him to still be here and to be himself and to add value is massive, man. So yeah, we're definitely thinking of him and his family and what they're going through at the moment.
And how big a challenge is the South African Type 5? Where do they rate for you?
Oh, they're always a challenge, mate. They're well experienced. In terms of the number of test caps that they have, and as a forward pack, we've spoken about that. And we know that that's going to be a massive challenge for us, which we're excited to face tomorrow.
Alan, this is the first time Wallabies have sold out Springboks since 2013, which is pretty incredible. What do you think that speaks to about rugby in Australia at the moment?
Oh, it's massive. First of all, boys love playing at Suncorp, and then to sell it out is massive for us. And we know that we've got a great supporting base here in Queensland, and we see Suncorp as our fortress, and the reason being is because people always come out and support. So the crowd is going to be massive. Like, we're going to draw on them, every step of the way tomorrow, and to have that backing is going to be great. So the boys are excited by that, and especially to play in front of our fans and family.
And I know there's lots of talk of excitement, but so much has been said about the Springboks' power and size. Is there any sense of intimidation with some of the younger players, and are you helping any of them overcome those nerves heading into tomorrow?
Yeah, I think it's more just letting the boys know, like, nerves is normal, and you're a bit worried if you're not nervous before a test match, and it's no different tomorrow. And we spoke about beginning of the week, like, for you to stand out here and sing that anthem and relieve those nerves. You think back to the way that you've prepared, and we've poured everything into our preparation, into what we've done in July series, for us to know that we're going to be confident, to go out there and to deliver our best and to deliver the plan that we've put forward.
Al, you got a debut time in the bench with Rama, you've come through Brumbies with. How much sort of pride do you see in sort of seeing him sort of get a chance to wear that gold jersey?
Yeah, I mean, it's so good for Reams. Someone who's definitely earned, his opportunity to wear the gold jersey. Like, he's added such great impact, back home in Canberra with the Brumbies, and we all know, like, what he adds off the bench. He can turn the game around through his physicality, through his work at the breakdown, and it's no different, for him tomorrow to focus on what's been working for him and trying his best to deliver that tomorrow.
What can you take out of the match against the Boks last year in Pretoria? Are there any lessons or things that you can take out of that game and translate them tomorrow?
Yeah, again, I think the biggest learning for us is just to bring it back and focus on the basics of our game, and probably somewhere where we didn't focus too much on, heading into that test in last year. So I think, again, like, that's been awesome in terms of the messaging from the coaches, but that's something that they've been driven from the start. So it's nothing new to us heading into that game tomorrow. So those are areas that we're going to focus on.
There's a bunch of players from the 2021 win here as well. Can you draw on that kind of confidence?
Yeah, that was great for our group at the time, and again, like, a bit of seesaw in terms of the scoreboard, and then Big Nell has that carry down down the sideline. So I think that's everything that you want in a test match. Like we matched them up front in terms of the set piece, you know, and were defensively good around the park. So we took our opportunities when they came, and yeah, those are the lessons that you'll take from that game, but in any test match.
And the big ox. What about the big ox?
Yeah, he's, again, like we all know, like he's probably one of the strongest loose heads going around at the moment. You know, and you're looking at his last game against Ireland, he put on a great performance there as well, and someone who's been good for them, and they really look at leaning on him for his physicality and his set piece, like they do at, you know, for Matt Herbo and Marks as well. So they're all a threat, and again, something that we've addressed as a pack, and you know, we're ready to face.